That's the place I was thinking. Sticks.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to Hove, day 3 of this county championship match between Sussex and Yorkshire. I'm Adrian Harms. I'm very excited. I'm really looking forward to today because I think the weather forecast is good. And I'm looking out, we're going to start on time, so it's great news. Your commentary team today, as for the last 2 days, I'm joined by Jonathan Doige. Morning, Doige.
Good morning, Harmsley.
Yeah, good to see you. We had a nice curry last night, didn't we? We wandered down to Hove, and we had a nice curry and put the world to right, so that was good. And we've got a third member of our commentary team. We invited him back. He came for a couple of days of the Durham match, and we decided to get him back on the basis that he's a good lad and he's bought the biscuits. So he's bought with him a packet of Hobnobs and a pocket, can I mention the brand? Well, I don't see why not really. Other biscuits are available, of Fox's fabulous milk chocolate rounds. And in half an hour, we'll hear from the man who's bought those biscuits in, which is Liam O'Brien. It's great to have Liam back as well, so we're looking forward to that. The umpires are on their way out. The reason I'm excited, Jonathan, is because I think this game is finally set up. Sussex have got themselves into a good position in the game, but Yorkshire, on the other hand, are by no means out of it. 2:16 for 7 as the umpires make their way out. Jordan Thompson is on 15. Matt Fisher is yet to score. And although Sussex have got the advantage in the game and they'll want to take these 3 wickets, it just seems really well set up today. And we've got 104 overs as well.
Yeah, I think Sussex have got to be favourites going into day 3. I don't think there's any question about that with the state of the Yorkshire first innings at 216 for 7. If they nip these 3 out quickly, then a very, very strong position, you would have thought, even though there is forecast to be weather around for quite a bit of tomorrow.
Yeah, there is.
Sounds of things. So that may end up ruining what's bubbling up into a really good game. If Yorkshire's tail wags here, and that's a possibility, and they get somewhere up there close to or within 50 runs, say something like that, of Sussex, then yeah, and if they bowl well second time around, who knows what might be possible. There is definitely a better performance in Yorkshire with the ball than we've seen at any stage so far this season. They've had good moments, but I think they could bowl a lot better, more consistently than they have so far, and that may eventuate in the Sussex second innings. Who knows? We'll see.
We will. Well, Ollie Robinson is going to open the bowling for Sussex from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. We could be in for another late finish. We were 7:30 last night when we left, and we will have 104 overs if the weather holds. And we're in for a good day's cricket, and Ollie Robinson is going to get things underway, bowling to Jordan Thompson, who in the penultimate over yesterday from Henry Crocombe hit a big 6 down towards fine leg. He likes to take on the bowling, to Jordan Thompson, so I don't see him holding back this morning. The 2 slips go down, and Ollie Robinson is in for the first ball of the day. Bowls for Jordan Thompson, who lets it go outside the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter, and there is no run.
Yeah, that's about as dull a moment as you get when Jordan's got the bat in his hand. The first ball of the day leave.
Yeah. 2 slips for Ollie Robinson. There's a third man, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep backward square and a fine leg. The other good news is if you're coming down to Hove, you're thinking, what shall I do today? I'll go and watch the cricket. It's chilly, but it's not that sort of hot. It was really cold here on Thursday. Yesterday was better, and today's okay. I can see some guys sitting over there in T-shirts. It's not quite T-shirts, but anyway, in comes Robinson, bowls to Thompson, who drives beautifully. Lovely bit of fielding in the covers by Finn Hudson-Prentice, diving away to his left-hand side. He got a hand on it, and it just restricted Thompson to just the single. He goes to 16, the total 217 for 7.
Yeah, he can strike a good ball, can Jordan, and it's one of those, if it's in his half, then it could well go. As that was, drove it nicely. As you say, good stop by Finn Hudson-Prentice, because I think that was 4 runs. Had he not got that, he's just limping a little, having got up.
He is, isn't he? Perhaps call his knee or something. One thing I haven't done is to test that we're going out live around the ground this morning. Oh, we are. Julian is waving from the top deck of the Spen Karma. Good morning, Julian. He'll be excited. In comes Robinson over the wicket, bowls to Matt Fisher, who's forward placed to mid-on, and there is no run. Julian will be going home tonight and getting his blue and white rosette on and pinning it to his jumper. He's probably got his cup final, his lucky coat or something on as well. He's going to wear to Wembley tomorrow. So lots of excitement around Brighton and Hove with the thousands of people making their way up to Wembley tomorrow. So and lots of people who would normally be at, and I think for a lot of people it's a bit of a dilemma. I have to say the Sussex chair is a big Albion fan. I don't know what John's doing tomorrow. In comes Robinson, bowls, and Fisher is forward, plays into the offside. There is no run.
Matthew Fisher's a big Leeds United fan.
Is he?
In action at lunchtime today at Fulham. Good luck to the Mighty Whites. 12:30 kick-off.
Is that their nickname, the Whites? Is that what Leeds? Or United?
They get called the Mighty Whites. The Peacocks back in the day.
Really?
Yeah.
Why was it the Peacocks? Used to strut around, or?
A pub across the road called the Peacock.
You're not winding me up?
Holland Road. No.
Right. Robinson wheels around at the far end of the ground. So very good morning around the ground and wherever you're listening from. In over the wicket, bowls, and Fisher, he was trying to get out the way of that, but in the end he just played a very late shot and dropped the ball in front of him. There is no run.
Bradford City in action. That's a 3 o'clock kick-off there at home, I think, today. And no fixture, I don't think, for Huddersfield Town. Who may, I'm not sure, but may have been due to play Sheffield United perhaps, and of course they're in action in this FA Cup semi-final today.
And all those commentaries are covered on BBC local radio, so that's where you get your local footy from. But we're concentrating on the cricket. The 2 slips go down. Ollie Robinson comes in to bowl to Matt Fisher, who's yet to score. He's in a bowls, and Fisher looks to pull another short delivery, and the ball, I don't know what it struck, but it ended up in the gully region. Matt Fisher rehearses the shot. It's the end of Ollie Robinson's first over of the day, in which he concedes just a single. 13 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 48 to Ollie Robinson, 217 for 7 Yorkshire. I was thinking about the permutations in the match, Doige, and the fact that there is some weather around tomorrow, and I know you can't play matches of cricket by, it might rain, it may not rain, but if Sussex were to take these 3 wickets reasonably quickly this morning, I just wonder if I think they're going to be positive anyway, but possibly getting Yorkshire back in tonight if they got a decent enough lead. The danger with that is you chase the runs, you lose wickets, and all of a sudden you get yourself in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, and you tend to get skippers erring on the side of caution with declarations, that sort of thing, because if the weather forecast tomorrow did change and it turned out to be a good day, a batting day, then it could be egg on the face time, couldn't it? Jack Carson from the C end, bowling to Jordan Thompson. This could be an interesting little battle. The outside edge being challenged by the off spinner, who bowled really well yesterday, 3 for 34 to his name.
Had a great catch.
Superb catch. A few runs as well. It's been a really good game for the Irishman so far. And he's got Jordan Thompson stepping back there, thinking about cutting that one with a bit of power, and then almost did stop on the shot, really. Pushes it to Pujara at extra cover. Carson sets himself again. Very precise little run up, or jog up, walk up, whatever you call it. He's patted back by Thompson this time. 16 off 15 for Jordan at the moment. Matthew Fisher yet to get off the mark. Just the 1 run added by Yorkshire so far this morning. Carson into Thompson. Punches it along the deck to Pujara. Got a long on set back away to our left on the boundary edge. Ollie Robinson's at mid-off to the left-hander, fairly deep. A straight mid-wicket, short leg, a slip, extra cover, man backward of point, and a sweeper out on the cover boundary. It was going to come into play here as Jordan Thompson cuts that one away out into the deep for a single. There was also a man who had missed out sweeping squarish, maybe mid-wicket on the leg side, and he's just come in and then been sent back again to the right-handed Matthew Fisher. So a single to Thompson takes him to 17, 218 for 7. Mid-off drops out to long on now, Ollie Robinson, although he's about 5 yards in from the boundary, and long off comes up to regulation mid-off as Matthew Fisher works one around the corner. Final ball of the over, just a one run from it from the hand of Jack Carson. 14 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 35, and it's 218 for 7. You can get in touch on @JonathanDoidge on Twitter, on @Adrian Harms. Remind me of your other one, Harmsley.
The email address is sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk,
and it's BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com.
And John Malone is our first email of the day. John is our weather correspondent, amongst other things, to the east of where we are in Bexhill, Jonathan and Liam. So, hello, John. Say all the boys. An interesting 2 days for both teams. It was a great day of cricket yesterday. Yeah, it really was. It was just a good day's county cricket. In comes Robinson around the wicket to bowl to Jordan Thompson, who's forward to a ball of good length. Plays to mid-on, fielded by Tom Haynes, no run. Hopefully more to follow. Beautiful sky in Bexhill today, warming up nicely. Let's just keep up the good work. The stream is okay, so what could go wrong? The stream's okay, the weather's fine. There must be a disaster around the corner somewhere, but well, let's hope not. Still those 2 slips in play. So it'd be lovely to hear from you throughout the day. As in comes Robinson bowls, and Thompson looks to pull this on the leg side. Doesn't time it at all, and fielded in there at mid-wicket by Jack Carson. And there is no run. Spoke to Jack last night. You can see that interview on the BBC Sussex Twitter feed.
Did he say it's the way it tells him?
No, he didn't. But I asked him about the catch, because that was a cracking catch, wasn't it? And I said to him, he said he could see it coming in his direction, and he thought, well, he wasn't sure if he was going to get there. And it literally was one of those, wasn't it? Literally, millimetres from the ground. Terrific catch. In comes Robinson bowls and pulled away by Jordan Thompson, who will not shirk away from a short delivery. He pulls it to deep backward square, fielded out there by Nathan McAndrew. One more to Thompson, who goes to 18, 219 for 7. So the arrears, our maths was dreadful yesterday. I do apologise. The arrears are 142 for Yorkshire. It gives Robinson a chance to bowl at Matt Fisher, who's yet to score. 2 slips are Alsop and Clark, and Robinson is running down the hill in and bowls to Fisher short, and Fisher this time plays the short ball a little better. He watched the ball sail over his left shoulder and into the gloves of Ollie Carter.
Yeah, well, like lots of tail-enders, Fish fancies himself as a batter when you have a chat with him. He's got 448 first-class runs from 36 knocks, an average of 16.59, and he has got first-class 50 to his name, 53. 1 test innings, not out. So he needs to get himself another test appearance and try and get a test run at least. Robinson in bowls, and Fisher is back across and steers that onto the onside, and there is no run. Well, not out. I mean, the jury's out, isn't it? Really? Yeah. At least he's not out
in Test cricket.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not
the way you can put it, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah. He's just back in his crease, just surveying the field. Apart from those 2 slips, there's a fine leg, a deep square leg, a straightish mid-wicket, a mid-on, mid-off cover, and a backward point. Robinson in bowls, and Fisher is solidly forward, plays it straight back down the track. Ollie Robinson fields of his own bowling. It's the end of the 3rd over of the morning. Ollie Robinson, 14 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 49. Yorkshire 219 for 7. Jordan Thompson is on 18. Matt Fisher is yet to score. We've got 101 overs left in the day. One thing that will be of concern to Sussex is the over rate, because they're currently showing -4 Now Sussex were, trying to hasten along yesterday, but it was a problem last season for Sussex over rates, and they're going to lose points if that stays the same. So they'll need to keep a close eye.
Carson then to Thompson with that aggressive stance and an aggressive shot. First ball of the over. He's going to go for 4. Step down the track, and he's got it across the line and through Cowshot corner. Despite the despairing dive of, I think it's Ali Orr in there, isn't it?
It is.
So 4 runs to Jordan, 22 off 21 to him, 223 for 7. Just working on eroding this hefty deficit that they face at this moment in time. Flexes at the knee, Jordan Thompson, as he waits for Carson to come in again. He's been wrapped on the pad here, big appeal, and he's gone. In fact, he didn't even wait for the umpire Neil Pratt's decision. He turned tail and walked off. He knew that looked pretty plumb from where we're sitting. And having hit the boundary of the ball before, Tomo is gone. 22 off 22, and Yorkshire 223 for 8.
And 4 wickets in the match for Jack Carson. So he spoke to Jack last night, and he was saying that interesting what Jack was saying. He said he felt as a team that Sussex are learning how to win on this ground. They're getting more and more experience of playing at Hove. And interesting there, I thought, with Jack, because he's been hit for a 4, and we'll get Liam's thoughts on this when he comes into commentary in 15 minutes or so time. But he wasn't put off by that. You get hit by 4, you think, oh, is he going to come after me? But the next ball he pins Jordan Thompson LBW. And you're quite right, Georgie, that Jordan Thompson, you felt he knew from the minute it hit the pad that he was pretty much straight in front. So Jack Carson picks up his 4th wicket. Impressive figures, 4 for 39 for Jack. And the new man coming out to bat is the new man, Mickey Edwards. We don't know a lot about his batting prowess, but
interesting. Ben Code relegated to 11. There's going to be there could be some changing room unrest about that now. Ben Code got his highest first-class score last year, 60-odd at Headingley. Expect to be running a story on that tomorrow morning now. Spat in the changing room between Code and Edwards. Mickey, well, not seen him bat before, so this could be interesting. He'll be hoping he can produce something like the number on his back, 90. I think 9 would be handy at this moment in time.
Well, Sussex got runs low down the order, didn't they?
They did, yeah. So they've closed in the field here as Edwards, straight blade, pushes into the onside no run. Generally speaking, I know this is a massive sweeping statement, but generally speaking, the Aussies, even the tail enders, they usually are reasonably competent.
Yep. What we were saying yesterday, most people can bat at 11.
Carson coming over the wicket to him, and he just pushes that into the onside where Ali Orr is round to do the fielding.
Ooh. Jack's best bowling in the Championship is 5 for 85 against Yorkshire at Hove in 2021. So he likes bowling against Yorkshire, just Jack Carson.
Here he is again, fairly wide on the crease over the wickets. This one nearly sneaks through, keeps on the lowish side, but Edwards has his first run in county cricket, first run for Yorkshire, with a little push out to point. Jordan Thompson, just to clean up the stats there, 22 off 22, 31 minutes he batted in total, either side of the overnight. 3 4s and that big 6 that he hit over fine leg. Fisher on strike. In comes Carson. Just pushed into the leg side to complete that over then. 5 runs from it, but the vital wicket of Jordan Thompson. So 4 for 40 now for the excellent Jack Carson. 15 overs and 2 maidens. Good luck, by the way, to the ladies who are all playing today. The women's cricket, the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, the Northern Diamonds are in action up at Headingley against the Western Storm, or should be. I think there's rain around up in Leeds, and they haven't started yet. That was due to get going at 10:30, but South East Stars are playing the Thunder. South East Stars 39 without loss after 10. The Blaze are 54 for 1 off 9 against the Central Sparks at Trent Bridge. Sunrisers 45 for 1 in the 12th over against the Southern Vipers over at the GS Bowl. And then we've got the men's scores to have a look at as well in a moment or two. And good luck to the club cricketers around the country as well today.
Yeah, they'll be excited, won't they? In comes Ollie Robinson, comes in and bowls to Edwards, who's forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. And people have been sort of people don't whiten the pads, do they? But in the old days, you'd have been whitening your pads and linseed oiling your bat.
I always did.
Yeah, getting ready for the new...
My play's so infrequent these days, though, that all the whitener's gone flaky.
Yeah.
I play about 2 games a year, and every time I do, I get the Mickey hugely taken out of me for the state of the pads now.
Robinson is back to his mark. I'm just going to talk about the live stream in a moment's time. Here comes Robinson running in down the hill and bowls, and Edwards defends down the track, and there is no run. Dan has been in touch in Holmfirth. Where's that? Holmfirth. Holmfirth. I don't mean to be disrespectful, Dan, but I don't know where that is.
It's up in them there hills near Uddersfield.
Right.
So Holmfirth
Okay.
would be probably best known for Last of the Summer Wine.
Right.
That sort of area where it was all the outdoor stuff. Foggy on his, whatever it's called, Compo on his little go-kart, that sort of thing.
Well, Dan has been in touch and he says, enjoying the coverage. I'm watching the stream on YouTube as in comes Ollie Robinson in lovely south coast sunshine over the wicket bowls, all right up in the block hole. And Edwards did well to keep that out. He jagged down at the last minute. The ball trickles out into the offside. Footed by McAndrew. There is no run. He says, can you see if anything can be done to align the audio with the video? Much obliged. And I have got a statement from the club, actually, Dan, and for everybody who's trying to listen, and I know the lads here are really doing their best. It's a limited team here at Hove in terms of the stream, but they are trying their best. But I'm just going to read a statement from the club. As in comes Robinson over the wicket, bowls, and Edwards clips this down towards fine leg, and picks up a single fielded by Alior, who's very quickly in and fields. One more to Edwards, or one to Edwards. He goes to 2, the total to 235 for 8. The club are saying we are aware of issues impacting our matchday live stream, and we are working through a number of solutions to resolve the issues. We apologise for the inconvenience this is causing and are working hard to fix it as soon as possible. So that's a statement from Sussex County Cricket Club as Robinson is on his way over the wicket, bowls and pulled away by Matt Fisher, and this is going to be his first runs, and that's a brilliant bit of fielding by Ali Orr. Well fielded, brilliant, and a good throw as well. That was super stuff from Ali Orr. Good shot by Matt Fisher, and Ali Orr raced around the boundary from fine leg square, stopped the ball, got in a throw right over the top of the stumps to Ollie Carter. So good stuff from Ali Orr. 2 to the total though, 227 for 8. So there might be 1 or 2 frustrations, but the club are working hard to get those resolved as Robinson is on his way again, comes in and bowls. That was a slower delivery, and Fisher is forward, plays to mid-off, but there is no run. 3 off the over. Ollie Robinson, 15 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 40. I don't think he's bowling at full tilt, Ollie Robinson, in his first appearance of the county championship. He has a natural way there to Cheteshwar Pujara. He's bowled a little short burst as Ollie, so I just wonder whether he's had 3 overs this morning, whether perhaps there'll be a change. We'll see. Nick's been in touch. He says, morning Adrian, very excited for this morning's play. It's refreshing to see Sussex in the driving seat as opposed to trying to stay in the game, which always seemed to be the case in recent seasons. I'll be following the action on the stream before heading over to Burgess Hills Town. Huge game against Beckenham today. Have a great day, Nick Davey. Thank you, Nick.
Meanwhile, here's Carson to Edwards, flicking out into the leg side. Alior with a diving stop. Good morning to you, Jeff Smith, who says, with the weather looking to play a part and the points for the draw being reduced this season, bonus points have become even more important, so it's disappointing to be in the position we, presumably Yorkshire, are in. However, something has to be done about the results like last week with no play. Carson to Edwards, who tries to pull a delivery and misses. There's a stifled appeal because it looked pretty clearly to be going down leg, even from where I'm sitting. Yorkshire, of course, 23 runs shy of a first batting bonus point here. And at this point, any of those would be good to have in the plus column. As Edwards strides forward and runs this down to third man, where there's a sliding stop and return throw to keep him to 2. Taking the Aussie on to 4. 229 for 8. Good morning to you, Lily, as well, who says she's listening from a wet Malton. Carson. Fisher with a short leg for company. He's just lost his cap as he moves to field this latest little drop into the leg side by Matthew Fisher. He's been enticed by Jack Carson with having both mid-on and mid-off up. Come and hit me over the top if you fancy it, says Jack. And he's in again and loops one up and gives one for Matthew Fisher to drive, which he accepts, but then drives it straight at Finn Hudson-Prentice, who does the fielding, and then Scarpa's off into the distance, having been dropped deeper. Crocombe also dropping out down to our right to long on. Carson in again. Fisher solid and correct, although inside edgy. Last ball of the over to short leg. 229 for 8 after 64 overs. Yorkshire in their first innings.
And Ollie Robinson is coming out of the attack. It's going to be Nathan McAndrew who's going to pick up for Sussex from the Cromwell Road end in the lovely sunshine here on the south coast. The forecast good here for the most part of the day, so hopefully we're going to get a full day's cricket, 104 overs if we do. Interesting, Nick Davey talking about Burgess Hill Town. I covered a game there many, many years ago, Nick. It was in the FA Vars and Burgess Hill were playing Dorking from memory. I think it was a draw. And I think the ground is called Leyland's Drive or Leyland's Park, something like that. Anyway, good luck to Burgess Hill Town in their huge home game against Beckenham today. That might be a promotion game, who knows? It's that sort of time of year, isn't it, in the football season? So Nathan McAndrew, 12 overs, 1 made, 1 for 51, is coming down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. Coming into bowl to the right-handed Matthew Fisher, a slip and a gully of the close fielders and a short leg. McAndrew's in bowls and Fisher defends onto the leg side and there is no run.
Yeah, wherever you are, if you're involved in a club game today, let us know where you are, who's playing, we'll give you a shout out.
Please do, great call. Yeah, if it's your first game of the season, where are you playing and first tea of the season, there'll be people busily preparing sandwiches. And
already had a photograph from Copley CC in the shadows of a viaduct up there in the Halifax League, where Illingworth are apparently playing today. That's courtesy of Mark Clayton.
Well, let's hope the rain doesn't spoil things, because you waited all winter, that first game of the season. If it rains, it's a real shame. So let's hope that the rain clears and we get lots of club cricket in Yorkshire and Sussex today. In comes McAndrew, bowls. Fisher just stands and delivers, put a foot down the wicket and just belted the ball down through mid-on for 4 runs. And McAndrew looked at Fisher as if to say, where on earth did that come from?
A bit of the old adamant there from Fish.
Yeah.
But he did.
Long handle, whack.
He's been trying to play correctly and it's not yielded him many runs so far. Had it 2 off the first 16 balls he'd faced. So just bang.
Well, Liam will be on commentary after I've done my update at about 25 to 12. If Liam had been on commentary, he would have said he smoked that through mid-on. And he did smoke it through mid-on. He absolutely belted the ball down the ground. So good shot. He goes to 6, 238 for 8. McAndrew in again, predictably a shorter delivery, but Fisher plays it well, gets up on his toes and turns it back at a square on the leg side, and Hudson-Prentice comes racing into field. But 1 more to Fisher, who goes to 7.
Heard from our colleagues Kev James and Andrew Rad, up at the match at Northampton, between Hampshire and Northampton earlier. They were laughing at my pre-day video, saying, Jamo suggesting that he wanted to be my lighting man.
Right.
Because I don't think you could see my face very well on it, which is probably of benefit to most viewers. Hampshire 82 for 8, Northamptonshire 117 for 5. They were hoping for a day off tomorrow, I think.
McAndrew in bowls, that's short, and the ball balloons over the head of his fellow Australian, Mickey Edwards, and there is no run.
Somerset 441, Lancashire are getting themselves into a strong position, but will there be enough time left in the match? Already you're starting to wonder. Lancashire 334 for 1 in the 65th over of their first innings. Some cricket as well at Canterbury, where Essex are still in their first innings, 324 for 3. That one's heading for a draw.
Here comes McAndrew down the hill, bowls, and forward comes Edward, played into the gully, fielded by Carson, and there is no run.
And play to resume at 12 o'clock after a delay again in the match at New Road. Gloucestershire 231 all out, of course, recovering from that 30-odd for 6, 40-odd for 7 in their first innings. Worcestershire 118 for 7 when they do get going again. Notts 364 and Middlesex 125 for 3 against them at Lords. And Durham 421 for 6, still the first innings of that game at Sophia Gardens. So not many results around in this round in Division 2, you feel. Sussex could steal a march here.
Candrew bowls, it loops in the air just out of the reach of Tom Clark, who was diving back from short leg. You could only assume there was maybe a little inside edge on that entrepad. The ball ballooned in the air over the head of Tom Clark. Nonetheless, Edwards goes through for a run. He goes to 5, and the total at the end of the over is 235 for 8. Interestingly, Jonathan, we were talking about, first matches of the season, that sort of thing, and whitening pads. But I mean, I just played village cricket. I wasn't great at village cricket anyway, but anyway, that's what I played. But no one when I was younger had their own kit. No one had their kit. It was the club kit. And so you would turn up and there'd be 3 or 4 sets of pads, some bats and some gloves. So someone in the club would have to do that, and we all borrowed the same kit. That's what we did. Very, very... If you turned up with your own bat, you were quite something.
Carson bowling then to Edwards, who tries a Matthew Fisher but doesn't get much of it. He's along the deck to Crocombe at mid-on, no run. It was the same for me playing the first season, probably of junior cricket that I played. I can remember players coming out and swapping the bat as
absolutely.
The outgoing batter gave it to the incoming batsman, as they used to be called. As Carson's in and with an open face, Edwards pushes it out through point, and they'll get through for 1 run. The green spiky gloves, just the big bag of kit with the pads in, And
I've been to games where you'll get to an away game and someone says, "Well, who's bringing the kit? Weren't you meant to bring it up, Georgie? You have to go back to the clubhouse and get the kit." That happened.
I've played games where players, never mind the kit, have been forgotten when we got to an away ground. Here's Carson, and that's turned onto the leg side by Fisher.
They were such fun days. They were great days.
Doesn't matter what level, does it? Just play the game. It's a great game to play.
Yep.
Carson in again, a little bit of loop about this one. Nicely negotiated though by Fisher, turned to leg.
You talk about people batting with. Someone would have their favourite bat in the club bag, but if their colleagues, their teammates using it, you think, well, I want to use that bat. That's my favourite one.
Carson then again. Fisher pushes into the offside. Carson's got to go do the cleaning up himself because he's dropped a fielder back, and so Fisher takes him on and gets through for the 1, moving him on to 8. Yorkshire to 237 for 8, 13 shy of a batting point. Could Yorkshire just add a bit of niggle, a bit of frustration value at the end here, a bit like Carson himself did yesterday with Henry Crocombe?
Yeah.
Here he is again, Jack, and Edwards. Solid forward defence, 237 for 8 at the end of that over. So I've played in matches where players have been left behind. Well, it's just all sorts of great. It's a great sport for those little memories, isn't it? Things you can remember, little incidents in games. It'd be great to hear a few of those as well.
Well, absolutely.
The funnies that have taken place when you've been playing cricket.
Yeah. And actually, talk about club kit. I mean, the club would, beginning of the season, we could maybe afford to buy a new bat, which was quite a thing. But if the bat split or broke, crumbs, we can't afford another bat. And if the ball got lost in the long grass around the ground, everyone had to go look for it because you could just say, "Oh, let's use another ball." Though, did you?
No.
Go to the local for a game.
Along with Mickey Edwards, entrusted with the responsibility of trying to get him to at least that.
I'm not sure I've seen Cheteshwar Pujara take a catch for Sussex before. I might be wrong. So if the lads are listening in the office, it might be worth checking. I mean, I could go through all my records from last year. He said, I haven't got my book here. That's annoying. I'm not sure I've seen Pujara take a catch for Sussex. Well, nothing like that. That was terrific stuff. So, he has today, 239 for 9. Nathan McAndrew picks up his second wicket of the innings. And as Doidge says, 11 more runs needed if Yorkshire are going to get themselves a batting point. The last man comes out, Benko, who's He can back, can't he, Georgie?
Yeah.
Yeah. And lest we forget, Sussex added 57 for the last minute. Last minute, the last wicket. Distracted by this music in my ear. Partnership of 57. Anyway, over to you, Georgie, for some sensible commentary.
Jack Carson then to Mickey Edwards. Several fielders around the bat. Leg slip, short leg, orthodox slip, and he's pushed a single out to the cover sweeper. 240 for 9, 10 needed for a batting point. I think that's got to be the aim first and foremost of this pair, and if they could get any more than that, that would be an excellent last stand. Number 10 on Ben Code's back. Back with you, Harmsy, for your update.
Yeah, it's going to be Carson coming in from the C end of the ground. Just going for an update to our listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. In comes Jack Carson in and bowls, and forward comes Code. Plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Slip, short leg, and a leg slip all in place. Carter in again, bowls, and forward comes Code, plays away into the offside, fielded by Hudson Prentice, and there is no run. On the leg side is a sort of a square leg who's slightly forward of square. In comes Carson, bowls. Well, I'm actually here if you want to come to me for an update. Yes, thank you, Amani. Good morning so far for Sussex. They packed up a couple of wickets here in the South Coast sunshine. The second, a quite brilliant catch by the skipper Cheteshwar Pujara, diving away to his right-hand side to account for Matthew Fisher off the bowling of Nathan McAndrew. Jack Carson has picked up the other wicket this morning, having Jordan Thompson LBW. So Yorkshire now 239 for 9. They still trail Sussex by 122. Hopefully they'll turn the clean feed off, and then we won't hear the music in our... Comes Carson round the wicket, bowls, and there we are. The music has gone. We can concentrate on the cricket. Played into the offside. There is no run. End of another Jack Carson over. 18 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 45. I'm going to vacate the seat, and I'm going to leave you with Jonathan. And for the first time today, we're going to hear from the Biscuit Man, who is Liam O'Brien. I'm sure he's thrilled to be called the Biscuit Man.
He's probably been called worse, I would imagine. Thanks, Harmsy. Okay, so Nathan McAndrew going to continue at the Cromwell Road end of the ground. A little bit of gardening from Mickey Edwards. A slip in place. Gully, short leg. And they've dropped point deep. Pujara himself, skipper, is in the covers. There's a mid-off and a mid-on. It's Ollie Robinson, the latter. And Finn Hudson Prentice is just over the left shoulder of short leg. Squarish on the one, as well as a fine leg, really, as McAndrew's first delivery is just dropped into the offside by Edwards, and there is no run. 240 for 9. Edwards on 8, and Code yet to get off the mark. There was a bit of a private battle going on between Ben Code and Finlay Bean, who are both products of Studley Royal Cricket Club up there near Ripon, in the first match of the season against Leicestershire, because at that point Ben Code had a higher first-class score than Finlay's best, but Finlay then rose to the challenge and came up with 100 himself. Ben Code yet to get a first-class 100. He's got an opportunity to do that here as Edwards helps one on its way down to final leg for a single, and Ben Code will be on strike. Good morning, Liam.
Morning. How are we? You all right?
All good. Yeah, I think there'll be a few Yorkshire supporters listening that are not so good, having seen a couple more wickets go down this morning, and still, 120 runs behind. But at the very least, they'll be wanting the visitors to get another 9 runs here and at least tick off 1 batting point. Salvage something from this first innings as Ben Code drives. He plays that shot well out towards extra cover, takes on the arm, and It was almost a direct hit from Tom Haynes. A few hands on heads suggested it could have been close. But Ben Code gets home for 1 and off the mark, 242 for 9.
That is the exact one as a fielder or as a fielding team where you know it's nowhere near, but you just want to create a bit of atmosphere, so you just pretend it's close anyways, as if you're telling the umpires out. But it was a pretty delayed reaction when it went past.
As if any cricketer's ever tried to psych out an umpire. Seen a few of those over the years. Here's McAndrew bowling to Edwards, solidly behind it, pushing back to the bowler. No run. You know the one where the bowler comes in, he'll bowl 2, 3, and he'll be...
Yeah.
Because obviously this is close, but I'm not appealing up, so when I do, it's obviously nailed on.
Yeah. I actually got taught it. I got taught it when I was... I've got bowling coach said to me, just talk to the umpire as you're going through, and as much as he's middled it, just say, oh, ump, if he missed it, that was out, wasn't it? And then the umpire ended up saying, oh, yeah, it would have been. So you're tricking them into saying, if it's a pads, it'll be out.
McAndrew to Edwards, who shoulders arms to this one. All the tricks of the trade. Yeah, get the umps on side if you're a bowler.
It's just funny because I tried it the first time I tried it. The umpire just looked at me like, "What are you talking about?" It's come out the middle of his bat. I was like, "But if it didn't, would have been out, wouldn't it?" And he was like, "Yes, but he's middled it."
Had all sorts of theories in the dressing room. I play with somebody who used to say, always just accept the first decision without question. Even if it's a really big appeal, okay, fine umps. And then once you've done that and you've got him, on side, it's not going to cause any controversy. Then you start to go. But others with different theories, put as much pressure on as you can from the start. McAndrew's final ball is dug out, almost Yorker length, dug out by Mickey Edwards. Dot ball. So McAndrew, 15 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 61, 242 for 9, 8 runs. Potentially precious runs. With the way things have gone with Yorkshire with batting points in recent years, let's not forget, of course, how close they were to staying up last year and what happened on that last day. Only a few points short, so every point can be vital in whatever it is you're playing for. They can't go down this year. At the moment, they'll be struggling to go back up as well.
So we've got Carson coming up the hill again. Pretty aggressive field. We've got a short leg and a short extra cover as well. So they really want to get this last wicket here, Sussex, as he comes into bowl. And it's just flicked away to short leg or to fine leg for a dot ball. But Carson's been bowling well. He's found his rhythm. You can always tell by his run up. He's looking very smooth. And the Sussex boys are itching to get off the field and get back into bat. But there's a bit of a commotion at the moment. What's going on? A commotion is probably a bit dramatic, but the umpires talk to each other. And Alior's changing his helmet. Looks like we're good to go again. So Carson's getting ready to walk up the hill. Aggressive field, a slip, short extra cover, short leg. Comes into bowl, flighted delivery, and he smokes it for a 6, I think it is. Over, he's given it a 6. And very nonchalant from Code, just picks it up and swats that for 6 runs over mid-wicket. What a shot. A bit of counter-attacking. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, watching that, it was pretty much just a half volley. He's saying, number 11, you won't hit this. And he's gone, yes, I will.
He's not bowled many bad balls, Jack Carlson, but that was probably one.
Yeah, well, I bet this could be a lot flatter as he comes into bowl. Yeah, a lot flatter. You're not doing that again to me. And that is a dot ball. But you've got to take wicket-taking deliveries, haven't you? And he's trying to get it up there in a bit of flight. But that was a pie, as they would call it, probably.
2 short of a batting point now, Yorkshire.
Yeah, they're going to be really keen to get that. Carson's coming up the hill again. Bowls it, flat delivery again, and that's played through point, and point is vacant, so they're going to try and nick 2 here. They're calling him through, and they're going to make that comfortably, and that is going to be the batting point. Big round of applause there.
Yeah, at least something out of the first innings, but still 111 runs short, and they've got to work really hard this last pair to try and get that down as low as they can.
Absolutely. But it's like a little moral victory. I know some people don't believe in them, but it's just nice to be able to get that on the board, and it feels like you're closer in the game. And now, just looking here, they've dropped Crocombe down at mid-on, so maybe they're going to tease him, see if he's going to go for it again. As Carson comes in, flighted delivery, and he blocks that one away. So I think Code's going to be a bit more mature than just trying to smack that for 6 again. Now, they're dropping cover out as well, so maybe giving him the single towards the end of the over. Last ball of the over as Carson comes in. Flatter delivery, taken down the leg side well by Carter. That's a dot ball, and that is 250 for 9 for Yorkshire. Edwards on 9, and Code also on 9.
Jack Carson, 19 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 53. So he's bowled really well in this innings, but that wasn't one of his better deliveries, and it was in Ben Code's arc. You'll see him swing through that area. If we see him bat for a while, very much his favoured area would be a little bit of width outside off stump, like you see with a lot of tail-enders, and he'll get his hands through it, and he'll be going through extra cover, that general area. Can certainly strike a good ball through there.
Well, I was looking at his stats yesterday as I was going through, and he's averaging 24 last year, so he can hold it, but it's pretty good for a number 11, that.
Yeah, definitely not the worst. Here's McAndrew. Short ball. Mickey Edwards, I think, wanted to... he's looking at his bat now. He wanted to give that some clout through probably cowshot corner. He's got it a bit straighter than that, and he's just going through the shot again, and he would have played it squarer ideally, he thinks.
It was there for it, wasn't it? That was set up.
It probably feels like he's missed out. 9 to him from 27. He looked fairly unruffled out there, I've got to say. Not looked in any major danger just yet, which probably means his off pole will disappear. If
True Adrian Harm style, isn't it?
Yeah.
It looks like he'll never get out, and then we'll see off stump coming towards us.
I might as well call it now before he's even bowled it. McAndrew bowling to Edwards. Short ball, helped on its way around the corner, and fielded by Ali Orr, who's pretty fine at fine leg. Quite nicely played by Big Mick, as the lads seem to be calling him. Talk about impressive nicknames.
Don't want to mishear that one, do you?
So he goes into double figures, 251 for 9. Code back on strike. Short leg comes in. Slip gully. Catcher as well. Hudson Prentice at a sort of leg gully. So suggestion may be this might be rib area for Code. McAndrew, no, he throws in one up to drive. Accepts the invitation, Ben Code, but he clothed it really to Pajara. An extra cover. Mick Dundee, yeah. Mick Dundee. Nathan McAndrew.
I'm just going to smile. I have no idea what you guys are on about here. Just giggling away to yourselves. Or just staring at the cricket. Just go along with it.
You need to get Googling operation and put in Crocodile Dundee. Short ball, there we go. It came from McAndrew, and Code ducked under that easily enough. Crocodile Dundee, I'd have thought 1986, something like that.
Yeah, 1986.
Around about the time Top Gun came out, they were both very popular in the cinemas at that sort of time. Paul Hogan and Linda Kozlovsky, I think. Was it Kozlovsky?
Yeah, it is. You know your stuff, don't you?
No, I don't really, but I just remember it.
Oh, you're reading my
screen. There was a Crocodile Dundee 2 as well. And then Ben Code has uppercut this latest delivery from McAndrew and will pick up a valuable 4 runs. It's clearly targeting the sort of chest area for Ben Code, but he gave him too much width there. It was dropped wide of off stump. And Ben's going to accept every little invitation he can get. 13 to him now from 15. 255 for 9. So Yorkshire have added 39 runs so far this morning, but for the loss of 2 wickets in the first 49 minutes of play. McAndrew in again, short again, Code underneath it again, and it's lobbed a long way up in the air, but drops about 10 yards short of Crocombe, who was coming round to field. They've had to settle for the 1 to complete that over, which went for 6. So McAndrew now 2 for 67 from 16, 256 for 9 Yorkshire. Go on, tell us more about Crocodile Dundee.
Yeah, I was just having a watch and trying to read through it without saying anything controversial, because one of the lines here I can't repeat. So apparently about on Google, a journalist travels to Australia to interview a unique crocodile poacher. When he rescues her from an attack, she invites him to New York, and despite the cultural differences, they fall in love. What a beautiful story. Not seen it. I've seen Top Gun though, if that helps.
It is. I'm getting emotional now.
Okay. I've set up the commentary box now. Adrian and Doidge's crying, so my bad. I'll take this over.
That's worth a watch, Liam.
Worth a watch. Is it in black and white?
Steady on.
So Carson's coming in, and that's he's coming round the wicket now. Sorry, got a little.
It's a good job he brought them biscuits.
Yeah, I know.
That could have been marching orders there.
Nearly got the marching orders already off air. So Carson's coming around the wicket now. We've got a short leg slip, and a first up. I quite like this approach from Carson as he comes into bowl. Flight delivery, and that is hit through mid-wicket for 4 runs. And Code's not messing around, is he? If it's in his arc, he's going to hit it.
It's a golf shot, that, isn't it, really? There was barely any foot movement, and it's almost like he's just having a little swing off the tee, and he's just he's pulled that.
That's the thing.
Chipped it over the top of Pujara, yeah.
I do think you should have a person out there. It's not a hard shot, just hit with the spin. Yeah, so they're moving Crocombe a little bit wider now. And Carson's going to come back, flights it again, and that is just blocked away for a dot ball.
He's enjoying himself. Ben Code, 18 off 19.
Put a few in his slot, and he's put them all away so far. Let's see what Carson does here as he's coming up the hill. Bowls it to Code, who goes away, backs away and cuts it, but Hudson Prentice is there to stop. And he's looking pretty active. He's trying to score here, so trying to up the run rate, and out of nowhere, Yorkshire scoring pretty quickly with Code here.
21 added for this 10th wicket so far.
Now Carson into bowl, and it's just hit straight down to straight into the floor. Short leg picks up and throws it straight back to Carson. I've just been watching Pujara. He was in more of a regulation mid-wicket, and he's just creeping back a little bit, so maybe he's there more for the miss hit and the catch. Seeing if they can tease Code into another big shot. They also drop out cover as well, so it looks like they're trying to give him the single, so he can face the next over. Carson comes in, flat delivery, and that is blocked away, and that is the over. So 260 for 9. Yorkshire are. Code's pretty quickly gone to 18 off 22. Edwards is still there looking strong as well, 10 off 28, and that was a good over from Carson.
Yeah, it was. Gary up to 1962. Good afternoon, good morning, as it still is to you. It says, hi guys from Romania, enjoying the comms as always. Watched all the Yorkshire innings yesterday. Live stream froze 3 or 4 times, but restarted reasonably quickly. Audio was a half second in front of the stream. Thanks for all the techies. Looking forward to my annual pilgrimage to Scarbados in July. Pleasure to listen. Hope Yorkshire can get back into the match. Henry Crocombe coming into the attack for the first time today from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. 9 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 33 to his name as we move into what is now over number 73 of this Yorkshire first innings, and his first delivery is turned through straight mid-wicket by Mickey Edwards. Ollie Robinson having to come round from mid-on and chase, and they're back for a couple.
That was a good looking shot, that. Very good.
Edwards on to 12. He's inspecting his bat like a guitar player would inspect and mess about with the strings, perhaps, something like that.
Yeah, it's a thing us batters do. Blame the bat instead of the fact you've not hit it as hard as you wanted to. It's not my fault, it's the bat's fault.
It's Crocombe then. Still got a short leg in place, goes short. Edwards takes it on, gets underneath it, and has slashed it away down to third man.
This is a matchup they're looking for, isn't it? Because it looks like Coe's been giving himself some room against a short ball, so I don't know if he wants to get in line with it. So I imagine he might get a few more of the short stuff here and hope to get a catch.
Yeah, and unless anything's changed with his with the work he's done during the winter with the bat, Ben Code, yeah, he just about always wants to get leg side of the ball when it's short. So he'll try and get out of the way of the short ball if it's aimed at him, rather than stepping across too often, trying to play any pull shots. Can't recall seeing him ever trying to do that. He's gone short here, and he just decided to duck underneath that one. 18 to Ben from 23 deliveries, still -4 the over rate. 72 and a half overs bowled. Didn't see any signs up on the board pre-play about the lunch and tea breaks, but I would imagine it's 1:10 and 4 o'clock, was it? Again.
Wow.
Now then, Ben Code has really got hold of this one, smashing it out towards the changing rooms, and that has gone for 6. If you're going to bowl short at Ben, then you may find a little bit of joy if you're attacking that ribcage area, but if you don't get it right, and that was too short, and he was able to swing his arms through the line.
I'll tell you what did it there as well.
Played.
A very 2020 like. As you give yourself room, if they follow you, you end up like giving yourself extra momentum, so you can even swing even harder. So he's just backed away there. As it's gone into his leg side, he's just smoked it for 6. And yeah, don't bowl that again.
Enjoying that. 24 to him, 269 for 9. What's Crocombe got in response? Tries again. Code gets underneath it. It's over the top of Robinson, drops just beyond him. Now that was a better short ball, you have to say, because Code didn't deal with it as well. And it looks like he got it pretty high on the bat, therefore lack of power, but fortune favoured him on this occasion. 270 for 9, he's on 25.
Yeah, he's really taken on this short bowling. And the ground's pretty big, so it's a big 6 from him.
Crocombe to Edwards, short, and he's having a crack as well now. Is he going to be caught on the boundary edge? No, it's gone all the way for 6 over mid-wicket. Tom Haynes backpedaling, but could get nowhere near that. So a very productive over for Yorkshire, with 16 runs coming from the bowling of Henry Crocombe, who's now gone 10 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 49. Both Yorkshire last pair hitting a 6 apiece. Edwards on 19, Code 25. They're 276 for 9. Where are you, batters? Where were you yesterday?
Yeah, well, I imagine Sussex weren't bowling a slot like they are at the moment. That might be the difference. Crocombe's probably not got that extra yard of pace, so you can't really bowl that length without asking for it, to be honest with you. It's got to either be right at the batter's head or shoulder height, so that they hit it up, or it's got to be a lot fuller, but that is just asking to be hit into the stands. And we're on the middle pitch here, I think, so the ground doesn't get much bigger than this, and they've hit it into the stands both times, so solid connection there. And now they finally brought in a deep mid-wicket as well for Carson as Codes on strikes. Let's see if he tries to take him on again. Carson in for his first ball now, and he comes down the pitch and drives that over mid-off. That's a great shot for another 6.
That is a beautiful shot.
What a shot that is. That was so nonchalant as well. Just walks down the pitch, held the pose as well, and he probably looked at Jack Carson and said, don't bowl that again.
Just a gorgeous cricket shot, wasn't it? Just a stride and a half, and he's not tried to overhit that. Just gave it the straight blade right out of the middle. Super shot, Ben Code.
And now they've dropped in a deep mid-off as well. So it's actually a good time for Yorkshire. A bit 2020 like, it's just to rotate the strike now and keep turning the runs over. It'd be interesting to see how Carson answers back as he comes up the hill here. Flat delivery, and that's blocked well. But this is really good work from Yorkshire. It's a bit of a counter-attacking, which the fans will be glad to hear about.
43 now, this last wicket partnership.
Yeah, and it's really quick as well, only off a few overs. And Carson's taking his time into bowl. And Code comes in and absolutely hammers it towards the commentary box, and that is over the commentary box, straight towards my car, but I think it's just missed it, so happy days. But that's an excellent shot. Just the pace Carson's bowling here, if he doesn't get the pitch of the ball right, then Code can come down the pitch and really back himself.
And it's really strange, isn't it? Jack Carson, he's been so controlled against the batters in the side, and he has bowled really well, but he's got one or two that are obviously just in Ben Code's area, and again, he didn't try and smash that, did he? He's not really put loads of power behind it. He's just relied on some good timing.
Absolutely. Definitely better than most number 11s around the circuit by the sounds of things. He's looking good at the moment as Carson comes around the wicket. Oh, and he goes to do a paddle sweep, edged over the top of their keepers. Bit of extra bounce from Carson then. It's rolling up that hill. Steep hill from Sussex, but it's only going to be 2. Good chase there from the, I think it's Allsop there at slip.
And that's a 50 partnership, 51 runs between the pair of them.
That's an excellent partnership there. Yorkshire fans are going to be very happy to hear.
Yeah, 51, yeah. In fact, no, 53, I should say. Apologies. They'd got the 50 partnership with the 6 before.
Big runs here from Yorkshire as well. Big runs, shortening the deficit. When they come out now, they'll have a...
And that was a no ball, by the way.
Was it?
Yeah, so 4
no
runs
ball.
from that. That's why... Oh, no, so they hadn't got it the ball before. They did get it from that delivery.
Oh, right.
Because it was 4 runs.
Well, there we have it. So now Carson's in again to bowl around the wicket. Code comes down the pitch, and that is another 6 over mid-wicket. I called that a little bit early because I thought it was going to go miles, but McAndrew's there at mid-wicket, nearly got there, but that is another 6 over mid-wicket. And it's just the pace that Carson's bowling at. I think he's trying to get the wicket and promote it, but Code's seeing the ball like a beach ball at the moment.
I don't know what the records are for the fastest 50 for a Yorkshire number 11. I don't know if we got records on that front. I know Graham Stevenson used to whack it about down the bottom end of the order for 1, but 45 off 30, there can't have been that many quicker if he can get there. He hasn't got there yet, but he's having a really good go here.
There's still 2 balls in the over. Let's not jinx him. See if he's mature and rocks it for 1. Oh, he leaves the ball there. Very, very good cricket there, very mature. I was going to try and have a look at the stats here, but I'm stuck on Google and Crocodile Dundee reviews. need to get off them. It's had a 6.6 rating officially, apparently. So last ball over. Carson's coming into the ball around the wicket. A lot of flat delivery, and it bowls him off stump. We've jinxed him. But yeah, a lot of flat delivery, and Coe's going to be upset there. But that's going to be the innings for Yorkshire. Great counter-attack in there for the last partnership. And Yorkshire finished on 298 all out. Code 45 off 32 deliveries. Edwards there stranded, 19 off 31. And that was a really important knock from Code. Some big hitting, and that's a fifer for Carson as well, I believe.
Yep, 5 for 79 from 21 complete overs and 2 maidens. Excellent effort from him. He just suffered a little bit at the hands of Ben Code in those closing moments. But what a knock from Ben Code. And overall, you'd say Jack Carson's bowled well, but he's just been collared for just 2 or 3 overs at the back end.
Absolutely.
From a Sussex point of view, from Carson's point of view, he's come back strongly by taking that final wicket. But Yorkshire will feel a lot better about life all of a sudden now, because the deficit is 63. And not so long ago, it was 100 and plenty. And an excellent, I mean, the last wicket partnership, 239 up to 298. I make that 59.
Yeah, that's what I make it as well. Yeah, well, I mean, that was a really good knock there from Code, and the difference in them 2 deliveries at the end when he didn't...
Top scorer with 49, but then Code following at number 11 with 45 exciting runs of his own. We'll be back in a few minutes' time to pick things up for the Sussex second innings, and who knows, there could be a few more fireworks still to come on day 3.
Well, welcome back to Hove. We've all just caught our breath here in the commentary box after that onslaught from Ben Code. 45 in 32 balls, 2 fours, 5 sixes. And just this morning when we were thinking those 2 wickets went down, we were thinking, well, Sussex with a nice healthy lead of 100 or so. Well, forget all of that, because the lead that Sussex have is 63 runs. My name's Adrian Harms. Liam O'Brien is with me here in the commentary box. Jonathan George just having a bit of a rest to get over that onslaught from Ben Code. There were some big sixes of those 5 sixes. Probably the biggest one was the one he hit up the ground. If you don't know Hove, you're hitting up the hill. And they were big sixes. He's had a bit of a game as Ben Code. He's taken 5 for 54. And he's made 45 in 32 balls, and he's now going to open the bowling, so he's getting his match fees worth. He's Ben Code. He comes running down the hill to bowl to the left-handed Ali Orr. And bowls, and Orr is straight on his way, nudges that down to fine leg and picks up a single. So to the total on the board, we need to add 63, which is going to be tricky as we go along. And I wonder, Liam, exactly how Sussex are going to approach this.
Absolutely. I hope they back themselves as batters. If they see one in their slot, still be nice and positive, but I think they'll early on not want to lose too many wickets, because then the game's in their hands and they can control the situation a little bit better. And if you heard a massive shout and an awe from the Yorkshire players, that came out the middle of the bat there from Ali Orr. So it's one of those, as a bowler early on or as a field, you want to pretend it's close, but Ali Orr played that well down to a fine leg.
Here comes Code. The sun has briefly disappeared. He's in on bowls, and forward comes Haynes. And, well, Ali Orr has been run out. He was run out here in the last game against Durham and the last game of last season, backing up. And Tom Haynes drilled that down the ground, and Ali Orr scrambled. He had to dive back into his ground because the ball hit the stumps at the far end. He won't want that to happen again, Liam.
I know, I was here last time, wasn't I?
You were.
And I told the story, if you guys haven't heard it before. I got out in my first game of my World Cup in 2019 like that, and I got an absolute hammering from my coach because I wasn't in my crease, so I bet he got a little bit as well.
Code in bowls to Haynes, who clips down to fine leg and picks up a single. Delighted that Liam has joined us in the commentary box here. Liam plays for the England physical disability side. And great to have him here on commentary. You were going up to Loughborough the last time that I saw you for a game. Tell us what happened in that.
Yeah, so we had our first game of the year up in Loughborough.
That was for
the England physical disability
yep.
team, yeah. And it was against Leicestershire Academy, and we came out and we beat them in the 2020. We did really well, to be fair.
In comes Code, bowls, and Orr is forward, straight back down the track. Code of his own bowling, and there is no runner. For the benefit of we bowling, we batting. Tell us about your performance.
Yeah, so I'm an all-rounder. So thankfully, in 2020s, I just absolutely love it because I'm in the game all the time. I opened the bowling and I batted 4. So I sound like one of those where you're the coach's son, don't you? But it's not. I opened the bowling, had a good spell. I didn't take any wickets, but good economy, and then I gave it away trying to hit one out the ground. 9 off 6, I think I got.
In comes Code, bowls, and Orr plays slightly uppishly to mid-on. There is no run. And I have to say, you left here on the Saturday of the Durham game. I left early because I was going up to London to see a concert, and you played late here, and you were going up to Loughborough that night for the game on the Sunday. So none of this professional footballer business where you're up there about a day beforehand and resting. So what on earth time did you get to Loughborough that night?
Yeah, I got to the hotel. The hotel was actually booked in Leicester, so I got to the hotel at 12:30 in the morning, and then had a team meeting at 8 in the morning, I think. So it was an early one.
Code in bowls. Orr is struck. He looked like he was struck sort of around the midriff, to be honest. There is no run. The ball bounces in front of him. There is no run. So Sussex have safely negotiated the first over of this reply. They're 2 without loss. Haynes on 1, Orr is on 1. The lead is now 65. Just to say, I know a few of you are listening. There's been problems with the Sussex County Cricket Club stream, to which our commentary is linked. And we have had a few emails and tweets in both yesterday and today with people expressing a degree of frustration. The club have given a statement. They do apologise. They're working hard to resolve the problems that they've been with the stream. Another gentleman got in touch as well. He'd been listening online yesterday and got some programming that he wasn't expecting. So I apologise for those issues on behalf of the club. And if you were listening online, sir, for technical difficulties, they may have been around the BBC. But we're doing our best to resolve the problems. And I do hope wherever you're listening that you're enjoying the game, because this game is really well set, Liam.
No, absolutely. It's an absolute cracker. And Fisher's going to come in round the wicket to start. So he's going to try and attack Tom Haynes probably straight at the stumps. And he's into bowl in his first ball. Leg side, and Haynes times the hell out of that. Flicks it to the leg side, goes past the square leg umpire, and that's only going to be 2. But he timed that really well.
No, he timed it beautifully.
Looking good out here. And funny you say about my first game. It was one of those, Adrian, where we had to warm up extra early because it was 7 degrees, and it was one of those we have to harden the hands. So they had these brand new, and if you guys haven't played with the white ball before, they're so hard when they're brand new, and they nailed cricket balls at us for about half an hour trying to harden our hands. So Fisher's now into bowl, and that's blocked away well from Tom Haynes for a dot ball. So yeah, they spent like half an hour just nailing balls at us, just trying to get our hands ready. But it was like 5-6 degrees at 8 in the morning, so it's freezing.
So are the white balls harder than the red balls?
So they're originally harder. Well, in my opinion, the white balls are really, really hard as brand new, but they soften up quite quick. And the seam on the kookaburras are really sharp's probably the wrong word, but they are it's quite pronounced. So the Duke's ball definitely stays, like the red one stays harder for longer, but the white one's rock hard to start with, which is why you see it go so far in the power play and stuff. So Fish is in now, and that's blocked away well again from Tom Haynes. So yeah, it's really hard when you first come off. So like when you open the batting, if you're probably here for a 2020 night, if you hear a white ball get hit by like a new bat and a new ball, it sounds like a cannon's gone off. But then as the ball gets softer, it doesn't go as far, and it softens up a lot quicker.
Who's involved in the coaching setup for the England side?
So we did have Ian Salisbury, and he passed on. That sounds a bit dramatic. He moved on. Obviously, came here to Sussex as head coach for James Kirtley, and now we have a new setup. So we have a young coach called Ben Silver, works at Loughborough University, and then another coach as well. As Fisher comes in, and that's an absolute jaffer. Goes straight to Hope there at the keeper. But just to explain that one to you guys, is probably middle and leg line delivery, good length ball, and it's jagged off the seam and gone past off stump, and Tom Haynes is going to be glad he didn't nick that one. So yeah, just going back to my coaching staff. So we have a guy called Jack Myers as our assistant coach. Awesome coaching setup, and I think there was we'd had quite a similar coaching style and setup for quite a while, and they really wanted to freshen it up. They had a really big interview process, and we've got a very young setup, and it's a really good team atmosphere we've got going this year. So it's nice to start off with a win. And Fish is coming into bowl here, and that's well blocked from Tom Haynes.
It's interesting that you say that, and you're talking about new coaches and new ideas. And I'm just thinking here at Sussex, Paul Farbrace has come in, and I guess coaches do have different ideas. I guess that can be worrying if you're in the setup, but I guess if you're prepared to embrace change, that it can work well, Liam.
Absolutely. It's so weird. It's like a job interview for players as well, because it's a pretty fresh setup. Jack Myers, the assistant coach, was with us as a kind of an assistant as well during the World Cup, so he knew us a little bit. But the new coach coming in, it's like trying to prove yourself again to show that you deserve to be in the team. As Fishers comes up at the bowl, and it's blocked away well from Tom Haynes, who's looked very good early on, very solid, and that is going to be the over. So 4 without loss for Sussex, 2 overs in, and well bowled there from Fisher.
It certainly was. Let me just have a quick zip around the country just in terms of the scores. In the First Division, Essex 404 for 4 over the border in Kent at Canterbury. 148 not out Nick Brown. Tom Wesley made 148. Middlesex in trouble again at Lords. They're having a rough start to their season on Middlesex. Notts making 364. Ben Duckett 177, warming up nicely for the summer and of course the Ashes. But Middlesex in real trouble, 157 for 5, despite 76 from Mark Stoneman. Someone else warming up for the Ashes there is Stuart Broad, who's picked up 3 of the wickets at headquarters this morning. In comes Ben Code from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Ali or forward, placed to mid-wicket footed by Bess, and there is no run. Northamptonshire are following on at Wantage Road against Hampshire. Hampshire 482 for 8. Northants bowled out for just 149 in their first innings. James Fuller taking 6 for 37. Northamptonshire second time around a 1 without loss. And Hampshire continue to pile the runs on down at Taunton. They're 413 for 2 in reply to Somerset's 441. Keaton Jennings 189 not out. In comes Code bowls and all is forward to bowl of good length, placed to mid-off. There is no run. Josh Bohannon out for 85. Yesterday Luke Wells made 82. In the second division they are playing today. They had a washed out day apart from here yesterday. Durham declaring on 471 for 9. They've already taken a wicket in the Glamorgan reply. Glamorgan 4 for 1. The man out Byron for a duck, bowled by Paul Coughlin. Marnus Labuschagne is batting at number 3. He's yet to score. And the final game I'll give you in a moment, as in comes Code, bowls to all. Lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Shy Hope. There is no run. Well, Worcestershire are 132 for 7 in reply to the Gloucestershire total of 231. In terms of it is interesting this, because there's 3 slips in place. Obviously Adam Lyth is thinking a couple of early wickets here, puts the pressure back on Sussex. So this is an absorbing game, because Sussex will be wanting to move things along, but mindful here they don't want to lose wickets early.
No, absolutely. The new ball's so important here at Hove, isn't it? Because it can start to flatten out once the new ball starts going.
Code in bowls and all drives down the ground. Good stop by Ben Code on his follow through, down smartly to his right hand side fields, and there is no run. And I know you were speaking before, talking about your timetable and your schedule for the summer league, but for the benefit of our listeners up in Yorkshire, just tell us how this season is panning out and what the next objective on the horizon is for the disability side.
Absolutely. So we've got supposed to have a World Cup in 2023 October, I think it is. So the exact date's not confirmed, but we're all building this summer towards that, which is exciting. In
comes Code bowls, let go by Orr, taken by Hope, no run, and that's due to be where?
In India.
Oh, how exciting is that?
Absolutely, I can't wait. It's so good, and I've literally spent the last, because we've known it's been coming up, I've spent the last year and a half practicing my sweep. So when I was coming through, I thought I'd be really flashy and learn the reverse sweep and the ramp and everything like that, but I never actually taught myself properly how to do a traditional sweep. So I spent the last year and a half properly drilling it, and it's starting to feel like a natural shot now. So I kind of just want to be able to use it in India to show that I've been working on it.
In comes Code bowls and all plays it nicely down. That's going to be 4 runs. Good shot by Ali Orr. In fact, I think he just got a hand on that, did Mickey Edwards. He may have taken the pace off. Is it enough to stop it going over? Yes, he just about does. So I called that prematurely, but 3 runs to Ali Orr. He goes to 4, and the total to 7 without loss. Add 63 to that, you get a lead of 70, which is the Sussex lead. Have you been to India before?
I've not. I've done Dubai a few times. That's probably as close as I could get in terms of like climates and stuff.
I've never been. I would love. What an experience. That's hope. So where would you know if that's going to happen, Liam?
Well, we're trying to find out ASAP, because the Men's World Cup is on at the same time. I think we have to fit it around that, which is the interesting thing. But the main talk is playing in Ahmedabad, so that would be the 130,000 seater stadium they've just built. So that would be amazing. And we've already got family and everyone kind of ready to go, looking at flights. So as soon as we get the date, I imagine they'll book it in. And my mum and dad were saying, when should we go? Because we can't go for like a month or so. Like, when should we go? Should we go for the knockouts, or like, do you know how far you'll make it? I was like, book it for the last bit. We'll be in the final. Trust it. If you
do they want a commentator? Georgie and I are free in October, I think, for a month in India.
Fish is into bowl here, up the hill, and that's blocked away well from Ali Orr.
So sorted then, right?
Ahmedabad away. And I'll watch Crocodile Dundee on the flight over. learn a little bit.
That is so, seriously though, Liam, I mean, you're 24.
Yeah.
How exciting is that to think you might be going to a World Cup in India? That is amazing.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. It's one of those things where a lot of the team have been to Bangladesh in 2015 and won the World Cup, and there's a lot of new starters coming through now and youngsters who haven't won the World Cup, so there's such a motivation from us to win our first World Cup. And our Fish is into bowl, and that's gone through third man, so it's gone leg side, nipped away, and Ali Orr's managed to get an outside edge down to third man for 4 runs there, and head in his hands there for Fisher. That's a really good length ball, and he'll feel unlucky there, and there's no one at deep third man, so that runs away for 4. Yeah, it's a really exciting time for the team, because we do have a lot of youngsters, and I say I'm probably one of the senior members for the youngsters, so there's a lot of new guys coming through, and I'm trying to kind of look after them a little bit, and I don't know, because I'm not calling the other players old, but because I can relate to them and I'm a lot closer in age, I can kind of go through the process and help them a bit. So there's a lot of new starters that really want to win their first World Cup, and then there's a lot of the other guys that have won the first one, and they know what it feels like and desperate to win it back. So it's a really exciting time for the team. Fisher's into bowl now, and that's well bowled again. Fisher's really found his length early on. It's blocked away from Ali Orr, but he's got his rhythm early, hitting the seam hard. He's looking good in. He's gone for 4 obviously early in this over, but that was from a good ball rather than a good shot from Ali Orr, so he's looking good.
You've got a fan, Liam. Lily in Moulton in North Yorkshire says, this is an interesting game. That was a good last wicket partnership between Ben Code and Mickey Edwards. I love watching Ben Code and Matthew Fisher bowl together. I enjoy watching the stream. Liam is great on commentary. There you go.
Thank you, Lily. I'll send you a $5 later.
That's right. Is that your auntie? Or
yeah, it's actually my fake account. So Fisher's into bowl, round the wicket, and that's well bowled again. Ali Orr's going to push it to the mid-on region and nick a single as well. Good run in there.
This is sad news outside of cricket. Barry Humphries, who played Dame Edna as his alter ego, has died at the age of 18. I remember seeing Barry Humphries in pantomime at Wimbledon Theatre a few years ago, and he was very funny. So that's some sad news. The Australian entertainer Barry Humphries has died at the age of 89 in Sydney.
I feel a little bit like the Grim Reaper, Adrian. Every time I've been on, someone's died.
Yeah, that's sad.
I feel like there's a curse or something. So Fish's going to come up the hill, round the wicket, bowls into Tom Haynes, who blocks that well. And one of my things with Tom Haynes, he has such a good cover drive and cut shot. When he properly commits to it, he looks unbelievable. And when his defence is looking solid like this, I don't want to jinx him, but it looks like he might be in for the run today if he stays compact and then takes advantage of them balls outside off.
I know you know a few of the Sussex lads around, and Sussex have had a miserable time. Let's be honest about it the last couple of years, particularly in the county championship. Winning that game against Durham, I don't know if you've spoken to any of the boys at all, but certainly the feeling that I got was, just break off for a moment.
No, absolutely. So Fish coming in for the last ball of the over, round the wicket, and that is nailed to mid-off and stopped well from Edwards there. Full of delivery, and like I said, Tom Haynes is looking good. And that's the over, so 12 full without loss.
Add 63 to that, you get 75, which, is that right? Yes. Which is the Sussex lead. And I think certainly the feeling was, and I spoke to Paul Farbrace after the game, and he was saying it was just very, very important to get over the line in that match, which is a very sort of sporty in term, getting over the line. But it is right, isn't it? Because, on the final day you need 59 with 5 wickets in hand, you lose that game, and that the effect on run. But I don't know if you spoke to any of the boys and what the feeling is around the club. Certainly, it seems very positive. Yeah, so I've not really spoken to any of the guys. I've been a little bit away with my cricket and training, so I've not really had a chance to catch up with anyone. But what I always think and say is winning's like there's a mentality behind it, and it's contagious. And to win your first game like that, you can then draw back on previous experiences and know you've done it, and it becomes contagious. So it was really good from Sussex to go over the line. In comes Ben Code, bowls to Ali Orr, lets that go outside the off stump, and there is no run. I like that, contagious, because often people say winning becomes a habit, but I think contagious is a slightly different slant on it, and I like that. Yeah, it's really hard to explain, and you'll probably see it a lot with top teams, let's say for football. They always just find a way to nick a result. I always go back to when Man United had Van Persie. We didn't play that well that year, but you always just found a way to do it at the end, and we won the league that year just to rub it in. In comes Code, hit on the pad is Ali Orr. For my money, that was disappearing down the leg side. He got a long way across, did Ali Orr, which perhaps meant the appeal, or it may have been closer than I thought, but he tucked that one down to long leg was Ali Orr. One thing I'd always say, Adrian, is never judge how close something is by their appeal. We have a thing as a team, is you go up and you back yourselves, and if it hits the pads, you just put pressure on because you never know. And in fairness, my first game a couple of weeks ago against Leicestershire, there was a guy who went to do a sweep and I was at mid-wicket and it hit the pads and I went up big time and no one else went. I was like, cheers lads, thank you. In comes Code, around the wicket bowls to Orr, and thumps this through the covers, and that's going to be 4 runs. Beautifully played by Ali Orr, timed away off the back foot, the ball speeds away across the outfield, and it's a really quick outfield at Hove, despite the fact it's April and we've had a lot of rain down in these parts. But Shaquille had no chance of cutting off. Quality shot from Ali, or he goes to 13, and Sussex to 16 without loss.
Yeah, and as you were saying about Middlesex earlier, I have a few friends who are big Middlesex fans, and they're not too happy with how it's going on at the moment, and they're listening in today, and it's funny having to teach my friends how to use a radio. So if you're listening, hope you're doing well, boys, and hope Middlesex do a little bit better.
Code and bowls, and all is forward, plays the ball down the ground to mid-on, and there is no run. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Leeds, BBC Radio York, BBC Radio Sheffield, BBC Radio Humberside, are all the stations around Yorkshire, and I just reeled those off easily.
That's a little round of applause. It's taken easier listing the ones that it wasn't on, I think.
It's taken me 3 days to learn that, so I do apologise to our listeners in Yorkshire, but I hope you're enjoying the coverage, whether you're watching on the stream. I know there's been 1 or 2 issues. In comes Code and Bowls, or is forward, plays into the offside. And just to reiterate, the club are working really hard to sort out the stream. And I don't need to make excuses for the club, but there's not a huge amount of people here. I know that some of the clubs where the streams are, they've got all sorts of camera angles, and Sussex are working very hard to make the stream good. And it's all new technology, and everybody's doing their best to make it work. So if it isn't great, the club are doing their best behind the scenes to get things sorted out. But the cricket is absorbing. In comes Code down the hill, bowls to or is forward, plays down the track, and there is no run. It is the end of the over. Good over from Ben Code. We're going to be doing an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a moment's time. Sussex are 16 without loss. Or is on 13. Haynes is on 3. Decent crowd in for a Saturday. The southwest corner is, I don't know, about maybe a quarter full. People sitting in there. I can see 1 or 2 people sitting in T-shirts. The majority have got a jumper on or a light coat. And if you're thinking of wandering down to Hove and watching the action today, well, as I say, I think a jumper's required because it's still a bit chilly, but it's dry, and the forecast is good for the rest of the day. It's going to be Matthew Fisher, Karen. I'll hand back to Liam in a minute when I've done my update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex, as Matthew Fisher runs away from us, comes in and bowls to Tom Haynes. Haynes is forward, and lovely timing down the ground from Tom Haynes. He picks up a couple of runs as Mickey Edwards just comes across the field down in front of us, the tall Australian, and it's 2 more to Tom Haynes, who has moves on to 5, and the total moves on to 16. Is that 16, Liam? Yes, 16 without loss. 18 without loss. As a light aircraft makes its way across the ground. Thanks very much indeed, Amani. Yes, here at Hove, we've had an exciting morning, and Tom Haynes just belts a delivery, an over-pitch delivery from Matt Fisher through the covers for 4 runs. So Sussex 22 without loss. Haynes goes to 9. His partner Ali Orr is on 13. And that means the Sussex lead over Yorkshire is now 98. Yorkshire bowled out this morning for 298, but not before a terrific last wicket partnership of 59 between Ben Code, who made 45 in just 32 balls, with 5 sixes before he was out, in conjunction with Mickey Edwards, who was not out 19. Jack Carson, the pick of the Sussex bowlers, he took 5 for 79 in his 21 overs. So Sussex here with a lead of 98 at Hove, and we've got another 80 overs to be bowled today in the match.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Adrian. Adrian will be back in another hour.
So that's the cricket update done. Good shot that by Tom Haynes.
Oh, that's a beauty. That's exactly what I was on about, wasn't it? You know, with this cover drive, it's starting to get trademarked. I've got music on in the background.
Yes, we'll ask if they could turn the music off back in the studio.
It's a beautiful shot. Beautiful shot.
I'll tell you what, I'll leave you to kind of the commentary, and I'll make a call to the studio, Liam.
Oh, appreciate it. As Fisher comes in, answers back, and that's nipped off the seam there and outside edge to cover for 1 there. Tom Haynes scrambles through. And talking about the crowd here today, it's starting to fill up, and weather is really nice. Saturday, we've got a few people in the hospitality. The members' pavilion's really starting to fill up, and got my girlfriend and my granddad sitting over there as well watching. Girlfriend didn't watch any cricket a few years back, and now who would have thought she'd be at a 4-day game watching county cricket? So who said county cricket's dead? It's thriving, and it was an exciting innings earlier from Code, and he started his spell well. Now his partner in crime, Fisher, coming up the hill. Oh no,
Put down.
that was put down at mid-wicket.
Shaquille, I think.
He'll be really disappointed with that. So pretty full-length delivery, swatted away to mid-wicket by Ali Orr, but it's in the air, and I think it's Shaquille, isn't it?
Yeah, should have been taken. He clipped that off his toes. It was in the air. It was sort of chest high, and that should have been taken.
That you can tell by my silence. I'm trying to really sugarcoat it, and as a bowler there, I'd be absolutely livid. And Mickey Edwards has just come over actually and given Fisher a little hug. So I think he knows how he feels there. And Shaquille's going to, I hope, apologise. Bowlers union, everything like that, you've got to apologise there. As Fisher comes in and then bowls an absolute jaffa, and he is fuming that he's missed the outside edge as it's a dot ball, goes through to Shai Hope, and he is absolutely livid. Fisher, he's not taking his hat back from the umpire or anything. He's walking straight down to fine leg. It's actually just quite interesting seeing him walk off in anger and kind of see how the team handle that. But it might pump him up. Me as a bowler, if something like that happens, it really does fire you up, and I can't wait to see if he gets another over to see how he bowls. And Sussex now 23 without loss, Haynes on 10, and Ali Orr with that lifeline on 13 off 22.
I mean, nobody means to put catches down. These things happen, but at this level, I think that's almost a gimme, really. But it was hit firmly, but it was straight to him.
Absolutely.
So a chance has gone a begging. 23 without loss are Sussex, and that chance going down when Ali Orr was on 13. So we'll see how costly that might be. 2 slips, a gully. There's a cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as in comes Ben Code running down the hill, comes into bowls, and Tom Haynes hammers that away. That's going to be 4 runs. Lovely shot by Tom Haynes. I mean, that's a favoured area for Tom Haynes, short outside the off stump, and he absolutely belted that away through cover point for 4 runs. Lovely shot by Haynes. He goes to 14, and Sussex to 27 without loss.
Absolutely. It's one thing I was speaking about earlier. If you pick up with Tom Haynes now, it seems like it's a super strength of his, hitting through cover. That's what my old coach in Salisbury used to do. Instead of him drilling all my weaknesses, I had a few shots I was really strong at, and he just used to drill them even more. So if it's in your area, you know you're going to hit it for 4, and he's looking on top form at the moment here.
Coded and bowls, and Haynes watches and lets that one go through to Shai Hope behind the stumps, and there is no run.
But that was a really useful bit of coaching, especially at the age I was, where all I was worried about is my weaknesses coming through and trying to fix them. And Salisbury at the time was our head coach, and he came and said, Liam, you're so good at this shot and this shot, so instead of you worrying about your weaknesses, let's build up your strength even more. So if it's in your area, you know it's going to be 4, and then from there you can work on your weakness a little bit, but at least you have something you know you can rely on and go back to. And it looks like Tom Haynes has had the same here.
Coding bowls, Haynes is forward, plays all down the onside of the track. There is no run, which begs the question: is a lot of the games, a lot of sport played in the mind?
No, absolutely. Well, a lot of mine, I think, is off in my head. There was a thing about consequence, and I used to always, whenever I've played at my worst, it's always been a consequence of, I'm worried if I don't do well, I'll get dropped, or if I don't take this on, or if I do this, I might get out. And then as soon as I flip the mentality of, I'm going to hit this for 6 or something like that, just the whole game improves. So a lot of it is definitely in the mind.
Code is in bowls, Haynes defends out into the offside, and there is no run, which is interesting in terms of the perception around the state of the England side at the moment, where it would appear that this play with no fear, but also maybe the fact that you're not living with the fear of, if I do fail, I'm going to be dropped. Which certainly, if you go back to before your time, Liam, Georgie and I would remember the likes of somebody like Graham Hick, for example, who would be in for a couple of Test matches. He'd make a stack of runs in the Championship. He would fail at Test level, then he's out the side, then he makes some more runs, then he's back in, and you probably never knew whether he's going to play or not. As in comes Code, bowls, Haynes plays down the track. There is no run.
Well, that's exactly what I was referring to in terms of just having the trust of not knowing you're getting dropped, so I could take more chances and back myself. And that whole perception is exactly what you're right about, to be honest with you. That would have been the worst thing for me as a player. Like, if I was Graham Hick then, scoring a load of runs, knowing I wouldn't get dropped from my county team, so you can just trust yourself, take the risks, earning your way into a spot, and then if worried about if you do bad after a few games, you'll be dropped. So the mentality is definitely so much better from England, and Cullum's a likeable coach as well.
Code is in and bowls to Tom Haynes. Haynes is forward, plays down the onside. Good response from Ben Code, being hit for 4 runs with the first ball of the over. He replies with 5 dot balls, and Sussex are 27 without loss. To that you need to add 63, which is the lead on the first innings. So the lead is exactly 100 for... No, it's not. The lead is exactly 90. For Sussex. Doidge's got to do an update to the listeners in one of the Yorkshire local radio stations, and he'll be back to join myself on commentary in a few moments' time. So Sussex just building on this lead. If you weren't with us earlier, you missed some real fireworks. Ben Code coming in at number 11, made 45 in 32 balls with 2 4s and 5 enormous 6s.
Absolutely. Now Fisher's back in after that disappointing drop on the last over, and he's back on the money straight away. He's bowled really well. I probably haven't spoken about the lengths and lines he's been bowling, but he's come around the wicket really trying to attack that middle and off line, hitting the seam hard and then trying to get the ball to do a little bit, and he's bowled really well, to be honest with you. He's going to feel hard done by obviously not getting that wicket, but he's beaten the outside edge a few times, got the outside edge a few times as well, but unfortunately went down to third man for 4. He's been looking very, very good, strong action, and he's found his momentum in his run-up straight away, which is quite tough up the hill at Hove, and then that's blocked away well from Ali Orr. So, just having a look here, Haynes on 14 off 20 balls. He does actually, because of how well he hits it through the offside, every time he nails it, it goes for 4. So his strike rate's actually pretty impressive for Sussex, because he might block a few, leave a few, but then he might hit 2 4s in a row when it's in his area, and then suddenly he's up with his near 100 strike rate again. So he's looked very good so far, and I'm just having a look around at this Yorkshire team, and they have a lot of big names here, don't they? They have a really solid squad, so they're a little bit disappointed with that first innings, but big names here.
We were talking about some of the players who aren't here as well.
Absolutely. As Fisher comes into bowl again, bowls that one, that's well left. That is right on 4th stump line. If that hit the seam at all and jagged back, then he would have been a bit in trouble there, but Ali will fluorescent leave.
I mean, Harry Brook away playing in the IPL. More of that in a moment, actually. Obviously, Johnny Bairstow recovering from injury. There was... Jonathan was updating us on Johnny Bairstow, who's hoping to play some championship cricket in May.
Yeah.
And so Joe Root, Harry Brook, Johnny Bairstow, so big names. Yeah. Joe Root played down here 2 years ago, actually. Jack Carson, I remember getting him out.
I actually have a story about that as well. As Fisher comes up to bowl here, charging in, bowls it, and that's well played from Ali Orr, down mid-on. That's a beautiful shot. It's rolling away. Edwards is chasing, flicks it back well, and they're going to pick up 3. But that's unbelievably timed from Ali Orr. It's a really well delivered ball. Swings in onto like a middle stump line, and actually Ali Orr's a little bit in trouble there because it did a bit off the seam, and he still managed to time it well enough down the hill here at Hove to pick up 3. I've done a few media days with Joe Root, lovely guy, very driven, and I tried to pick his brains a little bit, and I had a chance to come up here and bowl him when he was playing against Sussex. He needed some net bowlers, and I couldn't do it for whatever reason. Absolutely regret that, because I wish I could have bowled him. I would have learnt a lot as Fisher comes in, and that is blocked away. But yeah, it was one of those times where he needed a few net bowlers. I was around, and I think just as I was about to do something or had another bit of training or to go to the gym, I had a chance to bowl him, and yeah.
What was that like?
Well, I didn't actually do it because I went to the gym, but I had the chance and I should have done it. And for some reason, I think because it was more the meeting him thing, as I was already met him, so I don't need to do that. And then looking back, it would have been such a good opportunity for my bowling to be able to do that. But Carson that day was really mature in how he got Joe Root out. I remember watching it back, and it wasn't spinning a lot, so he kept changing the angle in which he was bowling, and he came a little bit wider, caught the outside edge, and that's when I knew Carson was going to be a bit special. As Fisher comes in for his last ball of the over, and that is a dot ball hit away from Tom Haynes. But yeah, that was a time when you knew Jack Carson was a little bit special, because he'd managed to get out a test match batter like that without it spinning, just changing the angle he was bowling. It was really impressive. So that is the end of the over there. Fisher with figures of 4 overs, 17 runs, without any wickets. Sussex are 30 without loss, Orr on 16 and Haynes on 14.
And the voice you're listening to is that of Liam O'Brien, who plays for the England physical disability side. Great to hear from Liam, hearing about the chance of going out to a World Cup in India in October. And great to have him on the commentary team for myself and Jonathan Doige, a familiar face to Yorkshire listeners, who'll be back with us in a couple of moments' time when he's given his update to the listeners. But it's going to be, in the meantime, Ben Code, who's bowled 4 overs for 13, coming around the wicket, bowling to Alistair Orr, who has been dropped, and badly dropped at that, by Shaquille fielding at mid-wicket. Was clipped away by Ali Orr. Round about the midriff of Shaquille, who put the chance down. That was when Ali Orr was on 13. He's moved on to 16. And Sussex with a solid start here. A lead of 63 on first innings. So the lead is now 93. We've still got a lot of overs to be bowled today. 77 after this. As in comes Code around the wicket bowls, and Orr is clipping this away through square leg. He's picked up one. They might look for 2. They'll need to be quick, and there never really was 2 there. Matt Fisher was in very quickly. Not the greatest throw, but the important thing was he got the throw away, and that prevented Orr coming back for a second run. He goes to 17, the 31 for 1. The weather here today, lots of pale blue sky around Hove, sort of sky blue, Manchester City blue really. Some heavier cloud around about, but the forecast is good for today. With a bit of luck, and we've got the use of our floodlights here as well, we should get, with any luck, a full day's play. And if we do, this game is going to be intriguingly set. The forecast for tomorrow isn't great. Let's just hope it's wrong, because if this goes all 4 days, this could be a cracking day's cricket. 2 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, shortish mid-wicket, a deeper mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. The ball is down the leg side, and Tom Haynes thinking to tickle that one down to fine leg, rather misses out. I think he's a bit cross with himself, Tom, for missing out with that one. Nonetheless, he's there on 14. Sussex are 31 without loss. 3 more balls in this over, and Liam's going to have a break, and Jonathan will be back with us.
Yeah, it was interesting with the weather, because it looks quite dark in this commentary box, and I actually had my girlfriend and her granddad sitting down there over there, and I got a text from her saying, I should have brought my sunglasses, it's really bright out there. So
right.
It looks a bit dark out here, but I think she's squinting trying to watch the cricket. But here at Hove, because it's so white in the background, obviously everyone's having white, it's still quite bright over here. So,
and is your girlfriend's granddad a long-time Sussex fan? Has he been coming here for many years? Or
yeah, he loves his cricket. He absolutely chews my ear off about it when I go to her house.
He comes Code around the wicket, bowls to Haynes. He's forward and plays down the offside, and there is no run.
But he works a lot.
Well, if he loves it's cricket, he's probably delighted that his granddaughter's boyfriend is a cricketer. So how about that?
Absolutely, and because I know some of the guys, he always asks me about them, and some of the guys coming through. He absolutely loves it, and he's a massive Arsenal fan as well. But he has this.
Well, he can't help that. He's probably a bit down in the dumps today.
Oh no, I've not actually seen him since, so I'm going to go over during lunch and give him a little wind up about that.
In comes Code around the wicket. He's in the bowls, and Haynes is forward, plays out to the offside. Good bowling here from Fisher and Code. I mean, they haven't given it. The bad balls have been hit for 4, but they've bowled a lot of good balls as well. And it's a good contest between bat and ball here.
It's one thing with Sussex though, is they've batted really maturely, and I always talk about hard hands or soft hands, and they've not been prodding at the ball, have they? So when the ball's moving off the seam, even if it's catching the edge, they're playing it with really soft hands, which means the edges don't seem to carry. They'll just normally go through, bounce before it reaches the slips, and they've been very good and mature at picking the balls they're hitting.
Code is in bowls. Haynes is forward, plays it to mid-on. It's another dot ball, so just the 1 run off the over. It's time for Liam to have a breather. We'll see Liam after lunch here, and the return of Jonathan Doige. Just a reminder on the scoreboard away to our right-hand side, 104 overs are scheduled to be bowled today. Lunch will be at 1:10, tea at 4 o'clock, close at 6:30, although if overs are still outstanding, we will go on later than that. That was certainly the case yesterday, where we went on till 7:30 yesterday evening. So if you're sitting at home thinking, I don't know what to do this afternoon, well, why don't you come down to Hove and watch the cricket, because the weather, as we understand, is set fair, and it's a good game of cricket, and Doige is back with us.
He's back.
He's back. He's back from doing his updates.
This time,
yeah,
it's personal.
Yeah. I don't know. That wasn't Crocodile Dundee, was it? No. But it's going to be Matt Fisher.
It is, and he's bowling here to Ali Orr, who is shouldering arms to the first delivery, scoreless at Craven Cottage at the moment. That'll be halfway through the first half or so.
We've had one or two issues around the stream, and Dean's been in touch from Cambodia, and he says, good coverage here in Cambodia, but good or bad, I'm just grateful to be able to see the cricket, so thank you.
You can get in touch, BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Really in the match from him with the ball, hasn't he? His body language has not been the best, it's not been going his way. You know what a skillful bowler he is when he gets it right, but in this match...
He can't find the ball, Mickey, but he's just found it. Well done.
Harms throwing the health and safety rule book out of the window once again, clambering over the desktop.
More of
visions of this glass not being the strongest and you just falling out the front.
More of a problem is my dodgy knees hurting doing that. Oh, here we go. Best part of the day, the lunch vouchers have arrived.
Fisher bowling short this time to Orr, pulled, hammered away through square leg. That's a very, very good shot by Ali Orr, down on one knee. Matthew Fisher, well, if he was kind of suffering mentally after the sixth the ball before, he's just made it even worse for himself, really, with what he delivered there. And 10 in 2 blows, as they were, by Ali Orr, takes him to 26, 41 without loss, which means that the lead is over 100 now. And that is going to take a bit of pegging back. First and foremost, Yorkshire, they've got to bowl better here as a collective. They didn't bowl as well as Sussex did first time around. I know they had that 59-run stand at the end, partnership at the end, that dragged it back a little bit. But they could have gone out there with a bit of optimism after that. Sometimes we talk about momentum in sport, and maybe the momentum was just back with Yorkshire in that last little spell with the bat, but certainly not with them at the moment with the ball.
Well, Ben Code, the lead 104 as Code comes in around the wicket, bowls and played down. Oh, he's been run out again. Ali Orr has been run out for the second time this season, backing up, and again it was Tom Haines who was batting, and that is the third time in consecutive matches that Ali Orr has been run out backing up. It was played down the ground by Tom Haines. Ben Code got a hand on it, deflected it onto the stumps, and Ali Orr, who was just getting into his stride, is out for 26. He was out in the last game of the season last year against Glamorgan when he, on the verge of a double 100, he was run out for 198, I believe. He was run out here against Durham last week when he'd made 29 in exactly the same way with Tom Haines, and he's now been run out again. So 3 times in the last 3 games, Ali Orr has been run out backing up, and he just couldn't believe it.
I'm saying the momentum not with Yorkshire or with the ball.
Yeah, so there we are. So there's Doidgy putting up. Yeah, well, I hope you get pelters on Twitter as well. But anyway, I mean, Ali Orr, and I didn't say anything when he was batting because I didn't want to put my foot in it. But he just thumped one down the ground for 4. He pulled one for 4, and I thought, he's going to get a big score here, Ali.
As if you would ever put your foot in it.
Yeah, I've learnt my lesson, big time. But he's dragging himself up the pavilion steps, and.
Just one of those unfortunate things, but to be honest with you, it's something that, when you've played the game at whatever level, it's hard to have sympathy.
Well, if you talk to Liam, Liam will say...
Absolutely, just keep your bat in the ground.
Yeah,
I mean, I used to walk up alongside the bowler, but I'd still make sure something was grounded behind the line.
Yeah,
delivering the ball.
Yeah, you see, Leo would say, and he said this in the commentary last time, I said, all bad luck, Ali Orr, and he said, no.
It's not. He
said, no.
It's pretty obvious. There's a line there. You've got to have some part of your body or bat behind it, or you could be in danger of being run out.
Yeah.
That's it, isn't it? It's tough as that.
Yeah, it's a particularly, that last 4 he hit, it actually came right out of the meat of the bat. Anyway, Code in, bowls to Tom Haines. Haines is forward, plays that out into the offside, and there is no run. On each occasion it's happened, Tom Haines has been at the striker's end. I mean, it's remarkable, really. 3 times in actually 5 innings, because it was the second innings against Glamorgan when that happened.
It's pretty clear that there needs to be a ban on Tom Haines playing the straight drive. I mean, that's really what's got to happen in the Sussex ranks.
Yeah. So Ali Orr is gone, and the first wicket has gone down. Remarkable. In comes Code, bowls to Haynes, and Haynes clips that onto the leg side. It just might be the little bit of, well, I'm loath to say luck, but maybe the bit of fortune that maybe Yorkshire needed, because Sussex were just getting themselves off to a bit of a flyer with a lead of 104. We've got about 10 minutes to go until lunch. Another 75 overs to be bowled today, so this game is moving on a pace, as they say.
Yorkshire will still want to bowl better. I think Ben Code excluded. He's not taken a wicket yet, but his hand involved in that one.
Code again, 2 slips and a leg slip in and bowls to Tom Haynes, and Haynes is forward, plays that into the gap on the offside, fielded by Jordan Thompson, and there is no run. Certainly Shaquille will feel a lot better for the fact that Ali Orr is out, because he should have been out when he'd made 13. That was a pretty routine drop at mid-wicket, and it might improve Matthew Fisher's mood slightly that Orr has gone. Liam has made the first move of the day towards the biscuits. The hobnobs are staying put, but I think the chocolate, what were they called? Chocolate milk chocolate rounds.
Yeah, I don't know whether Liam's ever dropped a catch or not, but he's certainly looking in no danger of dropping any of these biscuits, I can promise you that.
3 slips go down. Oliver Julian up there has got his lunch with him. He's normally got a tin of beer up there, actually. I don't know whether he has today. In comes Code around the wicket bowls. And he's hit on the pad is Tom Alsop. And he's given out. Tom Alsop, who made 95 in the first innings, stands there. He can't believe the decision. It looked to me from this angle, and we're by no means wicket to wicket, if that was going down the leg side. But umpire Pratt has given him out. He's just, unless Tom Alsop had got a long way across, but umpire Pratt had a good look, and Tom Alsop is on his way without scoring.
Camera angle on the stream is not ramrod straight behind the arm, but it looks to me like it hits him on the angle that they've got around about middle stump, so probably leg side of middle. But I mean, I've got to say, just again, we're not straight at all, so I would counter anything I say, or I would preface anything I say by saying this is clearly not fact, but just impressions you get from watching so much cricket. I sat here and nodded when the appeal went up. That was just a natural reaction. It felt like it was out to me, but that's only me.
Right, okay. Well, Tom Alsop was clearly disappointed at the decision. In terms of where we are in the commentary box, just to describe, Jonathan is more in line than I am. I'm looking from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cut strips away, so I'm looking over about sort of a very fine leg to the left-hander. Jonathan is probably 2 or 3 yards away from me, which is a good thing, really. But he's got a better view.
Just seen a slow-mo replay on the stream, and yeah, similar feeling, really. I'm not sure what Tom Alsop feels about it, but he's gone for a golden duck. Whether he's just disappointed to not have got bat on it, or whether he genuinely thinks that's missing the top of the stumps or going down leg. But without the usual overlays, and we're not obviously privy to that sort of expense on the stream of the replay stuff that you get on your mainstream television channels. Difficult to be any more precise than that, but it didn't look an obviously bad decision to me, let's put it that way.
Okay. Is it strange how games of cricket can change? We're thinking 10 minutes to go until lunch, Sussex 10 wickets in the bank, and a lead of over 100, and Yorkshire under real pressure. 5 minutes later, Ali Orr is run out backing up. Tom Alsop LBW, all of a sudden the game has changed. Still Sussex in a good position, but now needing to rebuild again.
Yeah,
that's why we love it.
You just can't.
That's why we love
let the opposition in, can you? You can't give them
No.
a sniff of hope. Yorkshire with a little bit of head down and a bit miffed at the start that Sussex had got off to, and then things have changed a little bit.
So the skipper, Cheteshwar Pujara, got a brilliant catch today, but now he's got to get Sussex through to lunch. Here in comes Code bowl to Pujara, who's forward, and you can suddenly see, visibly, you can see the spring in the step of the Yorkshire fielders, and they're all up and thinking, come on, if we get another one here. Anyway, 2 wickets go down in the over. Only one of them credited to the bowler. 1 run coming off that over. Ben Code, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 15. He's picked up 6 wickets in the match. And if you've just joined us, he starred with the bat this morning as well, making 45 in 32 balls, 2 4s and 5 6s. And the ball was disappearing to all parts, and they were big 6s as well. I know this isn't the biggest ground on the county circuit, but some of the 6s were huge and would have been, 6s at a big ground like Headingley. And this is interesting as well. We're going to see a bit of spin before lunch, and Dom Bess is going to come in to bowl. That's one thing I didn't realise. He seemed to have been around a long time, Dom Bess. I didn't realise he's only 25. Not in the England reckoning at the minute, but...
No, didn't he make his England debut at about 20-ish?
So there we are. Yeah. So he's going to give some off-spin, and he's going to bowl from the same end that Jack Carson bowled from. Jack Carson picked up 5 wickets in the Yorkshire innings. Jack Carson, 21 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 79, which are career best figures, and it beats the 5 for 83, I think it was, he got here 2 years ago against 5 for 85 here at Hove in 2021.
Best 1 for 60 off 17 in the Sussex first innings. They're ringing it here. Yorkshire, a slip, short leg. Finlay Beans under the helmet. Square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Shortish extra cover, David Milan. Jordan Thompson a bit deeper, just outside the ring, as it were. Taking him back about 10 metres at cover, and then Mickey Edwards is at point. First ball just gently played back by Tom Haynes. Pujara before lunch would be the ideal for Yorkshire, but either of these, I guess. Haynes on 16s, face 32. He's got going. Got also an inside contact on this one as it's pushed into the onside. Finlay Beans skipping across to flick the ball up to Saud Shakil, who Fisher might feel better that Ali Orr had been run out, since Saud Shakil will definitely feel a fair percentage better having dropped that catch. Bess is in and flicked to leg this time by Haynes, where Ben Code, who's clearly feeling warmer than most out there, he's not bothered to put the sweater on between overs. He's feeling at square leg, hands on hips, short-sleeved cricket shirt on. Bess again. Haynes to the inside of the bat once more, and Bean picks up and flicks back to the peroxide blonde. Bess, who's got his shades on, he's changed his run-up, Dom Bess. Had that little hop in the middle of it after about two or three strides, but he's lost it, having said that, the very next attempt. But he's just a smoother walk up to the stumps, really, this year. He'd do a couple of strides, then hop, and then walk again, and then bowl. Now he's just doing the walk and bowl, and he manages to get through that walk up. Pushed back by Haynes on this occasion. 1 to come to complete an opening maiden over for Bess. Tap of the bat by Haynes, and in comes Dom. He steps across and tries to cut. A bit of excitement in the Yorkshire ranks, but wasn't really that close to the stumps. I think they thought they might have got him to chop on there. It was a maiden for Bess to start things off in this second Sussex innings, and they are 42 for 2 with Pujara yet to get off the mark, and Haynes on 16.
Wickets are tumbling around the country, none more so than at Wantage Road, where Northamptonshire, having only made 149 in their first innings in reply to Hampshire's 482 for 8, are following on already 23 for 5. So looks like that one's going to finish today. Middlesex's batting woes continue at Lords. They're 189 for 6 in reply to the Nottinghamshire total of 364. Essex are finally declared at Canterbury, 451 for 5. Kent 11 without loss. Lancashire 440 for 4. 1 run behind Somerset at Taunton, where it's lunch, as in comes Code bowls to Pujara, who leans on it and plays it through the covers to pick up his first run of the innings. 43 for 2 Sussex go to. Keaton Jennings 189, he's retired hurt. So I don't know what that's about. We'll probably see. Elsewhere, in this division, Glamorgan 46 for 1 in reply to Durham's 471 for 9. So probably heading for a drawing card, if you would think. Maybe not so at New Road, where Worcestershire all out for 157 in reply to Gloucestershire's 231. Tom Price making 100 and getting a hat-trick for Gloucester. His second hat-trick, I read that he got one last season as well. In comes Code. Around the wicket into bowl to Tom Haynes, who drives sweetly through the covers. Lovely shot by Tom Haynes. He's running up towards the long part of the ground in hot pursuit, but they're not going to cut that off, his David Malan. And that was beautifully timed by Tom Haynes. Everything about that shot was correct. He goes to 20 off 38 deliveries, and Sussex to 47 for 2. Add 63 for that, and you get the lead, which is 110.
Yeah, just half volley length, wasn't it, from Ben Coder? Just needs to drag it back a little bit more. He'll know that.
It's not 100. Yes, it is 110. That's right. I'm doubting my maths after we had a bit of a Horlicks of things earlier on in the match, didn't we? In comes Code, bowls, and Haynes clips this one, this time through mid-wicket. He's going to pick up more runs here. Won't go for 4. He's going to get a couple to the clock tower scoreboard, where Jordan Thompson, who hasn't bowled so far in this innings, fields 2 more to Haynes. He goes to 22.
Should be the final over before lunch, shouldn't it?
Yes.
A minute to go before the scheduled lunch break.
Yep, 13:09. It'll be exciting, isn't it? It'll be good cricket.
Yeah.
What have we seen? We've seen 3 wickets. We saw Ben Code smashing the ball around, and a bit of a fight back by Yorkshire in the last 10-15 minutes or so, picking up 2 very important wickets. Code is in bowls. Haynes forward, plays down the offside. There is no run. The wicket of Alior, run out backing up for 26. Then Tom Alsop, LBW in the same over to Ben Code for a duck. Lots of time left in this game today. Another 73 overs to be bowled. At the minute, you'd say Sussex with their noses in front, but as they always say, if you had a couple of wickets to the scoreboard, Sussex were, a lead of 110 and 4 down. It's more even, but this could go either way. Now, this is interesting because Hope is going to come and stand up to the stumps to Ben Coder. Now, often that happens.
Yeah, regularly.
Does it?
Yeah.
Okay. It's going to happen now as Code is in around the wicket, in on bowls, and Haynes is forward, plays to middle, and there is no run. Love to see wicket keepers standing up to medium paces. I think that's the true test of a wicket keeper, particularly when it disappears down the... no better sight. Well, there are better sights, but in cricket, I love the sight of a stumping down the leg side off a seamer. That's a real art.
It just sometimes enables Ben Code's sort of natural length to be able to bowl it with more confidence if he's dragging the batter back into his crease.
Code in again, bowls. Haynes is forward. Can't take liberties. In fact, in the first innings, someone sent us a text to say that Tom Haynes was batting slightly out of his crease. That is the last ball before lunch from Ben Code. Tom Haynes takes off his gloves. He can enjoy his lunch. 22 not out. Cheteshwar Pujara is on 1, and Sussex reach the interval on 49 for 2. To that, you need to add 63. So the lead for Sussex is 100 and... Come on, Adrian, you're better at maths than this, for goodness sake. Oh, thank you, I've got my lunch voucher come to me, that's distracting me. 49 and 63 is the lead, which I will get to it. Thank you. Really good morning's cricket, though, Jonathan. I thought that Yorkshire fought back Sussex lead. Looked like it might be well over 100. And Ben Code came in and just decided to put back to ball, and he did it very successfully.
Yeah, very good effort from that last pair, but he certainly smashed it around, and that's probably got to be just about his most entertaining innings that I've seen, and there's been a few of those. And then slight disappointment.
think you're waiting for that.
Okay, and we are back. Yorkshire coming out to bowl. Don Bess with his jumper and hat. Is it Don Bess to start? Yep, Don Bess is back. With a haircut by the looks of it. Bright yellow hair. That seems to be the in thing now if you want to change things up with your hairstyle.
Yeah, looking for that tomorrow from you.
Okay, well, when I come back, you'll
late tonight, yeah, get yourself in late at
bleach the hair.
Some local Turkish barber, as they all are these days, and get yourself a peroxide blonde. So, well, where are we? We're on the start of the afternoon session on day 3. Sussex has 6 points to their name from 3 with the bat and 3 with the ball. Yorkshire 3 with the ball and 1 with the bat. They fell 2 runs short of a second. All out for 298 earlier today. So Sussex 49 for 2 second time around. A lead of 112 with Pujara on strike on 1. And Don Bess and Liam said to bowl this over. First ball looks like it turns in from the off spinner towards the right hander.
It looked like he chopped on for a second.
Yeah, he didn't deal with it particularly well. There's a short leg in place plus a slip square leg, straight mid wicket. Mickey Edwards at mid on. James Wharton's out there as a substitute fielder at mid off as Pujara drops this one into the leg side where Milan fields.
It was an observation of mine on his last game. He comes down the pitch a lot, not to be aggressive, but to get to the pitch the ball and block it away, which I've personally learned quite a bit from. You don't always have to come down and whack it.
Here's Bess again. Umpire White, and that's a full face of Pujara's blade punched back. They've gone with a sweeper as well. Ben Cody's out at deep backward point, not quite on the boundary edge, but not so far in from it. Trying to work out who the man is who hasn't made his way back onto the field for Yorkshire. It's in again. Pujara strikes this firmly round to Wharton. Does the fielding at mid-off, no run. Adam Lyther's at slip. Finlay Beans under the helmet.
Can't see Fisher.
No, he's the man. So Fisher at present. George Hill is out on the square leg boundary and going to come into play here, sweeping, running round towards mid-wicket to do the fielding. And Pujara gets his first run of the afternoon session with a single out there. So left-handed Haynes back on strike. Change of angle for Don Bess, who's now going to come around the wicket. 3 men in on the 1 on the leg side, and also a ring field out towards the offside for Haynes, who is pushing forward to Milan. Final ball of the over, so Bess going for just that 1 run. 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 1 run. Sussex 50 up for 2 wickets. Pujara on 2 and Haynes on 22.
We were just talking, weren't we, about just before you came off air, you and Adrian talking about his run-up. It's quite interesting to see the difference because he's found his rhythm straight away. So do you think it was a thing they spoke about in the off-season about his rhythm and finding his length and stuff like that?
Yeah, maybe. I talked in the last match at Headingley about his bowling average in English conditions, which has kind of got worse as the years have gone on. Now, bear in mind that when he started at Somerset, that was notoriously known as cider abad. There was plenty of turn, and it was a spinner's paradise. So I'd expect his average to be a bit lower then.
Yeah.
And Headingley is not, noted for providing lots of turns, so it's become more difficult for him in terms of where he plays.
Absolutely. As I think it's Thompson into bowl, hits the outside edge of Pujara straight away, and it rolls down to third man for 4 runs. It looks like Thompson. I can't see it. Yeah, it is Thompson into bowl for his first spell in this innings, and that's a great start, right on the money, hitting top of off, and Pujara soft hands edges that down to third man.
But other than that, for Dom, in terms of what he's been asked to do, you're not always privy to that sort of information. He seemed to need to bowl a lot of holding overs, in particular in the early part of last season. Spinner in April anywhere, not going to be that easy.
Absolutely. Now Thompson to reply, bowls it down the leg side, and that is flicked away for another 4 runs from Pujara, who has a habit of every time he gets a ball slightly offline or slightly too full, he always seems to put it away, and that was very convincingly flicked for 4 there.
Yeah, it's good batting, and it's not the best, is it, from Jordan Thompson, who talked in his interview the other night about bowling too many 4 balls, and here we go, 2 in succession, 1 on one side of the wicket and 1 on the other.
Well, in fairness to him, the first ball was an outside edge, so he's going to feel hard done by there. So he's going to reply, 3rd ball in the over, comes into bowl, and that is back on the money. I think that first ball was just hit the outside edge, and he might feel unlucky that it went for 4, but the second one definitely was a half volley on leg stump.
And that third one was much more like where he wants to be. And then just got the knack, though, of whatever he is serving up, picking up a wicket.
Yeah, true. I mean, that Ali Orr one might be famous. It was him that got the wicket, wasn't it? Going up the hill when Adrian famously built up how good Ali was, and then he got out next ball. Now he's into bowl again, down the hill, full length delivery, and that is well blocked away from Pujara. Now, speaking of Adrian, he's very teasingly brought in a load of chips now, so now the whole comms box smells of chips. Once we have to commentate, and he just tucks in, so thanks for that, Adrian. But I've seen quite a bit of Thompson bowl throughout when I've been watching streams and highlights, and he always seems in the action, doesn't he? So, like you said, he might bowl a few 4-ball deliveries, but he's always in the wickets. As he comes down the hill to Pujara, hits the inside edge as Pujara tries to block that through the offside. The ball does deflect into the leg side, and they pick up 1. And that will also be the... Oh, it's not the end of the over, my bad. And it's one thing I haven't realised, but I never seem to have that in my games, but the umpires have been sprinting between left hand, right hand. So when they're at square leg, if the left hand's on bat and they rotate it, they have to go to the other side of the wicket. And they've been sprinting around. So umpires are trying to get their steps in today, I think.
Doing a pretty good job as well, going deeper at square leg. And a few extra ones in. Fulham are leading against Leeds. Oh dear.
Do you have a lot of Leeds fans listening, do you reckon? Over the wicket here to Haynes for the last ball of the over. Comes into bowl. Good length delivery, blocked away by Haynes, and that's going to be the over. 59 for 2. Pujara on 11 off 12, and Haynes 22 off 44 balls.
Penny in Pudsey, good afternoon to you. She says 21 wickets have fallen, and I ain't seen one, even though I'm actually watching the live stream. What are you doing, Penny? Do you have a blindfold on? Enjoy Hove, she says. Please say hi to Vicky and Phil. Job done. Get in touch on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com or at Jonathan Deutsch. You got a Twitter handle, Liam?
It is. It's at LiamObs123, and it will be verified because I, silly enough, pay for that blue tick.
Oh, you really?
By Twitter Blue.
Oh dear, oh dear. Bess is in, and Pujara solidly behind it, first ball of the over. No run. We started with sunshine this morning. It's still plenty bright enough at the moment, but we do have a blanket of cloud, high cloud overhead. So no sun, but it's not too chilly. Just been out queuing at the burger van with the lunch voucher. As Bess is in, and that's flicked off the legs by Pujara. Out to George Hill, who's sweeping by the scoreboard. They get a single.
But he's come down the pitch again and just casually flicked that for one. And I've actually been, since I last saw Pujara bat, I've been practicing that a little bit more. And I used to always get a bit of a head rush coming down the wicket, thinking I have to hit it for 6. But it's so interesting how he nullifies the spin by just coming down to the pitch of the ball and then playing it like a normal ball from there. And it shows why he's one of the best players in the county circuit at the moment.
Haynes on strike on 22. Here's Best wide on the crease. Just gives that a little bit of air, tempts Haynes, and he uses his feet. Pushes it back to the bowler.
It looks like Fisher's back on as well, so I don't know, maybe he was trying to finish his lunch before he came out.
Yeah, maybe so. Here's Bess. Haynes again. Fully over the top of that. Wonder if we'll get any of the Yorkshire non-playing contingent out today. I'm not sure who's running the drinks today. Johnny Tattersall was doing it the other day when they were out there. Haven't seen him in the com box just yet this time. And Messrs Wharton and Revis in yesterday. And that is Best to Haynes, who pushes up to Fisher at mid-on. They've got through for 1 run.
It'd be interesting to hear from them actually and see what their plans are and if they're thinking about the weather and what they've been talking about as well in the changing rooms.
Shouldn't imagine Yorkshire will have been saying too much about that. Possibly Sussex. Best to Pujara. Turns that one into the leg side, and there is no run. Theory among the journos, just having a chat there across lunch, was that they don't think that Pujara will be saying to his team, let's go out and play baseball and hurry the scoreboard along with weather, potentially interrupting things tomorrow, give ourselves time to bowl Yorkshire out. He'll just play it as he sees it out there.
Yeah, it'll be that session after tea that'll be the telling one, won't it? We'll see how this one goes, but that's where, if Sussex have been batting well, they might just try and push on the pace a little bit. Looks like Thompson's going to get another go over the wicket. I just had a look at the last innings stats, and you're right about Thompson. Bowls quite a few wicket-taking balls, but he was going at 4 and over, so he must still have that bad ball in him each over as he comes into bowl over the wicket, and it's flicked mid-wicket for a dot ball.
Just a little stroll away by Haynes, maybe having a look at the 3-4 pigeons, having a little peck at the turf down to our right.
I've never been a big person to do that. I've always kind of maybe just waited for the next ball, but he seems to really go on a walk, doesn't he, away, as if to reset again.
Just clear your head.
So now Thompson's coming down the hill. Into bowl. And that's a full-length delivery, and that is edged by Tom Haynes. Well bowled there from Thompson. And Haynes departs for 23. Full-length delivery outside off. Haynes goes to drive that through the offside and hits the edge, and it's well taken by Hope. And Thompson's in the action, like you said.
There we go. That's just what seems to happen. So the consistency that he wants from himself, and I'm sure the team want from him in terms of where he's putting the ball after ball, still not quite there, as we saw in his previous over. But he's got a knack of bowling wicket-taking deliveries, and you're always going to interest everybody, coaching-wise, around the country, to give you a place in the side if you're a man that can come on and do just that. And there you go. Routine nick through to Shy Hope. And the end of Tom Haynes, and the length was just tempting him to drive, wasn't it? It was a roundabout off stump and slanted across the left-hander. Good piece of bowling by Jordan Thompson. 61 for 3. Absolutely
well bowled there, and it's a much fuller delivery than he's been bowling before. And I'm just watching the wicket back myself, and it looks like it's just seamed away as well. So it looked like it was right in Tom Haynes' arc to hit through cover, and it just hits the seam, and pretty regulation catch there from Shy Hope. And that brings in Tom Clark into bat, who seemed like he got an absolute seed in the first innings. Really well bowled by Code. It's one that did the rounds on Twitter because off stump went absolutely cartwheeling. So see how Clark gets on here today. He's just got the replay again coming here, and yeah, it looks like it's a full length ball nipped away, and well bowled there from Thompson.
So they're giving themselves a little bit of a chance here, Yorkshire, but they're going to have to run through Sussex second time around reasonably cheaply. We know it's still a good deck, but And we know they can bat better than they did the first time around, but that's not to say they will, so they want to keep it manageable if they are going to have a chance. Sussex, well, if we were just speculating that Pajara would just play it as he sees it, he's certainly going to be thinking more along those lines now, isn't he? The top three have gone.
Absolutely.
And I wouldn't want to give away a promising lead in the contest, Sussex, and let Yorkshire back in.
Now Thompson's running down the hill here, bowls the ball and it's well left. That's good carry as well, putting his back into it here. And big innings here for Tom Clark. Jaro will just bat how he normally does at the other end, but it'd be interesting to see how Clark goes about his business here. Field-wise, they have 2 slips, a gully, no one down at the third man region, and then mid-wicket's pretty close. It's almost like a catch in mid-wicket, and the same with extra cover, so nice and positive field here from Yorkshire. Want to get some wickets. As Thompson's in here to bowl. 4-length delivery, and that is flicked away. I'm trying to find the ball. Oh, it's going through mid-wicket there, and that is well played for 4. Everyone kind of looked up, so I wasn't quite sure where the ball went, but it looks like Clark managed to flick that comfortably through mid-wicket for 4 runs, and that was a 4-length delivery, well played by Clark.
Yeah, just a bit leg stumpish from Jordan Thompson, so back to that 4 ball. With that one, that's 3 boundaries he's gone for from the 13 he's conceded in 10 deliveries. But he's picked up a wicket. He's just switching the angle of attack himself now to the left-hander.
Absolutely, yeah, just watch that back. That was leg stump half volley, so well put away from Clark. It's nice to get some runs on the board early as well. As he comes round the wicket this time, and right on the money there, good length delivery, blocked away from Clark.
Just might have had a word there, Jordan Thompson, I think, at the end of his follow-through.
I don't think Clark seems to engage, so I don't think that will worry him too much, but maybe it helps keep Thompson pumped up. Yeah, it's nice for, as a batter, when you come in and it's been a wicket, just to come in and early on get a boundary and it's come out the middle of the bat. It stops you kind of chasing for it, trying to get your runs on the board. As Thompson comes in round the wicket, and that's well blocked again from Clark. So that's the over, 65 for 3. The big wicket of Tom Haynes there in that over. Clark on 4 and Pajara on 12.
Yeah, when you get that new batter in, obviously you want to give him nothing, not give him any chance to settle. There's always those little bit of nerves, no matter what anybody says and how anybody appears. There's always those few nerves until anybody's got off the mark. And if it's 5, 6, 7, 10 balls or whatever and you're hanging around, that just ramps it up inside the batter's mind, doesn't it? So if he gets one that he can flick away, just feels like a little bit of weight is lifted. Here's Best then bowling to Pajara, who uses his feet nicely and drives to the onside of straight, where Mickey Edwards is round to field but can't prevent the 1. 13 to Pajara, 66 for 3. Which means the lead's now 117. Effectively 117 for 3. Ringfield for Clark, Best bowls. Throws it right up there. Played from the crease, just patted back.
It's good to see they have a short extra in. Really going aggressive, trying to get that wicket.
Best again. Evidence of just a little bit of turn. Probably from around about middle and off. Pushed back up the pitch again by Tom Clark. He's getting used to the light. Faced half a dozen so far. Passing again. Clark plays it towards the inside of the bat, out to mid-wicket where Shaquille is in to do the fielding. Top coat order for most of the speckies in that we can see. Fancy an ice cream. The pink and white van at the Cromwell Road end of the ground is back in today. Passing again, and Clark pushes another one back. Bit of spectator movement as well.
It's a good turnout, I think. Nice and busy.
Once more, down the leg side, there's a yelp. For some reason, Adam Lyth does like a good yelp, and that ended up being a dot ball. So 1 off the over. Bess has gone for 4 off as many overs, one of them being a maiden. Sussex 66 for 3.
I reckon he just slightly lifted his back foot there and got it back down in time before Hope could take the bails. Looks like Thompson's going to be given another go, and he's bowling to Pujara here. So 66 for 3. Game's finally balanced. A few more wickets from Yorkshire, and they are right in this. So important spell. As he's coming down the hill here to Pujara, bowls, and Pujara just plays that comfortably for a dot ball down to third man.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to let this man book in for bed and breakfast. 13 off 17. He's played a couple of nice shots so far, but still fairly early on for him. And if they can find a delivery, Jordan Thompson, who removed him in the first innings.
Yeah, it was a good ball in that first innings. Just jabbed back off the seam as he comes into bowl here. Full length delivery, and that's an outside edge, but it rolls along the floor to gully, and full length delivery going down the leg side. So Pujara's just tried to flick that, and it probably was a 4-ball, and ball he probably should have cashed in on, but just caught the outside edge, and well stopped there from gully. But yeah, Pujara, when he batted here last time against Durham, we couldn't believe how quickly his strike rate was. He just block, but every time there was a 4-ball, he'd put it away. So suddenly his strike rate was right up there. As Thompson comes in again, bowls that, and he's bowled well here this over. You can tell why he takes so many wickets, because he puts it in the right area, but maybe sometimes that's why there's a few 4-balls as well, because he's trying to force it. But he's been looking good here.
Yeah, he has.
He has a way about him as well, doesn't he, Pujara, how relaxed he is. It's similar to David Milan, isn't it? You know how they just seem to go about their work, not get too involved. Probably a lesson learnt there for me as well. As Thompson comes in again. Oh, and there's a big appeal there, and it's given by the umpire. Pujara walks off, and this is a big bowling change here, bringing Thompson in, and he gets the big wicket of Pujara. From here, that looks very, very good, as they would say, and Pujara doesn't look too disappointed with the decision.
Yeah, it looks pretty plumb on the replay as well. And excellent stuff from Jordan Thompson. He might go for these 4-balls that he keeps talking about, we keep talking about, but he finds a way to get wickets. He was Yorkshire's leading wicket taker again last season, and he's doubled up on Pujara. Pujara, fancy having Cheteshwar Pujara as your bunny.
I know.
You can claim that one now after dismissing twice LBW in the same match.
Yeah.
Excellent piece of bowling.
I've just watched that back. It's well bowled, and it's full length delivery. It looks like it's just nipped back, which is exactly how he got out in the first innings. And it's one of those as a batter, if you get good balls like that, then you just say fair play. And just watching Adam Life, big celebration, kept celebrating even after it was given. And as I was reading the comments here, and when Tom Haynes got out, a guy called Dan said, I'm gutted for Haynes, I had him in my fantasy team, but luckily I have Pujara, and he's just jinxed him, and Pujara's gone as well. So 2 very big wickets there from Thompson, and that brings to the crease Ollie Carter, who's batted really, really well in his last few innings with Sussex. A very mature knock to get them over the line against Durham, and they batted well in the first innings as well.
Yeah, and just looking at it once again, as you say, it nips back. It's probably hit somewhere central. Not that easy to tell, but probably middle and leg, something like that. It might have gone on to hit, but he just walked right across it, and he's gone, and it didn't look too disappointed in the decision when he walked off, if that's anything to go by. He had the classic, he looked up at the umpire, he stepped away to leg, and then he threw his head up in the air and off he goes. And Yorkshire celebrate.
Or he just has a very good way of hiding his disappointment, because if I don't think I'm out, I'm pretty sure the whole crowd knows about it pretty quickly when it happens to me. But Yorkshire really pumped up here as Thompson comes into bowl again, and that is well left. Good carry as well. And Shai Hope takes that near his shoulder.
Are you a walker?
A couple of times it's instinct that you hit it and you just end up walking straight away because you're disappointed. But no, is the honest answer. I've done it a few times.
So therefore you can't really get annoyed, can you? Because you're going to get some your way and you're going to get some that are not. So you've just got to take it on the chin, haven't you, if you get a bad one?
No, absolutely.
Like bowlers do.
As Thompson comes in, and that's a full-length delivery Carter's probably going to feel like he's missed out because it goes down the leg side, and that is the over. Excellent over from Thompson. Wicket maiden to get the big wicket of Pujara as well. 66 for 4, Sussex, and game on, as they would say. And just before you jump in, I've had probably enough stinkers to justify not walking, I think. But there's one in particular that I remember, and I just played my first season for for England. Played my first tournament, and then I played a club game the year after against Eastbourne, and I nicked one when I was on 10 and didn't walk. And then it went on to hit 179. They're like, you can't raise your bat, you're an England international and didn't walk. But I've had enough stinkers.
Best then, bowling here to Tom Clark, who punches out into the offside. There's no run. Ollie Carter, the new man in, played well first time around.
Were you a walker?
Yes. Here's Bess. And that's pushed back up the pitch. And again, no run until just the last few years of playing, and probably just let the umpires then make the call. But yeah, for the vast majority of cricket playing life, just walked if I'd nicked it. Big appeal here, gone. Bess has struck now from the C end, and Tom Clark is out for 4. And Sussex, well, what a turnaround in this game in a very short space of time, have lost 3 wickets since lunch and are now 66 for 5 second time around. They look to have a very healthy lead. At one stage at 41 without loss in their second innings, over 100 in front. But Yorkshire are fighting back hard here.
That is absolutely stone dead. I just watched that back here, and Clark played as if it was going to turn a lot, and it's just hit the middle of his front pad, and that's hitting the middle, I think. What do you reckon? Straight on?
It looked a really good shout first time. I'm just going to watch it again myself right now. He's come round the wicket. Oh, that's the ball before, so we're still a little bit behind.
Going to be a big build-up. Yeah, I've got the replay here, and it's well bowled from Bess. He's really found his rhythm early on, found his length, and bowled at a really nice slow pace, so it's been hard for Sussex to get away, and that looks stone dead. Surprised he didn't get like a Stuart Broad celeb appeal there, because he wouldn't have even needed to appeal. That was plumbers they get.
Just about to see it again. Hudson Prentice, meanwhile, is walking out to bat as I'm waiting for my own replay assessment of this. Yeah. Pitch is in line and is hitting probably about middle stump, say 2/3 of the way up, something like that, 3/4 of the way up. But yeah, I think he knew as soon as he missed that. As I say, what a very strange turnaround, because Yorkshire have, for the most part, as a collective, not bowled as well as they can do in this match, nor did they bat as well as they can do, but they're in with a bit of a shout now. 2 new batters in.
Not a bad person to have in at number 7, though. Hudson Prentice can hold a bat.
And Bess has a big appeal this time as well. Looks like it's probably going down, but they got very excited about that because it kept really low. Must have hit him almost boot height.
I nearly had an Adrian Harms moment there. I was going to walk out.
2 to come in the over, and the pressure just being cranked up at the moment. Bess in again, and first runs we've seen for a short while, as that one's just clipped away down through third man by Hudson Prentice to get himself off the mark. 68 for 5. 2 to his name. Bess with 1 for 6, with 1 ball to come in his 5th over.
Have you noticed how quite a few have stayed low, though, with the spinners? Carson's wickets all came really from shooting under.
Yeah, Ben Code spoke about that after the play last night as well, and they can't understand. There's no pattern to it, it's just an odd one that just shoots. Best final ball of the over, patted back by Carter, 68 for 5. After 20 overs this Sussex second innings. So just to recap, if you're joining us more recently, 41 without loss they were. Then Ali Orr run out off a straight drive by Tom Haynes that was touched onto the stumps at the non-striking end by Ben Cody. He made 26. Tom Alsop, LBW to Code, looked pretty adjacent to me. That was a first baller, 41 for 2, 49 for 2 by lunch. And then the wickets of Haynes and Pajara both going to Jordan Thompson for 23 and 13 respectively, and Tom Clark, LBW, to Dom Best, the most recent wicket to have fallen. I didn't actually catch up on what he'd finished with there.
Oh, but that is Thompson, his first ball. Good length delivery, and that's outside edged by Ollie Carter for 4 runs. And they've just taken a slip out. There's only one slip, and if there was a second slip there, it could have been in the game.
Tom Clark made 4, LBW to Best, 12 balls and just the one boundary in it. Yeah, interesting, they took the second slip out. They've decided to put an extra man in front of the bat.
Yeah, just trying to have a look.
Man in place.
Yeah, it's an interesting field they've gone for here as Thompson comes in, replies after that first ball. And that hits a pad, big appeal, but it looks like it's going down the leg side, and you're going to hear a loud appeal probably in the background on the commentary here, but it was definitely going down the leg side. But the Yorkshire boys are up for this. Yeah,
they've got a bit excited now, haven't they? So anything that's there or thereabouts at the moment, the tails are up, they're going to be going up. As you say, the way he played the shot, everything about it felt like it was going down.
Absolutely. Well, like I said before, Hudson Prentice, before he got hit on the pads and nearly out, can hold a bat, solid batter, solid all-rounder for Sussex. So not a bad person to have in here at number 7. And it's a really important partnership here between Carter and Hudson Prentice. Just need to consolidate a little bit as he's into bowl. And that is flicked well through mid-wicket, and it's swept up by mid-on for 1 run.
The way the game's gone so far, the danger players could actually be Ollie Robinson, Henry Crocombe and Jack Carson with the bat in this one for Sussex.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. No, I'm just having a look around at some of the players here and some of the hands in their pockets and stuff like that. So it's maybe getting a little bit nippier because it was a beautiful day coming over to it at Sussex in the morning, but clouds just come over. Now Thompson's into bowl again, and Carter blocks very well. That was something I was really impressed with in the last game against Durham when I was watching him bat, was how solid his defence looked, and then he capitalised on some of the bad balls. But very important to have a solid defence in 4-day cricket, especially with the ball moving around, and make the most of the bad balls.
So, some correspondence going in, get to that in a moment.
Thompson in here, coming down the hill, bowls here to Carter, who blocks out well again, and you can hear the noise in the background. Yorkshire boys are really up for this. They fancy it. If they can get a couple of wickets here, they could really roll through this Sussex team, and they're right in this, and they'll have a lot to thank for Code earlier on, just getting a really quick fire. Was it 45? Was it he got 46? Yep. Yeah, and 32 really balls. Quick fire.
David Collicutt says, no disrespect to your wonderful commentary, but I've been really enjoying the effects mic over the lunch break. Hove sounds lovely from Los Angeles.
I'd love to know what he had. As Thompson comes in, last ball of the over, and that's well blocked for Carter. So 74 for 5, Carter on 4, Hudson Prentice on 3, and Sussex in a tricky spot here all of a sudden.
Rob Bell says the Tykes attack are lacking real quality. George Hill is under-bowled, needs to be given far more opportunity. Might not get it if they keep taking wickets in this innings, Rob. He's happy to see Yorkshire taking wickets again, and is loving listening to Liam.
Appreciate it, thank you.
At Jonathan Deutsch, or at Adrian Harms, or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com, or Liam will remind us what his handle is again.
Yes, at Liam Obs, LIAMOBS123 on Twitter.
Meanwhile, here's Bess bowling to the right-handed Hudson Prentice. Solidly behind that, still Finlay Bean under the helmet at short leg. Adam Lyth at first slip. The leg side, the rest of the field in a ring. One of those being Milan, who field.
Only playing 2020s with England is you always feel like even though you get a ball that you can just block straight, you're always still trying to block it for one or nick it in for a single anywhere else. So he looks like he's trying to keep himself busy. The Fulham lead scorer up there.
Yeah, all 3 goals scored by Fulham for themselves and 1 for Leeds.
Are you a big Leeds supporter? Who's your team?
Leeds.
Big Leeds fan. As Thompson comes into bowl here. And that's a great shot by Hudson Prentice, nailing it through the covers for 4 runs. Didn't seem that bad of a ball, but he just leant into it. Full flurry of the bat there, and that's 4 runs. Well played there from Hudson Prentice.
Yeah, just a little bit half volleyish, wasn't it? And width was the key, I think.
We have a lot of Leeds fans in our England set up, and last time I was with them, they were a little bit worried about going down. You still got the worries, or?
Well, you'd have to be worried, wouldn't you? I think I'm still backing them to survive, but there's no question you'd have to be worried where they are at this stage, especially if they are going to go down to a defeat. There's still a bit of stoppage time to play, I think.
As Thompson comes into bowl here. Oh, and that jags back and hits him on. I'm trying to see. He's walking away in pain here, and that's done a lot off the seam there because Hudson Prentice really went towards the ball. As I'm just watching it back, and that really jags back, and I think it just catches him on like the inside of the knee or something. But that's really well bowled from Thompson. And we speak about it seems like every over, but he bowls a few absolute crackers and then a 4 ball. So if he could eradicate them 4 balls and the loose balls, then he'd be right on the money here. But that's gone a long way off the seam. That's hit Hudson Prentice pretty hard, but Hudson Prentice not rubbed it. He's gone straight in, and Thompson comes in. Slightly slower ball there, and that's blocked well from Hudson Prentice.
Hudson Prentice didn't rub it, you see. He's looking to sign for Yorkshire. Proper hard. Show no pain.
That was my thing. My dad never show any pain. I played one of my first adult games and faced this guy who was absolutely rapid, got hit on the knee, and I was on the floor pretty much crying, and my dad was ran on the pitch, thought I'd broke my knee or something. He was like, "That's it, Liam, show no pain." So, not always good at hiding it, me. As Thompson comes into bowl here. That's a little bit of a loose shot, gets stuck in the pitch, and that's a dot ball.
Yeah, it's all over 2-1 Fulham. So Leeds loitering dangerously close to relegation. 89 for 5, with Carter on 5 and Hudson Prentice on 17 here. Get in touch on at Jonathan Doidge or at Adrian Harms or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Yorkshire lad says code batting momentum carried forward now into Yorkshire bowling attack. Impressed with Liam on comms, the best I've heard other than you, Doidge, for some time. Could go far.
Oh, thanks very much for that. I'm back on now.
The £1.50's in the post there, Yorkshire lad. Thanks for that. Harms is back.
I am.
I think you should go.
Yeah, I think I should. Yeah,
Out of the back of the box. It's Don Best bowling to Ollie Carter. I was supposed to be bowling to Ollie Carter, but he's stopped before delivering the ball, and he's heading back to his mark. He's bowling over the wicket from the sea end, and another big appeal for LBW here. I don't have a clue what happened there because the non-striking batter was standing between me and where the ball struck the striking batter.
I've only come back in because I've got an update to do soon. So you carry on.
I'll just shut up when some music comes on.
That's all right.
In again, and that looked like it was wide of off stump, the way that Ollie Carter bent forward, but again Finn Hudson Prentice is rather unkindly standing right in my line of view. He's moved a little wider now. Maybe we might get a view of this next delivery. No, he's moved back. Bess in again, and Carter pushing forward. There's no run. 3 dots, but we saw that in the previous over, albeit Hudson Prentice was on strike before he crashed those couple of boundaries. Carter's turn this time, right over the top of this latest delivery. Still plenty of encouragement in the field from Yorkshire. Matthew Fisher clearly not aware of what the Leeds United result is. He's a big fan. He's getting increasingly involved from mid-off. Big applause for Bess again here as Carter pushes that into the leg side, and David Milan round to field. I think it might actually have been Milan who got the applause. He received the applause, and he's going to field this final delivery of the over. So maiden for Bess, little bit of control back for Yorkshire's captain Adam Lyth. 3 quick wickets after the lunch break. Sussex still not out of the woods in that respect. They're 89 for 5, which is a lead.
Of 152.
Oh, Harmsy, absolutely nailed it.
I did. I saw it on the screen.
I saw the abacus and all the rest of it out there.
Yeah, 150. I knew you were going to ask me, so I thought I ought to be prepared. We were saying just before lunch, weren't we, that you had a couple of wickets to the scoreboard, and it just, I know it's the old adage, but it just gives a different perspective on the game. I mean, Sussex lost 5 for 25, I mean, 41 without loss. And if you added 2 wickets to here, I mean, there's still a lot of cricket to be played here tonight. Well, that's how many overs are left in a couple of moments' time. Ben Code coming back into the attack. I think interesting that Liam was talking about Finn Hudson-Prentice being very positive, and that's the way to go. As in comes Code to bowl to Hudson-Prentice. As that one go outside of the off stump. Well, things have turned around here at Hove, David, because Sussex have lost 5 wickets for 25. They were 41 without loss when Ali Orr got out. Since then, it's been a succession of batsmen back to the pavilion. Orr for 26, Haynes 23, Allsop first ball, Pujara for 13, and Clark for 4. All of which means that Sussex are 89 for 5. They lead Yorkshire by 152. Earlier on today, Yorkshire out for 298 with 5 wickets for Jack Carson. There's still 61 overs to be bowled today. We could be in for a very exciting afternoon here at Hove. So we are. Update done for another hour. I can go and sit down and leave you two to chatter away.
It was a stunning update.
Thank you.
One of your very best.
I suspect there's a degree of Mickey taking going on.
As updates go, that was right up there.
In comes Code running down the hill from the Cromwell Road, and he's in and bowls, and Hudson-Prentice's forward plays into the offside, and there is no run.
The only thing updates are strange things though, because sometimes they just, you don't even think about it and they flow, and other times you stumble over one word.
Yes,
and then
it goes completely wrong. Yes, it does. And often actually when we do our updates, because we are a joint radio station, it's BBC Sussex and Surrey, so we often have to give Surrey scores, and if England are playing, they want England as well. So somewhere in between those 3, you're almost guaranteed to make a slip up somewhere. Code on his way. It's quite gloomy here at Hove. Comes in and bowls to Hudson-Prentice. He sort of dabs that wide of gully. He's going to race away for 4 runs. Got no chance. Once the ball beats the infield here, and Liam will know the ball just races away. And the outfield, as I've said a couple of times this week, despite all the rain in Sussex, certainly during March, which was really wet down here, the outfield is quick. And Hudson-Prentice goes to 21 of 19 deliveries.
Yeah, just a little bit too short. Not ridiculously short, but just a little too short. And width was really the key, wasn't it? That allowed him to just play that, as you say, like dab.
Yeah. 93 for 5. Code again, racing in. Down the hill, bowls, and Hudson-Prentice covers up and plays straight down the ground. Finn Hudson-Prentice, who didn't start the season for Sussex. George Garton was the all-rounder slot, but George got hit on the head in the first game. Isn't taking part in this match. We have seen him around the ground, and he was practising out on the outfield yesterday, so looks like George is on the road to recovery. But Finn came into the side, picked up 4 wickets against Durham, and with that very good bowling performance in the second innings from Sussex, set themselves up for the win in the first game of the season. In comes Code over the wicket, bowls. Hudson-Prentice is forward. He plays that to backward point, fielded by Shaquille, and there is no run. So a couple of emails came in actually, and I'll just see if I can find those. Ben Code has bowled 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 26. And a good point you made, Doidgy, really, because we were talking about the last wicket stand of Sussex, which put on 57. Last wicket stand for Yorkshire putting on 59. So although Sussex are 5 wickets down, there's still batting to come. There's still Nathan McAndrew, Jack Carter, who's got a top score of 87, Ollie Robinson, who's made a first-class 100. So you can't discount the tale. That being said, a couple of wickets here, and this could be tight.
I'm going to see if I can get a copy of the commentary. Good point, Doidgy. Play that back to the boss a few times this year when it comes to the end of the season. We're talking about contracts for next year, that sort of thing. Bess is in, and that is pushed into the onside by Ollie Carter, and there is no run. David Collicutt has messaged us again from California, as Carter is down the pitch and punching back to best. David says, love the Seagulls on the effects mic. I'm still enjoying Adrian's commentator's curse from the first innings.
I'm sure he is.
For some more Yorkshire wickets this afternoon. But he's off to play in a golf tournament in Long Beach, California today, he says. Who, of course, will be, 5 hours behind us or something like that? Maybe more. As that's pushed into the offside by Carter. It was itchy feet, fancied a run. Yorkshire fielders were around quick to cover that and keep him at the striking end.
It's getting brighter, isn't it? The last 5 minutes, the light has improved. I wondered if the lights might be going to come on, but it's just got a bit brighter. Some lighter skies coming in from the west.
As best bowls to Carter, solidly forward. Ollie Carter, first time around, 64 off 136. Caught beam bowled Code. 6 boundaries in that. It was one of those 3 quick wickets that fell just before that last wicket partnership. And he's flicking this latest best delivery to mid-wicket where Milan fields sunglasses on his cap, as is often the case. 93 for 5.
Email from Julian that came in a while ago that I'll read in a moment at a point of discussion or proof.
As Bess's final delivery is pushed by Carter for 1 down beneath us to Mickey Edwards, who's deep at long on. They are swapping round at the end of the over, a 1 run from it. Bess 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 17. Sussex 94 for 5.
Julian's been in touch. Hi, Julian. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, when will Ali all learn to stay in the crease? The coach must be furious. For those who missed it, Ali all was run out backing up. That's the 3rd time in 5 innings it's happened to Ali. I said unlucky when it happened in the first game of the season here. Liam said, no, you know, that's not unlucky. That's part of concentrating on what you're doing. And I guess when it's happened another time, I wonder if there's something that Ali can do in terms of where he's backing up. Maybe he needs to stand wider of the crease. What can you do? Because clearly it shouldn't happen 3 times, should it? As in comes Code running in down the hill and bowls and let go by Carter through to keep hope, and there is no run. I wonder, is there something you could do? I mean, clearly, you know, you two have played a lot of cricket. What would you say to, you know, it's happened 3 times, so you must be thinking, I can't keep letting this happen. You've got to keep your back grounded, but I wonder what he could do.
That's it, isn't it?
Right, okay, but I wonder if there's something in your mind when, you know, is there something, because, as I say, 3 times is a lot for that to happen. As in comes Code over the wicket, bowls, Carter forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. And it's a real gimme wicket, isn't it? I mean, it's one of those you think, wow.
No, for me, I'm just going to play the stereotypical plain and simple Yorkshireman and just say, keep some up behind line, lad.
Right, yeah.
And that's pretty straightforward.
Well, I imagine probably Grant Flower is having a natterer way to Ali about that, because really Sussex were going along very nicely, weren't they? They were 41 without loss, but they've lost 5 for 25. Recovery here between Hudson Prentice and Carter. In comes Code and bowls. Carter back and across, steers the ball to mid-off. There is no run.
I've not seen all those dismissals from side on. Didn't even see the one today from side on. We saw it from almost front on. But if you see it from side on, if he's getting run out 3 times, you would think that he's taking probably an extra stride.
Yeah.
So most of us would take our stride, or as I said to you at lunch, I'd be out of my crease, but my bat would be behind the line at the point the bowler delivered the ball. Okay. And then you're ready to leg it down the other end, sort of thing.
Code in again, bowled. Carter is forward. The light is definitely improving, no question. I thought we were pretty close to floodlights. We're not now, and brighter skies are making their way across Hove. A lot of cricket to be played tonight. Another 50. Is that another? George, you tell me out.
59.2.
Okay. There's a lot of cricket to be played tonight. We're going to be looking at another 7:30 finish, I think. So, but a very dodgy forecast for tomorrow, sadly. Code on his way down the hill, bowls. Carter forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. It seemed to vary. Someone said to me this morning, it's going to rain around about lunchtime. I thought, let's go. We could get a morning session in then. Others are saying the rain's going to arrive early and it'll be better later on in the afternoon. So we'll have to wait and see. It's the London Marathon tomorrow, isn't it? If either of you guys run a marathon, Doidge, have you done the 26.2?
No.
You look an athletic type. You could do that.
I'll tell you a story that involves a cricketer, actually.
Okay. bowls, and forward comes Carter. Plays to mid off. There is no run. It's made over from Ben Code. He's doing a good job for his skipper here. He has bowled 9 overs, 1 made, 1 for 26. Sussex 94 for 5. Hudson Prentice 21. Carter on 6.
And my old mate from junior cricketing days was David Leatherdale, who ended up playing for Worcestershire for donkey's years and was the chairman of the PCA. Well, Lugsy and I were playing cricket in his drive in Pudsey on the morning of the first London Marathon.
Right.
And I remember we went into the house. We played like you do because you're teenagers. I think we were 13 something at the time, so we wanted to play cricket. But we went back into his house to watch the last few minutes and remember the two guys running over the line.
It was a tie, wasn't it? That's
yes,
right.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of the guys now, but I remember we were both saying, at 13, when we get to 18, we're allowed to run. We're going to do the London Marathon. And by that time, he'd gone off to Worcestershire. And I I don't know if he ever did the London Marathon, as Bess's first delivery is pushed into the onside and fielded by Milan. Don't know if you ever did, Lugsy, if you're listening, but I certainly haven't. I've been anywhere near, not even done a half marathon, as Bess is in, and that's pushed into the offside by Hudson Prentice. There's no run.
I've done park run. The elite men's race was won in a time of 2 hours, 11 minutes, 48 seconds by two athletes, American Dick Beardsley.
Beardsley, yeah. And
Norwegian.
Yeah, I can say it was a Scandinavian, wasn't it, I think. As Bess is in, that's pushed into the onside, Milan fielding.
Inga, I presume that's how it's pronounced, I-N-G-E, Inga Simonson.
Yeah.
The women's race was won by Britain's Joyce Smith. That was in 1981.
Yes. I remember that much. Bess is in. That's tickled away down to third man. Adam Lyth out of slip giving chase. Nicely played by Finn Hudson Prentice, who's going to pick up 3 for that well-controlled shot. 94 for 5, 21 to him.
Do you know who was third?
To him, in fact, 97 for 5. Steve Jones.
That was a guy called Trevor Wright.
Oh, Trevor Wright. No, Steve Jones, was he later than that?
I think it was, yeah. But nowadays, 2:11 wouldn't be considered overly quick for the marathon. I mean, some of the Kenyans are getting ground in not far... There's been a 2-hour marathon, I think, hasn't there?
Yeah, Bess is in. That's flicked off his legs by Carter. Bean can't reel it in. Jordan Thompson does. They're through for 1.
I mean, it is extraordinary, isn't it, to run 26 miles in that time? Yes.
It's tell you what, it's hard enough around Brighton to drive 26 miles in that time with all the blinking 20 miles an hour speed limits.
You were moaning walking from the hotel.
Yeah, Bess is in. That's flicked to leg by Hudson Prentice. They pick up a single. 25 to him, 99 on the board now for 5. Don't forget the last wicket fell at 66. So in terms of this Sussex second innings, it's a useful stand. This, the second best that they've put up so far. End of the over. Bess, I should say, has gone for 22 off 9 overs and taken 1 wicket.
I'm just looking up here. It says the world record for the marathon is 2 hours, 1 minute, 9 seconds. I thought someone had run under 2 seconds, but it's a Kenyan.
2 seconds, that would have been good.
Eliud Kipchoge, a world record of 2 hours, 1 minute, 9 seconds on September the 25th, 2022 at the Berlin Marathon.
Did you read the story last week, by the way? There was an ultra marathon between Liverpool and Manchester, and one of the girls who finished third had got in a car on the way.
Yeah. That's right. She was clocked. In comes Code and Bowles, and Hudson Prentice defends into the offside. I think what caught her out was the tracker caught her doing a mile in a minute or something.
Yeah, I mean, that's a shocker, isn't it? That.
Oh, dreadful.
It's a shocker.
I mean, yes, it prompted a conversation actually on national radio about when did someone cheat, and they had some some ex-footballers who were saying pre-season training, people hiding in bushes and this sort of thing, and then
we've all had the school cross-country run where they've gone off for a drag behind down in the local woods or whatever when the teachers sent them out into the sticks, but in a proper competitive event.
Code in Bowles. Hudson Prentice steers this through the offside. Good shot. That's going to race away for 4 runs. Good shot by Finn Hudson Prentice. Leant back, cut the ball away. The ball speeds away through point. He's playing very nicely here, Hudson Prentice. He goes to 29. Sussex to 103 for 5. Thank you. I had 63. The lead is 166. I remember being at school and my friend and I, we decided that there was a cross-country run and we did hide behind some bushes that was very naughty, and we got found out by the games teacher, who said because of that we wouldn't do the normal cross-country. We'd have to do a longer race. In comes Code, over wicket Bowles, and forward is Hudson Prentice. Plays to mid-off and there is no run. So we had to do what was called the 5 miler because it was 5 miles. And we were a bit bolshy, so we thought, we're not going to run around. So we walked around, and it took so long that he came to find us in the minibus and gave us a lift back to school. I think we went in the sweet shop on the way round and all sorts. So anyway.
Moral victory.
Yeah, it was a moral victory, really. Well, I think he only picked us up because he wanted to go home. He was fed up waiting for us. Happy days. Code. The sun is out, which is good news. Comes in the bowls. Hudson Prentice, is he caught behind? I thought he was. That was a good delivery from Ben Code. He lured Hudson Prentice into the shot. Just a bit of a way movement taken by keeper Hope. Hudson Prentice wanders away to square leg. Just as you think this game is settling into a pattern, Jonathan, suddenly a couple of wickets fall, doesn't it? And it's intriguing to watch.
Yeah, and he's most at home bowling at right-handers, Ben Code. He averages 18.6 when bowling at right-handers in first-class cricket. That's a pretty miserly average.
In an official race, to get a lift in a car is not great,
shocker,
is it?
Come on.
That's not good.
In a sport that's already riddled with drug cheats and all the rest of it.
Code bowls to Hudson Prentice, plays onto the onside. There is no run. I guess the equivalent in cricket, and I heard you guys talking about it, is that, do you walk, don't you walk debate.
I never ever, I can honestly say, hand on heart, I've never nicked a ball and that I know when I was out and not walked.
Right.
There's a couple of occasions when I've stood there because there's been a clatter of all sorts. Short ball, when you put your gloves up somewhere near your helmet and you're not quite sure what's it what.
Code in bowls. Hudson Prentice covers up, plays onto the leg side. There is no run.
And there'll be people laughing at that because they'll be saying, it's stupid. Let the umpire make the decision. That's fine. If that's the way you want to play the game, that is absolutely fine. Just don't moan when you get a bad one. But for me, I was a bowler first and foremost, when I was younger, and so I wanted to believe that batters would walk if they nicked it, and so I did that myself when I had a batting hand.
End of the over. What did we say? It was 103. Thank you for 5.
I tell you what, next time you want to know the score, why don't you just say, and the score is Doigi.
Well, I can't see that top number. I can see the other numbers clear. I don't know if it's just the angle of what it is. I was sitting over where you are last week and I still didn't get it right, which is dreadful.
There's Bess bowling here to Carter, who's pushed it on its way down to Edwards, coming in from long on. They've picked up 1.
Useful partnership, though, between these two, because when they came together, the score was 66 for 5, and Sussex were rocking. Or reeling, I should say.
It's been a weird game for that, hasn't it? A partnership gets going and then suddenly starts to make it look easier. A bit like the Yorkshire last pair, really. And then at other times, the wickets go tumbling in spells of 2, 3, 4. James Wharton is back out there and fielding, as he's just done with that latest delivery flicked onto the leg side by Ollie Carter. He's at a short straight mid-wicket where Milan was previously, and he's fielding again off this next delivery. Is Milan still out there? Is he the man who's gone?
Big Mick is down in front of us, look.
Big Mick.
Yeah, Big Mick's there. What Liam's nickname is? We'll have to ask him when he comes back on.
Yeah, my Big Mick. What's the nickname? My Big Mick. Bess in, and that's flicked around the corner. Jordan Thompson in enthusiastically from square leg to field. It is Milan who's off the field at the moment by the looks of things. Or is it? No. Adam lied. In fact, Milan has gone in at first slip, hasn't he?
Yes.
So skip off the field. Bess is in. Good use of feet this time by Finn Hudson Prentice, who got there and then just stroked it on its way towards Edwards. At long on. Hudson Prentice has done a fine job here for his team. 30 off 36.
Graham, who travels around with the Yorkshire, what's his surname, Dorji?
Hardcastle. Bess floats one up this time. A tempting, tasty teaser for Ollie Carter, who plays it on the deck to Wharton. And that is the end of the over. 105 for 5 with Bess. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 24. Tea is being taken today at 4 o'clock, isn't it?
It is, yes. Does Graham ever take his woolly hat off? When he's sitting inside, I know it's cold. It is cold outside, actually, but
it is. But don't forget that they've got the wind. Some brave soul in the written press room to our right. Open the window. It's
Paul Weaver, who might be listening to us. Actually, he's in the press box. He's listening intently. If he turns round in a moment, he might we'll know if he's listening to us or whether he's listening to his favourite album. I think he's listening to his favourite album because he's not making.
Is it something like Megadeth? He's head banging away there.
I don't know. Anyway, Matthew Fisher is going to come in from the Cromwell Road end, and he's going to be bowling to the right-handed Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's playing very nicely. He's on 30. He's in and bowls down the leg side and taken by Hope. And there is... Paul was listening to us. Look, he's waving next door. So I think he's listening to us and not his favourite album. So there we are. I don't know what his favourite album will be, actually. I think we should guess Paul's favourite album.
Feels greatest hit.
Feels greatest hits.
I think it might be a bit of Mozart or something like that.
I'm going for the Four Seasons by Vivaldi. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going for the Tremolos. A bit of Elvis.
He's probably got a bit of the tremolos, having been to the burger van at lunchtime.
In comes Fisher, bowls to Hudson-Prentice, who plays into the onside, and there is no... he's not listening now, he's taking his earpiece out, so we can't tell him his favourite band.
As we welcome listeners to BBC 5 Sports Extra.
Right, well, a very good afternoon to you all from the sunshine on the south coast. And an absorbing afternoon as Hudson-Prentice takes strike to face Matthew Fisher. He's 30 not out. Ollie Carter is on 8. As in comes Fisher. Boswell hits one. Oh, that looks very out. The appeal, and he's given out. Hudson-Prentice is on his way. Well, he looked to be very adjacent. Finn Hudson-Prentice is on his way for 30. And throughout this match, Jonathan, just as we thought there's a partnership going or someone's getting into the ascendancy, a wicket goes down and the game is right in the melting pot again. Sussex 103 for 5. They lead by 166. We'll call that now 103 for 6. And that, I have to say, I thought that looked very out. And credit to David Mann, who he's taken over the captaincy here. He's changed the bowling. Matthew Fisher has nipped one back to Hudson-Prentice. And Sussex lose their 6th wicket. For the benefit of you on 5 Sports Extra, it's been an absorbing day. Yorkshire eventually dismissed for 298. They put on 59 for the 10th wicket. Ben Code scoring 45 in 32 balls, including 2 4s and 5 6s, and they were huge 6s as well. Jack Carson, the Sussex off-spinner, finishing with 5 for 79. They were career best figures for Jack. So Sussex with a lead of 63. They were then 41 without loss in their second innings before Ali Orr was run out backing up. It's the 3rd time in 5 innings that Ali Orr has been out backing up. And that began a clatter of wickets. Tom Haines out for 23. Tom Alsop first ball. Cheteshwar Pujara maybe decisively for Sussex for 13. Tom Clark for 4. Finn Hudson-Prentice for 30. The sun is out. Drenched in sunshine now. And Sussex with 6 wickets down. And a lot of overs to be bowled tonight. We've still got 55 overs to bowl. And, it's exciting stuff, and Nathan McAndrew is the new man in.
It is. What a change, what a turnaround in this match today. You turned up this morning expecting Sussex to be probably likely to be in a lead of 120 plus, something like that, before they walked out second time. It turned out to be just a 63, and now 105 for 6 themselves. That, you're right, looked absolutely plumb. I don't think it bounced as much as Hudson-Prentice thought. Bit of nip back about it, but he hit him low on the pad, and he could have just walked off, couldn't he? And eventually had to do when the finger was raised.
He did indeed. In comes Fisher, running in down the hill, coming into bowl to the Australian Nathan McAndrew, who covers up and plays onto the onside. And there is no run.
Let's not reckon without the tail-enders, as we've said.
No.
Big tail-end stands for both sides in the match so far, so the danger may still be ahead for the bowling side. Yorkshire definitely cannot afford to get ahead of themselves here. They've just got to keep going through the motions, not in an aimless sense, but doing things properly out there.
Fisher with a slip in a gully. Adam Lythe is back on the field, the Yorkshire skipper. He's in on bowls, and McAndrew clips that to mid-wicket. There is no run.
Well, he's had a great bowling change. Who's responsible for that? Because he was actually off the field at the time that Matthew Fisher was brought on before this over.
He probably owes him a pint, I think, at close of play. But it's been continual throughout this game, hasn't it? Just as we think the game is heading in one direction, a couple of wickets, and the game dramatically changes. It's been a terrific game. It's not inconceivable this could finish today, you know.
No, Sports Extra disappeared off to the IPL now by the sound of things.
Well, it's more exciting here, I think, anyway. In comes Fisher bowls. Down the leg side, and Shy Hope was just trying to kid the umpire there. There was a little nick on that. End of the over, another wicket goes down. Decent crowd in, and they're getting value for money today, aren't they? As they did indeed yesterday. So 105 for 6. The lead is 168. Nathan McAndrew and Ollie Carter have a little natter out in the middle. These two batted really well against Durham, actually. Liam was here for that game when Ollie Carter made 41. Nathan McAndrew finished 38 not out. McAndrew actually in the first innings a rapid 23 in just 14 deliveries. So he's capable of doing a Ben code, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Mickey Edwards just dumping a...
Yeah, there he is, Big Mick. Look. Yeah.
Over the boundary down beneath our feet. Matthew Fisher's sweater by the looks of it. He's gone to the short-sleeved cricket shirt as Bess's first delivery of the over is flicked away backward of square leg by Ollie Clark. Not by Ollie Clark, by Ollie Carter even. Clark's, Carter's, Tom's, there's all sorts going on in this Sussex lineup. And in the com box. Shades are off for Don Bess. Even though the sun is back out and shining brightly at this moment in time, he's got both mid-on and mid-off up, trying to tempt McAndrew perhaps into hitting over the top, maybe playing a false shot. Doesn't with this delivery, just flicks it round the corner and bean fields. Still got a sweeper back.
Gone. He was. Oh, and he's caught. Is he LBW? That looks very out. It is indeed. Nathan McAndrew is on his way, and Matthew Fisher picks up back-to-back wickets in successive overs. And we were saying, could this game to finish tonight? Well, absolutely it could. McAndrew is on his way. Without troubling the scorers, Fisher picks up another wicket. And Sussex now in a pile of trouble.
And it's... The only explanation for this, really, is that Yorkshire are bowling far better than they did in the first innings. I said that there was
here now because Yorkshire, I mean, well, I said at lunchtime, Sussex had their noses in front. Bowls to Castle, who nudges this down to fine leg. I said every run absolutely counts, but it feels really important. Good bit of fielding down below us by David Milan. Sussex have lost 7 for 66. They were 41 without loss. And we just didn't see it coming. I mean, the Yorkshire lad, he lives in Woodingdean, just down by the Amex. So, and he doesn't support the Albion. Oh dear, that's even worse.
Which United?
Well, guess. Fisher in lovely sunshine comes in and bowls. Carter flicks this one down to third man. He's after 2. He'll need to get a move on if he's going to take a. Milan is in very quickly. Good cricket all round, actually. Ollie Carter was looking for the second. David Milan was absolutely determined he wasn't going to come back for the second. Actually, in some ways, it perhaps wouldn't have mattered much. He'd have had a chance to bowl to Jack Carson, who, as I say, made 26 in that first innings. So what a turnaround we've had here at Hove.
Yeah, and I think what will probably please Otis Gibson as Yorkshire's head coach more than anything in this second innings is that the 4 bowlers that have so far been used have all contributed in the wickets column. They've also been pretty good in terms of the economy rate. Jordan Thompson going at 4.6, the most expensive. 5 overs, 2 for 23, but he got 2 vital wickets, and so you'll take that on the chin if the tight bowling is coming at the other end, and that's allowing that little bit of extra leeway for him as Carter pats back Bess's first delivery. But Bess going at just 2.27, Code at bang on 3, and Fisher at just over 4. Here's Bess, and that's flicked to Milan, straight mid wicket, no run, and so. What I'm trying to say is that they're chipping in the wickets column, and there's definitely a feeling out there of much more control than in any of the previous 3 innings in which Yorkshire have bowled in this season so far. Pushing into the offside where Shaquille does the fielding. No run.
Northants bowled out for 63 to lose to Hampshire.
Oh dear me, that's a crusher, isn't it? Bess is in again, that's flicked off the legs. I wonder if Keith Abbott took any wickets.
Lost by 270 runs, Northamptonshire. Abbott took 3 for 9. Abbas 4 for 31. Fulham 1
As Bess is in again, that's flicked to Bean, short leg, no run.
Hey, can you believe there was a run out in 63 all out as well? I mean, that's just
calamitous, isn't it?
Yeah, that's just.
Well, I mean, they were hoping for a day off, Radders and Kev James, final ball of the dot, so maiden from Bess, 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 25. They were hoping for a day off. They got well over a day off, haven't they?
Day and a half.
Unbelievable.
108 for 7, so add 63 to that. 171 the lead for Sussex. Elsewhere, in the second division, Glamorgan in trouble at home against Durham, 95 for 5. In reply to Durham's 471 for 9. Gloucestershire 56 for 1 at New Road against Worcestershire. Looking at the weather forecast for next week is not great, I have to say, all across the West Country, and Sussex due to go to Bristol, where your game was washed out last week, and they probably can't afford to have a lot more rain down there, I wouldn't have thought. Anyway, we're concentrating in the here and now. In comes Fisher, bowls down the leg side, and it's flipped the thigh pad of Jack Carson, I think. In fact, they've been signalled as byes. So no hope, and no pun intended, Shy Hope diving away, but he had no chance of cutting that off. So 4 more to the total, and welcome runs too they are for Sussex. Jonathan is just looking at the now empty packet of biscuits.
Oh, the good old Yorkshire biscuits.
Are they?
Foxes.
They're really nice. I thought perhaps you were looking at to see what the calorie count was on them.
No.
Oh, look at Liam.
Foxes made in Batley.
Look at Liam. In comes Fisher, bowls, Carson is forward, placed to mid-off, there is no run. He's coming with his scones, or his scones, and his jam. It's a very early tea here, isn't it? Comes only just at lunch. 86 per biscuit. Well, Georgie was telling me last night over our curry how he's sort of looking after himself, and he's had about 8 biscuits. So that's about 700 calories, Georgie.
I've had 1.
Get away. You have to run to and from the hotel tonight.
Your eyesight's been challenged throughout this match.
Fisher comes in and bowls to Carson, who's solidly forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. It's a glorious afternoon here now. That cloud, which seemed to drift in after lunch, has now melted away, and there's lots and lots of blue sky. And if the light does stay like this, and I see no reason why it won't, we're going to probably get all these overs in.
I'll tell you what,
51 after this.
I'm going to put in an application for that Christopher Martin Jenkins. If you can win it when you can't read the scoreboard and you can't count a number of biscuits that I've eaten.
I know you've had more
Every
than one.
chance.
In comes Fisher running in, bowls, and forward comes Carson, plays into the offside, no run. In a situation like this, are we slightly a little way away from saying, do you know what, a quick 20 or 30 would be useful here? I mean, you've got Carter in, who's a fine player. He's got a big first-class 100 to his name. I think you're playing sensibly at this stage, aren't you?
I don't think a quick, just a 20 or 30.
Yeah, you think it's more than that?
Yeah, I think just get some runs.
Yeah. And it was these two who saw Sussex home against Durham in the victory that Sussex had this season. First game of the season, Fisher in, bowls to Carson. Next side, there's going to be more. Are they going to be more buys? I think they are. Let's wait for the umpire's signal. Indeed, has 8 buys in this over, just spearing the ball down the leg side.
And it's not great, is it? They all count. You can see what he's trying to do. Trying to bowl it full, but he's just dragged it a little bit too far on both those occasions, Matthew Fisher. It's been better from him this time, there's been no doubt about that, and that's been one of the reasons why Yorkshire have enjoyed a bit of success in this Sussex second innings.
Yes. Liam's been telling me how about trips to the gym and keeping fit. He's just demolished those 2 scones and cream. He'll be on commentary in a minute. In comes Fisher, bowls to Carson, who's up on his toes and steers that into the offside. Picks up a single, does Jack Carson.
We should have one of those. I think if the BBC were really caring, they'd do like they do on the, what's it called, the show that Gethin Jones does after breakfast on the morning. You know that one?
Oh, I don't know. I don't get time to watch.
Morning Live.
Right, okay.
Where they do a few token exercises, don't they? Back end of the programme, with the closing credits.
Okay.
Paying some dancer, doubtless stacks of money to turn up in the studio to just go, right, just bend your knees there and put your leg out there and
it'll be good.
Your arms a bit.
I'm going to disappear.
Credits.
Jack Carson on his way, Ollie Carter on 11, and it's going to be Don Best to carry on. The next voice you'll hear will be Jonathan Deutsch, and then it'll be Liam O'Brien.
Glorious sunshine at the moment. Jordan Thompson's been dropped a little deeper, replacing Big Mick at long-ish on. And Big Mickey's actually down at 45 behind square at the moment. Best going to continue with Fisher. Just twisting the back a little at mid-off. And prodding forward at this one is Jack Carson.
Well, that was absolutely unbelievable, and I hope you guys are very hungry now, and I've made you very jealous.
Yeah, did not bring anything in for us to then?
No, because I want you to burn the calories on the way to getting them.
Pull the ladder up, Jack, and stuff the rest of you, I think it is, from Liam O'Brien, as this latest delivery is wide of off stump, and Carson does have a little flick at it.
Adrian's done it worse. He's left the last biscuit just staring at all of us, so it's like a Mexican shootout. What do you call it? Is it a Mexican standoff or something like that, where you're all looking at it?
Here's Bess. Oh, good delivery,
wow.
which has the beating of Carson.
Oh, wow. He's given it.
Ballooned up off the pad, and he's been given.
Ooh.
So Carson has gone, the latest man to walk back to the dressing room for Sussex, 118 for 8 now. And at first, it looked like he'd just completely beaten him, but it's clearly hit the pad flap and skewed off out down towards third man. And umpire...
They've been trigger happy today, haven't they?
Yeah.
It looked like it got given by the appeal. I've just watched it back. It's quite hard to tell on the stream. It's a little bit blurry, so it's hard to tell. But the bowler was the only one that went for that, so it's a bit of a strange one.
Umpire Robert White thought about it and then raised the finger, so another LBW.
Wow.
And Bess with a second wicket, 2 for 25, halfway through his 13th over. And York, Ollie Robinson making his way out at number 10 for Sussex with a job to do. We know he can bat, didn't get many in the first innings, not to say he can't in the second. It looks a reasonable shout again.
Yeah, it doesn't actually look that bad.
No.
His teammates had let him down there by not appealing. It looks close-ish. It's hard to tell. Just watch it back. Yeah, maybe a little bit higher, but I just watched it back, and once Shy Hope hears Best appeal, he kind of puts his hand up as if, oh, okay, I'll join in. But,
well, at first I wondered if everybody had missed it and it'd come off Hope's pad flap, something like that, but no, Carson gone for 1 off 10. And there you go, Sussex, you may have heard Harmsy saying, have lost 8 for 77 now, so they're certainly not in a perilous position in terms of the match because they've got some runs on the board, but I'm sure they're going to want more than this to feel any form of comfort and to really challenge Yorkshire, who've got a lot of time left in the game, to try and rub off whatever it is they're set. So Robinson on strike, and wickets continuing to fall at regular intervals here. Just 3 overs and 1 ball since the last one when that fell. Robinson just pops forward and pushes back to Bess. 2 balls shy of another wicket maiden here. Thompson's been dropped right out, just walking in about 5 yards or so by the time this ball is delivered now by Bess, and Robinson pushing forward. Milan walking into field. It's Bess again over the wicket. Robinson with everything behind that, so well done Bess. Wicket maiden to him, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 25. Sussex 118 for 8, which is with 2 wickets in hand in their second innings, a lead of 181. It's not a bad lead.
No, I agree.
It's not enough at the moment. With the batting that Yorkshire have, they bat a long way down. So I feel like Sussex bowled well in that first innings, and Yorkshire be a little bit disappointed. But I think Yorkshire have a lot of batting, so Sussex need to put a bit more on the board here. It's a change of bowling as well. Mickey Edwards coming into bowl. He's an absolute giant. Big Mick. Just make sure you guys didn't mishear me there. Big Mick. And he is big indeed. He's, what is he, 6'7", 6'8"? He's a tall unit, and he gets a lot of bounce when he bowls, hits the seam hard, charges in as well, doesn't he? Speaking of charging in, he's sprinting in first up, bowls a ball and nearly chops on first ball. Ollie Carter goes to cut it through covers, and it rolls down to Davin Milan, down at fine leg. That was close. Nearly a wicket with his first ball there.
It was just outside off stump, wasn't it? And he didn't really get into much of a position, did he, Ollie Carter? Almost played that drag on. You often get that, don't you? Ball's going to miss the stumps if you just shoulder armed at it, but they so often cannon them onto the stumps when it's just outside off. Got away with it though. Maybe that's a little bit of luck that Sussex need.
That's the worst feeling as a batter, isn't it? Chopping on. I remember feeling sick. There was one in particular I still remember where it was a half volley outside off. I've tried to absolutely lever it inside edge onto the stumps, and I remember just genuinely walking off feeling sick that I'd missed out first of all, and then second of all I'd hit onto my stumps. But here's Edwards coming in now. Comes into bowl, and that's a big swoosh outside off stump for Ollie Robinson. It goes through to Shai Hope. He completely misses it, but no foot movement or anything there.
No, it was a real swipe wide of off stump. Just looking at the way the match is panning out so far, Sussex 103.3 overs to be dismissed for 362. Yorkshire then batted for 74 overs, appreciably less. And then so far, we're only into the 37th over of the Sussex second innings here, and they're 8 down.
Edwards into bowl. A lot of bounce there. It's a shoulder of Ollie Robinson's bat down to third man, and it's picked up well only for a single. But yes, it's only bowled 36 overs, but the standout difference is the quality of Yorkshire's bowling. There's been so many wicket-taking balls, isn't it? It's not as if Sussex have been loose trying to take the game to Yorkshire and doing loose shots. They've all been pretty controlled shots. It just looks like they've been bowling straight and hitting the seam.
Yeah, far better from Yorkshire with the ball.
Absolutely. It's nice to have an option like Edwards as he comes in here. Hits the pad. It looks like it's going down the leg side. And it's a leg by and a single. But we actually, with my England analysts and everything like that, we actually get a stat at the end of each game about how many balls we bowled straight. And it's a really big emphasis on... there's like a link between the runs you concede when you bowl straight and then when you bowl outside of the stumps, and also wickets taken. And it's crazy that the more you bring the stumps into play, you concede less runs and take a lot more wickets, as Edwards is in again. And Ollie Robinson goes to try and hit that through mid-wicket. Big hoik there, and it hits the top of his pads and going well over, in my opinion.
Was it? Okay. Have a look at it again. But yeah, it's... I think it was an ugly looking shot, wasn't it? Didn't get anywhere.
Very Bazball-esque, some might say. But yeah, the stat is actually weird how many more runs you concede and when you bowl outside the stumps, and obviously you bring bowled and LBW a lot more into play, so it's obvious with the wickets, but it's more the runs that really caught me off guard. And they've just dropped square leg back now, so maybe Robinson might be getting some of the short stuff here as he edges it to Adam Life, and that is a big wicket from Edwards there. He's bowled really well, lots of bounce, and Ollie Robinson edges it to Adam Life for one. So out of nowhere, Yorkshire are right on top now, and I said it earlier, I don't think having a lead of 180-ish is going to be enough for Sussex with this quality of batting that Yorkshire have, and they needed Robinson to hang around there, and that's well bowled from Edwards.
And a first wicket for Yorkshire for Mickey Edwards. He'll be delighted about that because he worked hard in the first innings, didn't have a lot of luck, and deserved that. And also, I'll tell you, a relieved man really, Adam Lyth, who put a few down last year by his own admission that slip wasn't as good as he could be, and he's taken an opportunity there. And so, 9 down.
Sussex have lost 9 for 80.
Wow, Sussex have lost 9 wickets for 80 runs. Far better from Yorkshire with the ball in this Sussex second innings. Game not over by a long chalk, and there's no reason why Sussex can't come out and bowl equally as well at Yorkshire second time around. So this is far from a done deal, but we've got a game on our hands here which at one stage looked like it was firmly going in Sussex's favour.
Can I just read an email that's coming up?
Go for it.
I'll just very quickly read this out. It's an email that's come in from Rob and Megan Parkinson over in Australia. They said, we're very happy to see our Ollie showing plenty of fight and is batting well again after his 64 yesterday. We had our club presentation last night for Newcastle City Cricket Club. As I mentioned a few weeks ago, Ollie could possibly pick up quite a few awards, and that's what happened. He won the Players' Player Award, the Wicket-Keeping Award for most dismissals, the Player of the Year, and the most runs in grade. He picked up 4 awards last night, Ollie Carter. That is terrific. Let's hope he goes on and makes a big score today and gives Sussex a sizable lead to defend.
And here's Bess bowling to Carter, and he's got a lot of responsibility on his shoulders here. Last pair at the wicket. Last pair in the match for Sussex at the wicket. He's just pushed a single.
Back here in Oz, Ollie unfortunately missed out on his maiden ton for the club, scoring 96 against Wallsend, who were eventual winners of the first grade competition. And that is regards from Rob and Megan. Thanks so much for getting in touch. And if you're happy for me to do so, I'll forward your email on to the club, who can in turn forward it on to Ollie Carter. But really kind of you for getting in touch. And well done, Ollie.
Yeah, well done to him. Henry Crocombe on strike. Yorkshire bringing up Ben Code at point, just closing in on the Sussex number 11. They have, that was a dot ball by the way, dispatched George Hill out in front of square on the leg side again. Jordan Thompson is down to our right as well, very deep at long on, and a little push forward and an outside edge here from Crocombe. He's going to pick up 4 runs. Bess, hands to his face, disappointment for him. He's gone for 5 in the over so far, but not done desperate harm to his figures just yet. And 4 off 2. And to all intents and purposes today has felt very much like a batting day, and yet the wickets really have tumbled. Yorkshire lost 3 of their own earlier on and now taking 9. Sussex second in his wickets themselves. So 5 wickets on day 1, 12 yesterday, 12 so far today, and a long time still to play as that latest delivery is turned to Milan on the leg side. Bess in again, Crocombe forward and pushing out into the covers where saw Shaquille fields, and Code now being sent out to give Crocombe the 1. A deep point. Here's Bess again. Crocombe has a push at 1. Not sure if that was a chance or not. Hard to tell from here. Totally unsighted, but Adam Lyth diving to his left. Was it a chance? See in a moment when we get that far in the stream that I'm watching.
Yeah, we're both watching it quite intently now, aren't we? Just seeing. But that's Mickey Edwards back onto bowl here. And he dropped him. It was a sitter.
So there you go. He's just taken one at the other end and he's put him down. And with big last wicket partnerships so far in this match, you never know how costly that might be.
He'll be disappointed with that. That was pretty regulation stuff as well. Ex-Test cricketer as well, Adam Lyth, will be disappointed with that. Now Edwards coming in from the Conrad Road end. Into bowl. And he hits that deck hard. Really bends his back in. Sprints down that hill. Unit. Absolute unit. Talking about nicknames. Any guesses, Adrian, Doidgy, what my nickname would be? You mentioned it earlier. Yeah, that's my own nickname for my think about for the next 10 minutes.
I've not played many 4-day games, I must admit, but there were a few in the cul-de-sac when I was a nipper.
Adrian, do you play any 4-day stuff? No, that was dismissive from Adrian as he comes into bowl here, Edwards, and that's a Yorker length delivery, well blocked out there from Crocombe, and that's 127 for 9. Only 37 overs gone, or 39 overs. I can't actually see that. I've got Adrian's eyesight. All of us at 39, and good over there from Edwards.
That's good bowling actually. Trying the Yorker a couple of times in the last couple of deliveries there, and it's good to see something like that rather than some of the stuff that's been served up at the tail enders in this match so far. So well done to Big Mick. He has got 1 for 3 from 2 overs so far. Don Bess will continue at this C end. He's been unbroken since the lunch break, hasn't he? Yeah. Just sending Matthew Fisher a little deeper. They're probably going to try and give Ollie Carter the 1 here. Tries a reverse sweep and he's going to pick up something from it. He's going to get at least 1. Ben Code with a tumbling stop, but can't prevent the 2. Nicely played, actually, by Carter. Well executed.
It's quite a risk-free shot as well because there's no one really close in that offside. Even if you just get any bat on it, it's at least 2.
Yeah, even if he sort of top-edged it.
Yeah.
Unless it went straight up in the air, it's probably going to be safe. What's best got as a riposte this time? He drags it down the leg side, and they're going to take the 1. They've got to do, really. They've just got to keep batting, haven't they? And I think Crocombe showed us in the first innings that Ollie Carter doesn't have to kind of protect him too much. They got through for 1 there. Had a chance on Crocombe already, which has gone down. Adam Lyth grassing one in Bess's previous over. Here is Bess again to Crocombe, pushing forward into the offside. Codewell field, dot ball. Loads of breeze, stiff breeze on day 1. Yesterday the flags were limp. Today, somewhere in between, there is a bit of breeze in evidence. Looking at the flags away on the scoreboard to our right. Here is Bess again, and Crocombe pushing to Fisher. Give the ball a bit of a shine on the back of his trousers.
It's a good spell from Fisher when he was bowling down, wasn't it?
Yeah, good stuff from him. Much more Fisher-like. Appeal for LBW here. Crocombe walked across and tried to flick it round the corner. Came off the pad and went round the corner in the end. Big Mick fielding. And
good appeal.
It was. There was a bit of confidence about it from Bess. Didn't quite feel as confident from everybody else. White says not out this time. Crocombe solidly behind the final ball of the over, which went for 3, 2 off the bat and a leg by. 130 for 9 Sussex, so the lead is now up to 193.
The sort of cricket I played in, Liam, was village cricket, and so we used to start at 2:30.
Okay.
You'd play till 5 when there was tea. 45. That's right.
Cricket update.
Boy, we've had a dramatic collapse here from Sussex at Hove. They're 130 for 9, having at one stage been 41 for 1. They've lost at one stage 9 for 80. It means the lead here for Sussex is now 193. Only 1 wicket left to fall. We've still got just short of 50 overs left in the day, so we could well have a result here at Hove today. So Sussex really struggling, much depending on Ollie Carter. He's 16 not out. It's close, wasn't it?
It was very close. Just in the nick of time, but you wouldn't have known. No listener in the world would have detected that you had to grab the cans at the last second. That was absolutely seamless as Edwards is in, and that's pushed into the offside by Carter. And they get a single.
Before.
So that was our cricket that we used to play. You'd start at 2:30, play till 5, then you'd have tea start again at 5:30. 20 overs from 6:30.
Oh wow! And I heard you used to bundle each other in the back of a van, and sounds a bit Football Factories-esque as you come out ready for a tear up with you.
18 pints afterwards, and ye old Red Lion.
So Edwards into bowl here. Good length ball, well blocked from Crocombe. I just have visions of you coming out with your cricket bat stuff, like you're ready to fight out the back of the van.
In those days, if anybody got 5 wickets, everyone would stay afterwards for a drink. If anyone got 5 wickets, that was by a jug of beer. 50 was a jug of beer, and you'd share it amongst the opposition. I just love the social side of cricket. Was just brilliant. You've had that, Georgie.
Oh yeah, it's just a great game in so many different ways, including that the social side of things.
Edwards coming down the hill here. And that's hit through cover, and they pick up 1. That's well fielded. So if you didn't hear that through the mic, guys, because Adrian's next to me, he said he used to play around 2:30 Sunday. They played till 5 o'clock-ish, have a nice little tea, and then they'd have 20 overs after 5:30, and then they all get... Oh, okay. 20 overs after 6:30, and then they'd all get levered afterwards, and then drive home, is what he's saying. So don't drink and drive, people.
It's brilliant, isn't it? You enjoy playing your home games because it's your home ground and all that goes with that. But then the away games are great. Because a lot of them are great because it depends on what league you're playing and how picturesque the ground is, what the tees are like, stuff like that.
Evans into bowl here, and that's blocked, and all Crocombe sitting on his heels, but he manages to get in time.
Not only those things, but also, as Liam...
Wow, I nearly... Did he snapped it
nearly
there?
turns
Jesus.
tail.
Wow.
As apart from the tees and the venues, but it's the other things, isn't it? It's where can you stop off for your pint on the way back? A nice pub on the way that you've cited before the game starts. We'll all go, drive halfway and meet there for a couple as well, and then drive home. You can see where this is going.
So, last ball over here from Edwards. That's some good carry there from Edwards, good heat, and that's just beat the outside edge, and that is a dot ball. So 133 for 9. Good over again from Edwards, 3 off it, but it looks like he's going to be getting a wicket here the way he's been bowling, and Yorkshire are going to be desperate to get that last wicket and get into bat. But yeah, I can't really relate to that, unfortunately, guys, with the drink culture and everything like that. It's a little bit more managed, but in fairness, at the club I play at Preston Nomads, we started bringing in more of a social culture. So after the game and all, we have to stay for an hour and have a drink afterwards, just to make sure we talk to the opposition.
The drink culture was managed in Adrian's day. I mean, if you could manage to carry a tray of 11 pints, then.
No, but I think, to be honest, in all seriousness, it was a big social thing, and you'd see players from one year to the next. All our cricket was friendly cricket. Your big guys who hadn't seen for a year, you would stay there. It was what cricket was all about.
Yeah.
Just great fun. Good cricket, good fun, and well, you all love it.
Here's Bess bowling to Carter, who is pushing to Jordan Thompson, coming in from long on. Through for 1.
So Adrian just talking about how social cricket is, and he was also venturing into his football hooliganism back then as well, but got a little look there.
Bess again. Now then, he's got underneath this one, has Henry Crocombe. Thompson charging round the boundary edge and does really well to drag that back in. Superb piece of fielding by Jordan Thompson. They'll get 2.
Well fielded there.
Deserved applause from his teammates and those present at the other side of the boundary rope.
Bit of counter-attacking there from Crocombe.
Yeah, played it well. He's on to 7, 136 for 9. Batting again. Crocombe this time with respect, pushing back to the Yorkshire off-spinner.
But in fairness, growing up through my club system and everything like that, it was all about social and getting along with the opposition afterwards, and everyone knows each other, so it's a great sport for that.
Batting again, Crocombe. Now then, he's played and missed at this one, trying to flick it to leg. There's a half-hearted appeal by Bess, and nobody else goes with him. Nor, as is the key, does umpire Robert White. Ollie Carter just going to go down the pitch here and take a little bit of sting out of that. Have a quick word with Henry Crocombe. Just delay Don Bess's next delivery. All sorts of little things at play. Just say, just get your head on, sunshine. You showed us your bat in the first innings. Let's just, another 20 or 30 runs here could be vital in the outcome of this match. As Crocombe flicks this one along the deck to Hill, coming in from the mid-wicket boundary, and they get 1. Sussex now lead by 200 runs, and that is not to be sniffed at. Strength or not in the Yorkshire batting lineup. When you are chasing, you've got the pressure of the chase. 4th innings, pitch starting to wear. They're going to be easy. It could go here, should go here.
Oh my goodness.
He's not gone here. Dearie me, Ollie Carter has come down the pitch to Bess, and it looks as though it was a stumping opportunity for Hope that has been missed. That's the way it looked from this angle, at least, and it's not easy with the non-striking batter halfway through your line of vision.
Yeah, it's got to be taken. I'm just watching that. It's spun quite a bit, but it's just not stuck in Hope's hands. And the quality that Hope possesses, he'll be really disappointed with that. But Bess seemed okay. Had a little handshake afterwards, but big chance.
Yeah, international wicket keeper.
And it's going to be Edwards again here, steaming down the hill. Goals at full length delivery, and it's well blocked there from Crocombe to mid-on.
Just looking again. Oh yeah, I mean he's miles down the track, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's a stumping 10 out of 10 really for an international keeper, and he's missed the opportunity.
Absolutely. But they still fancy getting a wicket here. Edwards is looking really threatening, and bowl with some good pace. He's running down the hill again here. Into bowl. Oh, and it's hit the bottom of the bat there from Crocombe as he tried to drive it and rolled through to Shy Hope there, the keeper. It's kind of hard one to explain, but Crocombe's got to drive it through extra cover, hit the bottom of his bat, and then just rolled straight through to the keeper. Yeah, that was... I don't really know how he got it there, but he managed to. But yeah, I'm really interested to see Shy Hope bat again. He's one of my favourite players when watching him internationally, so he looked like he was pretty threatening in the first innings as well. He
played the shot to get off the mark through the covers, just a lovely push that he timed beautifully over towards the scoreboard. Yeah, looks like he can play now. Then there's a discussion about the ball here.
So Doidge's just getting his binoculars out, just trying to zoom in, see what they're discussing. But Mickey Edwards, very true Liam O'Brien style. As soon as there's a break in play, sitting down. There's always this thing growing up of don't lie down if the ball's gone out of play or something, or while you're waiting. But
they're going to change it by the looks of things.
Yeah, they're talking to change it. But Mickey Edwards just chilling there, lying down, taking a bit of a break. But Sussex here, personally, if I was playing, I'd want a lead of 225 minimum. I don't know, 200's competitive, but with the weather and everything like that, you just want to make sure you have enough runs on the board just to make Yorkshire have to work a lot harder to chase these runs.
And, Yorkshire, for all they've bowled well, and there's no doubt they have in this Sussex second innings, that the scoreboard does not lie, still missing those odd opportunities, aren't they? There was the one first up where Ali Orr was dropped by Saud Shakil at mid-wicket, a very catchable chance. And then just in recent times, they've got to 9 wickets down. And we know, in saying this, look, it's hard to be overly critical, isn't it? Because none of us, we've all dropped catches who've ever played cricket. Nobody means to drop them. But if you're going to be a side that, in Yorkshire's case, were favourites to get promoted back to Division 1 at the start of the season, you want to be minimising those issues, and that's 3 chances in this innings alone. Even though they've still played well, Sussex could have been back in the changing room, back out there in the field now. Crocombe dropped by lie that slip off Don Best when the score was 126 for 9, so that's 11 runs ago already, and then a missed stumping when the score was, as it still is, 137 for 9 on Ollie Carter off Don Best. Yeah. So will this ball change bring about what Yorkshire need, which is that one final wicket, or will it, for one reason or another, help Sussex kick on and just another 20 or 30 runs here, as I keep saying, 225 plus in any fourth innings usually takes some getting. I say that accepting that Leicestershire knocked off 389 against Yorkshire at Headingley on the last day of the first match of the season. But Yorkshire did not bowl well on that occasion.
Yeah, that was amazing to watch. Saw that on Twitter, and that was more just credit to Leicestershire. One of those, isn't it, where fair play, had a bit of fight, and they need to go out and win games like that to do well this season. But there's a change of ball now. Crocombe and Carter are talking, and you're absolutely right about drop. No one means to do it with drop catches, but they have such a big effect on the game. Normally, when you look back at people that have got 100, normally when you tell the story about the 100, you go, yeah, he got 100, but we dropped him on 10, or we dropped him on 15. It's so important that you get those big chances. As Edwards comes into bowl here, full-length delivery. That was quick as well, blocked away.
And that's exactly what you're saying happened on that last day. So while Yorkshire didn't bowl well, Hanscom was dropped on 2, went on to play one of the 2 match-winning knocks in that Leicestershire second innings, and Rishi Patel he's got his first-class century in that game, 125. He was dropped on, I think it was 8, and then again in the 40s, 50s, that sort of.
Yeah, it makes such a big difference, doesn't it? Now Edwards coming in here, full-length delivery, and that's well blocked again from Crocombe. Yeah, it makes a big difference. We dropped in my World Cup final in 2019. We had a big drop at fine leg, top edge, and our short fine leg should have caught it, and he knows it. And he went on to get a really quick 550, hitting balls out of New Road, hit one into the hotel. It makes such a big difference. And you look back, and as much as it's a drop catch, it changes the whole game.
Yeah, but you have to. You sort of, if you're going to be a proper team, have got to accept collective responsibility for that, haven't you? Because on another day, that could be you.
Absolutely, as Edwards is in again, bowls a short ball and it's well swayed out the way of Crocombe. I think it's a pride thing as well, isn't it? You don't want to drop any catches, and as a team you'll fight towards. I'm probably one of the worst because I'd train extra to make sure my catching's like my main pride. I don't drop any catches. And I think my brother could like count on one hand how many times I've dropped a catch in a game, because he remembers every single one to try and rub it in. So I think if it's someone that doesn't do it very often, you're definitely forgiven a lot quicker as well. As Edwards comes into bowl here, full length delivery, and that Yorkshire just seems Yorkshire, he double O's a Yorker, and his Yorkers just seem to have a little bit extra pace, as if he's trying to sneak it in past the batsman, but it's well blocked out there from Crocombe, and that's the over.
Yeah, I think the signs Mickey Edwards for Yorkshire are encouraging. He's had injury problems over the years. If he can stay on the park, then he looks like he could do a useful job, and it's nice to see the Yorker being used. We don't see it that often, really, in red ball cricket anymore. I can count, probably 10 of them bowled in the entire season last year that you can obviously think of from Yorkshire's point of view. Matthew Revis, who was in the box yesterday, we talked about one of those where he skittled Will Young, New Zealand Test batter, playing for Northamptonshire at Northampton. So it's good to see, especially on a tail ender. And to be fair to Henry Crocombe, he's played them well, but you wouldn't be surprised if one of those sneaks through from Edwards, and he's bowling pretty well for 1 for 6 off 4 overs so far. Meanwhile, Don Best back on the C end, and a big appeal here, and that's it. Carter trying to sweep that one somewhere out down towards Brighton, and he's missed it and gone for 19, 137 all out Sussex, and so Yorkshire will need
201, I think it is.
201 runs to win this intriguing Division 2 game of cricket. Bess finishes with 3 for 36 to his name from 16 overs and 16.1 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 36. Matthew Fisher 2 for 30 from 8 overs and 1 maiden. Ben Code 1 for 30 from 10 overs and 1 maiden. Jordan Thompson 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 23, and Mickey Edwards 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 6. I'm sure Harmsy will tell us how many wickets they lost in that run from 90. They've lost all 10 wickets for 96 runs there, didn't they? 41 without loss.
That's mental.
Finn Hudson-Prentice top scoring for Sussex with 30. They're going to be now feeling on the back foot. This is going to be one of those conversations in the Sussex dressing room, which is, we know we might not have enough here now. We've just been really rattled by Yorkshire with the bat. And there's going to be all that talk up of, we know we can do this, boys, let's bowl it in the right areas. With Ollie Robinson, they're a very dangerous player. We know that as well, test bowler. But there's going to be a lot of that trying to give themselves the belief here that they can do this now.
And also I would say that these are probably the best batting conditions of the match.
It's beautiful conditions to bat in.
Absolutely,
On a good day. The cloudless time. I think we'll get through these remaining overs, and if we do, there's got to be a chance it's to be done today.
Yeah, Yorkshire will be, suddenly the about turn in the game, they'll be delighted with this position. They would have bitten your hand off for something like this morning.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure they didn't envisage that they'd be chasing 201 to win. It felt like it was going to be at least 250, more like 300.
Yeah.
Something like that. And so they've given themselves a chance. But you wouldn't want to over-exaggerate that either. They're going to have to bat well. And it's just a cracking game of 4-day cricket as we are, halfway through or so.
Yeah, it's tea now. The stewards are coming onto the pitch.
So that means we won't lose the 2 overs between change of innings as well.
Absolutely. So we've got more cricket.
42 overs remaining in the day to get 200 runs, 5 and over. It's quite an ask, isn't it, to be done tonight?
Yeah, could be back in the morning. But anyway, either way, it is tea. Yorkshire will need 201 runs to win. Sussex needing 10 wickets. All to play for here at Hove. Rejoin the 3 of us, if you will, at the other.
So, welcome back to a sunbathed Hove. I can safely say, and there is not a cloud in the sky, which is good news. I thought we're just going to switch around headphones here for a moment. Sorry about that, a bit of rearranging of the commentary box. So the equation here on a lovely afternoon, not a cloud in the sky, so my feeling is here we will get these 42 overs in tonight. The question is, will Yorkshire score the 201 they need? They'll have to score at 5 and over to do so. Can Sussex pick up the wickets? Will we get finished tonight? Will we come back tomorrow? Who knows? But a quite extraordinary session. Sussex losing 8 for 88. And 10 for 96, a quite extraordinary collapse. But it is going to be Ollie Robinson coming down the hill to bowl to Adam Lyth. He's in involved and lies at that go outside the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter. And there is no run. It looks a good wicket. We'll get an update on Liam in that in a couple of moments' time. But get your emails coming in. This could be an exciting final session of the day here. 2 slips in a gully, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a square leg and a long leg. My own feeling is that Yorkshire this morning, if you'd have offered them this, would have absolutely bitten your hand off, because this morning, not that Yorkshire were out of the game, but Sussex were certainly in the ascendancy. As in comes Ollie Robinson down the hill to bowl to Adam Lyth. He's in and bowls Lyth, lets that one go through to Carter, and there is no run. So this morning, Yorkshire were 216 for 7. So the arrears were 145, and they lost 2 quick wickets, and were it not for a last wicket partnership of 59, and that kind of changed the balance of the match. Ben Code making 45 in just 32 balls, 5 big sixes. All of a sudden the arrears were just 63 runs, and that felt manageable for Yorkshire. Good opening partnership, but then Alior is run out, Tom Alsop is out, LBW, and suddenly the wickets begin to fall, and Yorkshire are right back in it. In comes Robinson, bowls, taken by Carter, there is no run. My feeling with Ollie Robinson, he's feeling his way. He's got a big summer ahead of him. He's got the Ashes. He did play in the first match. He bowled well in the first innings, but I didn't feel he was bowling quite at full tilt, and who would expect him to. But it'll be interesting to see here, because this is a situation that feels kind of made for Ollie Robinson, just when Sussex needs some early wickets.
Well, he's been on the money first 3 balls, hasn't he?
I was just going to say that. And he just looks to be bowling with a little bit more zip as he turns and runs towards us. This is Championship cricket at its best. He's in and bowls, and Lyth is forward. Plays into the offside. Alior is very quickly in, fielded by Carter, and there is no run. The Sussex players all clapping every delivery.
It's a good start here from Ollie Robinson.
Oh, excellent. Thank you for this. So we're just hearing Jofra Archer's returning to action in the IPL after missing 4 games with an elbow injury. Archer is playing for Mumbai Indians in the match against a Punjab Kings side captained by England all-rounder Sam Curran, and including his teammate Liam Livingston. So thank you for that. So that's great news. Jofra is back. So that really, really is good news. In comes Ollie Robinson, bowls, and Lyth drives to mid-on. There is no run. But good news, I think, Jofra Archer being back. And thank you for that, Doige. He's just seen that announcement come through. Because I think when everybody saw that Jofra's elbow was maybe playing up again, you sort of fear the worst. But thank goodness he's playing again. And I think that's great for English cricket, really, because you need personalities, terrific cricketers like Jofra Archer in and around, and who knows, we may see a little bit of Jofra here this summer. I doubt too much, to be honest, but that's really good news, and I'm just pleased for Jofra. In comes Robinson, bowls down the leg side. Terrific take by Ollie Carter, goalkeeper style down the leg side. Sussex running in between deliveries, because as much as anything else, the over rate, which is in red on the scoreboard to my right, is saying -3.
Yeah.
And they would be 3 points that Sussex will be deducted at the end of this game if they don't sort out that over rate. So they're running between overs. I think the umpires have a little bit of a say in it, and I think if they see that you're racing around, and that has an impact on the over rate. So anyway, made over to start with Ollie Robinson. 201 needed in 41 overs. That's what's left today, and we've got all tomorrow. Although the weather forecast tomorrow is a little bit iffy, to put it mildly.
Absolutely, and it's really exciting to see they're bringing McAndrew up the hill. So this is a strike, bowl, and attack with Ollie Robinson and Nathan McAndrew, and I really wanted to see them bowl that 2 combo early on and really try and take wickets. And they're doing it. I've not seen McAndrew bowl up the hill yet. Did he bowl up the hill?
He did bowl up the hill a little bit, but And I think Ollie pulling rank, as you would expect.
Well, Ollie definitely bent his back in that first over. He was right on the money and got some good carries. So I think he's up for it, and he's going to be going full tilt. And it'll be good to see if McAndrew can get some rhythm, because we'll have a great contest with Bean and Live here. And McAndrew's starting round the wicket, so I imagine he's going to be targeting them stumps with 2 slips and a gully. As he's into bowl, full length delivery, and that's a Yorker to start with. And you do tend to bowl a little bit fuller sometimes, bowling up the hill, but just because you're trying a little bit harder to pitch it up.
I had a tweet from Fernhurst Cricket Club, which is on the Sussex Surrey board, and they're saying they're loving the commentary and the pictures from Hove. The Sussex friendly format is still going strong here. Exactly our format, with neighbours like Lodsworth and Linchmere and Nomads. So there we are. I was talking about the fact starting at 2:30, tea at 5, 20 overs from 6:30, a couple of pints, and we will go home.
Oh, amazing. McAndrew's into bowl here, and that's flicked away down to fine leg, nonchalantly for 1.
A nice tea. I actually pick up on what Doidge was saying earlier. I mean, I'm not saying people did, but there were certain clubs that were renowned for their tea. And when the team sheet went up, or availability, and the skippers ringing around, is that what used to happen? Who's available next week? And someone would have a little book and write the names down. If it was, I don't know, whatever club it was away from home, Fernhurst, they do a good tea. You see half a dozen, the names would be down to be about 16 guys want to play.
We have the best teas in Sussex at Preston Nomads. It's been voted officially, and
that's lovely.
Yeah, that's why I'm a member there. I'll follow the teas wherever we go, but yeah, they do an excellent tea, so we always see a good turnout of teams when they come and play us. As McAndrew's into bowl here, middle and leg line, that's a good start, and it's just flicked away, and they're going for a run. Backed up well from Pujara, and that's a cheeky little single there. Good start from McAndrew. I like the fact he's targeting the stumps straight away. A bit of nibble in the, bit of movement in the surface early on, so if you're targeting the stumps, you're going to bring LBWs into play, and the umpires haven't been shy of giving them today, have they, Adrian?
No, they haven't. 7 LBWs. I think we felt here, and it's difficult. We'll probably get some reaction at close of play. I think our feeling here, from what we can see, we aren't wicket to wicket, is that Tom Allsop's looked a doubtful one, but the others didn't look too much cause for complaint, to be honest.
Absolutely right. Tom Allsop might have been the only one that felt unlucky, as McAndrew comes in again and is blocked away well there from Bean. You could, the normal tell is the reaction from the opposite batter, because they have such a good view. Sometimes if it's given, you kind of know and you don't look at the other batter, but straight away, as soon as it was given, Tom Haynes lifted his head up as if like, has he just given that? Then he walked away because he couldn't believe it. So that's normally the tell, because I've been given out a few times before, thought I was no chance I was out, looked at my opposing batter to expect him to say the same thing, and he just gave me the nod as if, Liam, that was plum. So Tom Haynes' reaction and kind of showed me what I thought. I thought he might have been missing the stumps, but McAndrew started well here, coming around the wicket into bowl, and that is left alone for a dot ball. Bean on strike. I've not seen much of Bean. Did he bat well in the first innings?
He played very nicely. He made
49, wasn't it?
49. And Jonathan was saying yesterday that in a second 11 match last year, I believe against Nottinghamshire, he'll correct me when he come back in, Finley Bean made 441. He made individually.
Wow.
So it was clearly a good batting. The game ended in a draw, but I think it was 441, Jonathan said, that Finley Bean made.
That's impressive stuff, that. As McAndrew comes into bowl, that's a really good start from McAndrew, right on the money, and Sussex are going to need that. They're going to need a good start and get some early wickets, because Yorkshire's batting is stacked and they want to get as far into it as they can with the new ball. And yeah, good start there from McAndrew. 2 without loss.
And listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio York, Leeds, Sheffield and Humberside. Adrian Harms and Liam O'Brien on commentary. Jonathan Doidge will be joining us a little later on. It's the perfect afternoon. There's barely a cloud in the sky. Just away to the west, there's some very high-level cloud, but nothing to worry about. And I'm pretty confident that we're going to get these 40 overs in tonight. Ollie Robinson coming down the hill to bowl to Adam Lyth. He's in bowls, and Lyth drives handsomely through the covers. Runs here for Adam Lyth, at least a couple, and I think it's going to go all the way to 4. That's beautifully timed. Overpitched by Ollie Robinson, and good placement by Adam Lyth. And I think there might be a few Yorkshire supporters down, because boundary was greeted with a very healthy round of applause.
They're also all on the balcony, which is what I like to see as well. So I think there's a big round of applause from your own team, which is normally the ones you seem to hear. Even if there's a big crowd, if you hear a round of applause and shouting, you normally pick up the noises you're already used to, so you can hear your own teammates celebrating. And it's quite a nice thing to feel like you're getting supported and watched by your team.
Email from Lance, which I'll read in a moment. In comes Robinson, bowls, live. Let's let one go. Good judgment by Adam Live, taken by Carter, and there is no run. We were talking about marathons earlier because it's the London Marathon tomorrow, which I think is going to be run in the rain, which I know marathon runners do like it cool, but I don't think rain is great, is it, for any outdoor sporting event? Lance is enjoying the commentary. He says, I'm a Sussex fan and quite a keen runner. As you suspected, there has been a sub 2 hour marathon by Kipchoge. I think that's how you pronounce the gentleman's name. However, it was with 30 pacers and with a lead car, so amazing as it was, it doesn't qualify as a world record. In comes Robinson, bowls, let go again by Live, taken by Carter, no run. And if I remember right, Lance, and you might correct me here, was he wearing a new design of shoe? There's no suggestion there was anything illegal about the shoe, but I think there was a bit of debate about the type of shoe that he was running in.
Absolutely, there was a controversy because I think it was a new Nike shoe they brought out. Other brands are available. There you go, Engine. I got that in. And I think it had like extra spring or something like that. It was like a carbon. There was something about it which it wasn't illegal, but it meant that it wasn't also a valid attempt or something like that.
Yes, made it a little easier perhaps. In comes Robinson, bowls Live again, lets that one go outside the off stump. There is no run. A quick look around the other scores in the county championship. Probably nothing as exciting as here. I wouldn't have thought at this particular stage. We know Hampshire have already won convincingly. They've beaten Northamptonshire by an innings and 270. Canterbury, the first division, Kent 212 for 2 at tea on the third day, still trailing Essex by 239. So it might need some imaginative captaincy if they're going to get a result in that one. Middlesex recovered at Lords, actually made 274 all out. Robinson in bowls, Live defends, plays out in the offside. There is no run. It kept a little low. Notts in their second innings 28 for 1. Ben Duckett, who made 177 in the first innings, is out in the second for 7. To the bowling of Toby Rowland Jones. In that Middlesex innings, Ryan Higgins again making runs. He's a fine cricketer. He made 53. Mark Stoneman making 76. Down at Taunton, comes Robinson again, bowls and Live.
Oh, wow.
And that took off from not far short of a length, and Ollie Carter took that over his left-hand shoulder. Good tidy over from Robinson. Maybe would have wanted to have made Live play a little more, but he's bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 4. And Yorkshire, in pursuit of 200 to win this match, are 6 without loss. I'll just give these other scores. Liam Lancashire, 554 all out, leads Somerset by 113. Big 100 there from Keaton Jennings, 189, but he had to retire hurt. 85 from Josh Bohannon, and very quickly into the second division of the Championship where we're interested. Glamorgan 143 for 5, trailing Durham by 328, and Gloucestershire 105 for 1 in their second innings, leading Worcestershire by 179.
And that timed perfectly, Adrian, as McAndrew comes up to bowl here. Oh, and that's hit him on the pads, and that's a not out straight away.
That was down the leg side.
He's been swinging it away. I'd love to watch that one back. Just, there's always a little tell as well. The ball bounced off his pad and went to the offside. So sometimes you think, oh, it's a bit straighter than you think. But it'd be interesting to watch that back. It was a good appeal, but the umpire said not out straight away. And do you see Zach Crawley hit 100? So he's been getting loads of abuse on Twitter about not scoring runs, needs to get dropped, and then he hits another 100. I
didn't see that actually for Kent. You're quite right, in that game that I said was drifting towards a draw. He's 141 not out.
McAndrew into bowl again, and that's well bowled. And let's have a little watch back of this last ball. It's going down leg side, guys, ignore me.
Yeah, no, we aren't wicket to wicket here. We're sort of 4 cut strips away, so as Finley Bean is batting, we're at a very straight mid-off. Good shout, but my feeling was always it was not out. I think that's a decent decision by the umpire.
Absolutely. But I just like the fact Sussex have been positive here and gone. They're 2 strike bowlers, I'd say, early on. They want to take wickets, and I like the positivity. As McAndrew's into bowl here, full length delivery, and that's flicked very well there by Bean. And it's a good chase here from Tom Haynes, who flicks it up. and it's thrown in, and they were looking for the third, but good bit of fielding there from the Sussex players. And I do like the fact that McAndrew's trying to bowl straight. He's really trying to bring the stumps into play. That just means that any little bit of movement, and it really gives them a chance of edging it or getting bowled. So love that.
Quite interesting, Liam, isn't it? Because you'd feel that, you know, a great believer with the new ball, you've got to make batsmen play, so you've got to pitch the ball up. That in turn means that you can get driven, and Cheteshwar Pujara, you want to pitch it up, you want to bring your sips into play, but you don't want to concede too many runs. They're only defending 200, Sussex.
Absolutely, as McAndrew's in again, and that's really well driven, but straight to Ollie Robinson at mid-off, who throws it to the keeper, and that is a dot ball. There's a length that we try and hit, and I practice it all the time. And it's such a basic drill, and you guys at home, you can practice it if you're seamers or anything like that. And it's like 4 to 6 like yards or strides that you make. So just stand by the stumps and then do 4 steps and put a stump down, and then another 2 steps and put a stump down, and that's your like golden zone where you just want to land the ball, and it's just full enough where you can hit the stumps, hit the top of the stumps, but it's just back of a length enough where it's less of a half volley, and that's like the magic area as McAndrew's into bowl, and that's the exact kind of length I was on about, Adrian. It's a good length ball, and it's such an easy one to practice at home, where you can just get 2 stumps, for example, walk down, put one down at 4 yards, another one at 6, and just practice bashing away at that length.
And it's no coincidence or mistake that Ollie Robinson bowls so many deliveries that bats have to play because of the amount of practice that he does.
And it's at that length, isn't it? It's just, you never really see an Ollie Robinson wicket where it's hitting like the bottom of the stumps. It's always hitting the top or clipping the top because he's just pounding away at that length, and it's so hard to drive. Now McAndrew's into bowl here, 4-length delivery, that's blocked really well there by Bean, and that is the over. So 8 without loss. Sussex are buzzing around at the moment, so they're really trying to get this over rate down, and it's been a good little battle so far. 4 overs in, 2 overs from Robinson, 2 overs from McAndrew.
Exciting cricket. Whether we'll see, my feeling is this will go into tomorrow. I think for Yorkshire to score at 5 and over, they're going to have to take a few risks, and why would they? You've got all day tomorrow. The only caveat, and I don't know whether you look at weather forecasts in professional sport, I mean, if you think it's going to hose down all day, and the forecast doesn't look great for tomorrow, by the same token, if you go chasing this, you get 2 or 3 wickets down, then you're really under pressure. So I suspect Yorkshire will certainly play this by the book, certainly initially, and maybe if they get within sight and they think they can win it tonight, on the other hand, Yorkshire, Sussex whittle out a couple here, they'll fill in business as well. So it's on a knife edge. Here comes Robinson, bowls to Lythe, who plays that one into the gully region. Good diving save by Jack Carson, and there is no run.
So talking about weather and stuff like that, there was a situation last year in my Disability Premier League, the franchise tournament we play in, where I did all right. I scored 89 off 30-something balls, 33, 34 balls or something. So I went big, scored 220, but we knew rain was coming in. So we tried to get the first 5 overs in as quick as physically possible because we knew rain was coming in. So there's a little one where we do manage the weather and the forecast more than people realise, just so you can try and get a result.
Robinson in and bowls on Lythe, places firmly to mid on, and there is no run. I think there is a situation as well, I might be corrected here by the scorer, Graham Elmore, if the umpires think a result is possible at the end of the day. But I think if the overs have been bowled, I think that's it, and I think we've got 37.4 overs left, and I think once those overs are bowled, that is it. Maybe if there's even 1 run needed, I think you have to come back the next day.
Yeah, there's always a cut-off, isn't it? I think they do it at Formula 1 as well, where they have leniency with the amount of laps and stuff like that, but there's always a cut-off time.
Robinson in over the wicket, bowls, and punches it through mid-wicket. He races away. It's going to be at least 1 and probably 2 out to the mid-wicket boundary, fielded out there by McAndrew, who gets in the throw. 2 more to Adam Lythe, the skipper. He goes on to 7, and the total into double figures for Yorkshire. Just when you're playing, Liam, as a captain of a side, I just wonder how important it is sort of leading from the front in this sort of situation.
So in terms of Adam Live batting at the moment,
Sure.
opening the batting, I think he won't be thinking about that. He'll just be going about his own way.
In comes Robinson bowls to hammers that one away. That's a super shot. That's 4 runs. Too much width there from Ollie Robinson. And Adam Live absolutely belted that away through cover point. No chance for Ali Orr. Lovely shot by the Yorkshire skipper. He goes to 14 without loss. Yeah, I mean, just perhaps maybe in terms of him feeling his responsibility. I'm at the front here. I'm.
Yeah. So where I think with cricket it's a slightly different thing is he'll now be in his own bubble. I don't think he'll be thinking about the captaincy. He'll just be thinking about his responsibility as opening batter. And I think the best captains are the ones that can do that in them situations. Robinson comes into bowl.
Bowls.
Wow.
Beats him. What a delivery that was from Ollie Robinson. What a response. The previous delivery was too wide, but that was a terrific delivery that beat Lyth. All ends up taken by Carter, and there is no run.
Yeah, so he's now in opening batting Adam Live mode. He's not in captain mode. Now, where he'd be really important is if he's now in the dugout, if he got out early, is still showing confidence in his team and his players, and similarly his actions on the field and positive moves with bowling changes. But at the moment, he's purely thinking about his job as an opening batter, and at the moment he's doing a really good job of it.
Robinson in bowls. Lyth is doubled up the ball, hit him round about the thigh pad. It's great cricket because all the arms are up. Adam Lyth is unmoved. He's sort of staggering around. I think that probably hit him round about the midriff. Anyway, it is the end of the over. Yorkshire are 14 without loss, with Lyth on 11. Finley Bean is on 3. 37 overs remaining tonight. The first of those to be bowled by Nathan McAndrew. Yorkshire needing another 187 to win.
And this is the funny thing about coming into radio and having friends, all cricket fans. Some haven't listened to the radio before, so they've seen I'm live and stuff like that, and I'm having to teach them how to use the radio just to listen in. And one of them's just messaged me saying, "Liam, you have a face for radio. Sound much better than you look." As McAndrew comes in and nearly gets the edge, there's a big swipe there, trying to cut that through the offside there from Bean, but it goes straight through to Carter. So that's been another funny development, trying to teach my friends how to listen to me on the radio.
So we just talk about the radio. That was a poor shot by Finley Bean, wasn't it? I mean, it was wide of the off stump, and I guess it's one of those shots. If the ball suddenly is crashed through backboard point for 4, we say what a shot. But he didn't really seem to move his feet to me, Liam.
Absolutely, but it's one of those as a batter. I guess you just want to just throw your hands out as hard as you can, and he kind of wasn't thinking about his foot movement there, but got a little bit stuck as McAndrew comes in again, and that is bowled middle stump out of the ground. That's an absolute jaffer, and I said it earlier, I really liked how positive McAndrew was coming around the wicket, targeting the stumps, and it means any little bit of movement, it's going to bring the stumps into play, and that's an absolute seed. And from the angle me and Adrian out here, we had the perfect angle of seeing it nip back through the gate and then middle stump go flying, and that's a great start. Really important wicket from Sussex. They needed some early wickets, especially with the way this Hove pitch is. I went out there at tea and it looked like an absolute cracker, so they need to make the most of the new ball. And that's Finley Bean, 3 runs off 13 balls, but more importantly, the first wicket gone for Yorkshire.
There's no better sight, is there, for a quick bowler than to see somebody's middle stump uprooted. And he's been very impressive, Nathan McAndrew. I've said it on a number of occasions in the first couple of games of the season. What Sussex have failed to do, and the reason why they've won so few matches in the county championship, is they just simply haven't looked like bowling sides out. But 2 things have changed this season. First of all, Jack Carson is back and fit, and it makes a huge difference in county cricket to have an off spinner or any sort of a spinner. And so Jack Carson has come back into the Sussex side after injury, and that's a massive bonus. But also they've missed a quick bowler who can take wickets and can stay fit. And Nathan McAndrew, we're not saying he can stay fit, but he's a big, strong fella who picked up 6 wickets against Durham, and it's just what Sussex have needed. And you just feel that they are, I'm not saying they're going to win this match, but they are capable of taking 20 wickets in a match.
Absolutely. Well, McAndrew, as soon as I saw the signing, I thought it was a really positive mood from Sussex. He is more of an all-rounder. When he first came over, I thought he was more of a bowler, and then speaking to you and a few of the other players, he has a good average in first-class cricket, can hold a bat, and obviously he didn't do the best this game, but he's a really good signing and did well in the Big Bash, and to have Ollie Robinson coming in the other end is a really exciting start from Sussex, and it's good to bring Shaquille out early. I didn't see him bat in the first first innings, but I think they got him early as well, didn't they?
They got Shakil very early. He was out for 3 from memory. Look at my book.
Bowled by Crocombe. Oh, that was the one where it was left, wasn't it? And just clipped the top of the stumps.
Yes, we thought he'd been caught behind. But no, you're quite right. He just clipped the top of the stumps.
Well, there you have it. Well, McAndrew's got some intent coming up that hill now, and that's played very well by Shakil, down to third man, and it's rolling away to the boundary. Hudson Prentice is chasing it, trying to cut off the 3, throws a ball out, and he manages to stop them coming back for third. So that's good work there from Hudson Prentice, and very good start here from McAndrew. And it's so hard up this hill, Adrian. Obviously, people can't see it on the stream, but there is quite a significant slope at Sussex, and bowling up that hill, it's hard to find your rhythm and really bowl with some intent and pace. And he's come in and bowled pretty quick and found his length straight away. So really good start here from Sussex, and Adam Lives looked very comfortable. So good battle between the two teams.
Well, if we go into tomorrow, it's going to be a tense few overs tomorrow.
Absolutely, we'll be on weather watch
tonight.
McAndrew into bowl now, and that is played very well to point by Shakil, and that's going to be a dot ball. I nearly said the over because the umpire started walking off there. And I was like, were we looking at something different? But no, the umpire's just gone for a stroll, stretching his legs. But I think there's going to be a big part of the game is who Sussex bring on as first change, Adrian, because obviously McAndrew and Robinson are both strike bowlers, top bowlers, but then who do you bring on afterwards to keep the momentum going? Is it going to be Crocombe and Carson? Who would you bring on?
Well, I think I wouldn't be surprised if they give Hudson Prentice a go down the hill. They bowled Ollie Robinson in bursts so far in this match.
And McAndrew's into bowl round the wicket again. Nearly hits him on the pads. It's an inside edge going through square leg, and they're going to come back for 2. But that's a very straight ball. Shakil trying to hit that through the offside, through mid-off. Straight drive there, and hits the inside edge. I think it nips back, and he just gets enough bat on it to squeeze it through square leg. But yeah, you're probably right. We watched Hudson Prentice down the hill at Durham against Durham, didn't we? And he looked unbelievable. And he wasn't even supposed to be playing in that game. So I'm glad he's got a chance, because we were talking about it. I thought he was hard done by not to get in the team originally. So I'm glad he took his chance, and you're probably right. He might be the next option down that hill. As McAndrew comes in for the last ball of the over, pitches a ball up, and that's well blocked out from Shakil. And Yorkshire 18 for 1, 6 overs gone, and great over again from McAndrew. The big wicket of Bean, who scored 49 in the first innings. And I imagine it'll be Ollie Robinson to continue.
I think it will. If you've just joined us, a very good afternoon from a lovely sunny Hove. Not a cloud in the sky. You're listening to Adrian Harms and Liam O'Brien. Liam, England disability cricketer. Great to have Liam with us here in the commentary box. If you're used to the dulcet tones of Jonathan Doige, he'll be back with us in around about half an hour or so. We'll have a radio update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex in a few moments' time. But this is terrific stuff. 16 for 1 at Yorkshire, needing another 85 to win. In comes Robinson, bowls to Lythe. Lythe is 4 plays into the offside, and there is no run. Well, exciting stuff here at Hove, David. Sussex bowled out for 137 in their second innings. In fact, they lost all 10 wickets for 96, having put on 41 for the first wicket. That means that Yorkshire need 201 to win this match. They've already lost a wicket. They're 16 for 1. The wicket picked up by Nathan McAndrew, having Finlay been bowled for 3. So another 183 needed for Yorkshire to win this match, and another 36 overs to go tonight. In comes Ollie Robinson, bowls to Lythe, who looks to clip that one away on the leg side. He's got a big, thick outside edge, and the ball goes between first and second slip, and the ball races away for 4 runs.
They'll absolutely hate that as well, Adrian. Yeah. You guys won't be able to see it on the stream or just listening, but towards the third man region, going down that hill towards the sea end, if it hits the boundary, it rolls off, and there's a small bit of concrete, and if you've got a new ball, the last thing you want to do is it rolling around the concrete, taking the shine off it. So they'll be absolutely fuming at that. But that went through the vacant third slip region, which I'm surprised they don't have a third slip for Ollie Robinson, the way he moves the ball and pitches the ball up. So maybe you might see a change in the field with Sussex, because you've got to take wickets early on here.
Yeah, but Ollie Robinson, you could just tell he was disappointed there, wasn't he? I mean, he was looking to flick that one away through square leg, big outside edge, and the ball ends up going for 4 runs down to third man. We'll have a look at the ball here, because obviously, as you were saying, it skipped over the fence and would have rolled across the tarmac, and I'm sure...
Yeah, he's shining it a lot there. They've just definitely scuffed it a little bit.
Yeah. So we'll show that to the umpires. Will often have a look actually and just make sure the ball isn't damaged in any way. And it happens quite a lot here actually at Hove that the bow goes down in that particular area. It might be useful maybe to have someone just there to prevent the ball, getting scuffed up as it runs across the car park. Could the umpires have a look at the ball? We'll soon see. Yes, they are. Tom Haynes is just showing the ball to umpire Pratt at the far end. He said, "You can have a look." Wants to make sure it's in. He said, "Yeah, it's fine." But that took about 2 seconds. Look at it. He said, "Yeah, I'll get on with it."
Sussex were only good at rehearsing. They might have had a man down there and done a little switch and got a brand new one.
22-1. Ollie Robinson. He's going to come around the wicket now to Adam Lyth, who's on to 15. Robinson, how will he respond? He's in and bowls, and Lyth is back and plays that down to the third man region. Again, wide of Jack Carson in the gully. Picks up a single. Lyth goes to 16. Yorkshire to 23-1. Runs required to win down to 178. Still a lot of runs. Well, one thing I was going to say, Liam, is that it's a relatively small target to chase. Jack Carson could be the key here for Sussex. How long do you leave it? You were saying, who do you bring on to bowl next? You don't want to bring Jack on to bowl maybe if there's only 100 needed to win. Yeah. You've got to give Jack Carson a chance to get into his stride. So maybe we may see Carson earlier than otherwise, but I'm sure Pujara will want to give his seamers an opportunity with the new ball. In comes Robinson, bowls and let go by Shaquille outside of the off stump, taken by Carter. There is no run.
I personally would be going for seam as much as I can until the ball's going to start spinning. I was out there during the tea break just having a look at the pitch, and there's not really that many rough patches or anything like that. It's screaming out to make the most of the new ball with the seamers, and the last thing you want to see is them bringing on a spinner too early whilst the ball still could do something with the seamers. So I think you wait until you reckon you've got the most life out of that ball and it's going to stop swinging and seaming, and then you bring Carson on for a long spell at one end.
Robinson running in hard from the Cromwell Road end, bowl to Shaquille, who plays this off the front foot to mid-on, fielded by Tom Haynes, and there is no run.
Yeah, Don Best bowled really well in that first spell. He only bowled one spell in that second innings, but he found his rhythm really early on, and it meant they could just keep rotating the bowlers at the other end. And Mickey Edwards bowled really well in his last little stint, but they had such a wide range of options to choose, and they rotated really well. And Matty Fish took 2 really quick wickets that really changed the momentum of the game there.
Robinson on his way again, bowls, and Shaquille just covers up, plays with soft hands in front of him. There is no run. The end of an over, 7 overs gone. We've got another 35 to be bowled tonight. Yorkshire 23-1, Lyth 16, Shaquille is on 4. You'd be a brave man to call this at this particular stage. If I had to make it, I think maybe Yorkshire slight. Only just because we've been saying this all throughout the day. I had a couple of wickets to where Yorkshire are now, and you've got Sussex as favourites.
Yeah,
so it's pretty much 50-50 at the moment.
I think it all goes around how quickly you can get David Milan out, if you can get him in. Because I watched him back last year. I think you would have been there, wouldn't you, when they played against Yorkshire at Headingley? And I think it just looks so easy for him.
Yes.
So if he's in the form he was like in the first innings, then that's going to be the big tell. As McAndrew comes in round the wicket, pitches a ball up, and that's flicked well by Adam Lyth, and that's just going to be one. Tom Haynes picks it up at mid-on. But that's the one, it's like Pujara with Sussex. Everyone was like, we can't make a prediction until Pujara bats, because he could bat all day. And it's the same with Dad Milan. If he's in for an extended period of time, then it's going to be Yorkshire's way. But likewise, if Sussex can get him early, then they have quite a long tail, Yorkshire, and Sussex didn't do themselves any justice the way they bowled earlier, but it is quite a long tail there at Yorkshire. Now McAndrew into bowl, running up the hill, found his rhythm very well early on. Into bowl now, and that hits the inside edge. Shaquille trying to drive again, and it's like the ball in the last over. It tries to drive through the offside, nips back off the seam, hits the inside edge of the bat, and goes to square leg. But this time, they've brought mid-wicket around a little bit squarer, so that goes straight to him, and that's going to be a dot ball. Be interesting to see how much Ollie Robinson at mid-off and McAndrew talk in between balls, because they're the two opening bowlers. Are they talking about the pitch at all? They've not really seemed to communicate much.
Certainly working head of steam up here, Nathan McAndrew.
Absolutely. As he's into bowl again, and that's well left there from Shaquille. Ball well outside off stump, and he doesn't bother playing it.
These two are very experienced players, and I'm putting aside the weather forecast for tomorrow. And we have to forget that, because you'd like to think there's going to be some play at some stage tomorrow. I'm sure these two are thinking to themselves, we just need to see this new ball off. They'll see Ollie Robinson as a major threat. He's an international bowler. I'm sure that's objective number one here.
Absolutely. But they still want to be positive, because he'll still bowl some bad balls, and you've got to be ready to take advantage of it. Now McAndrew's into bowl here around the wicket. Good length ball blocked away, and that's hit the top of the bat. Splice of the bat. He's hit the bat hard there, and Shaquille kind of threw his hand off the bat as it hit, as if he didn't want to get his hands in the way. But yeah, Yorkshire have been quite positive. It's strange, isn't it? In all the innings we've seen so far, the teams just get to 25, 30 so quickly, don't they? It seems like even though Sussex might be on top with the bowling, they still manage to get the odd 4 and pick up a load of runs. So we're already on 24 for 1, and it doesn't seem like they've taken many chances or risks. And McAndrew's into bowl here. Full length delivery, and that's beautifully driven and well stopped at extra cover by Pujara. He's nailed the hell out of that. And Pujara dives to his right, gets a high five from point there. Hudson Prentice, I think it is, and that's really well stopped, because that was going to race through cover for 4 otherwise.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it? The sort of shot that when you play, you probably think, that's 4 runs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everything was right about that shot. It was a textbook cover drive.
Absolutely. It's a shout that you say when sometimes you shout save him, as in like save your legs, it's going for 4, and you hear your teammates shout save him. But awesome stop there from Pujara.
He's good in the field, Pujara. Wonderful catch that he took today to dismiss. Who did he catch? Matt Fisher at mid-on.
Yeah,
goalkeeper style.
Excellent catch. And now McAndrew coming over the wicket as he comes in. I think he's trying to bring the slips a little bit more into play, because Shaquille has been pushing outside the off stump a little bit. But that is going to be the over. 1 run off it. McAndrew's been bowling very well. 4 overs, 1 wicket for 9 runs, no maidens, and that's Yorkshire 24 for 1.
Well, Ollie Robinson's going to come and bowl another over. The interesting factor here will be, and it's a valid point that you make, Liam, about how many overs Ollie Robinson is bowling, and I know you would understand that far better than I about bowling loads and that type of thing, and there will be bowling loads that Ollie Robinson will be expected to achieve by England in this lead up to the Test match against Ireland and then the Ashes series. So certainly Sussex won't be able to bowl him for hugely long periods, I wouldn't have thought. But he's coming around the wicket with 2 slips and a gully, coming into bowl to Adam Lyth. And Lyth is caught on the crease. My feeling was maybe got a little inside edge on that. I may be wrong.
Yeah, he waved the bat the umpire, even though that probably means nothing, because I do that even though I've never hit it before. But it looked like he got bat on that, especially from our angle. It didn't really look like it.
I mean, from Robinson's point of view, he was back on his stumps.
Yeah.
And so you're always leaving yourself vulnerable if you are playing back and you get hit anywhere, knee roll and below. You're playing with fire a little bit.
Absolutely. I like this angle from Robinson, though. He's bringing the stumps a bit more into play, and that means Live can't keep leaving him. He's got to start playing at a few more things now.
3 slips go down. Robinson is in, bowls, and Lyth is forward, plays it back to Robinson, who fields off his own bowling and just gives a stare in the direction of Adam Lyth.
It was a little smile, and I think it's because Adam Lyth keeps trying to flick him through mid-wicket, and every time he bowls there, he goes to flick it and then realises that it's nipping away, and then he kind of outside edge defends it. So it's a little game, I think, Robinson and Lyth are having with each other, where Robinson's trying to tease him to hit it through mid-wicket, and Lyth's trying to be patient and not fall for it. So it's a good little battle here.
It is. It certainly is. Robinson is in and bowls, and Lyth works this one. It's a shot that he plays well and plays regularly. It's a little dab past gully to the field on the third man boundary. He picks up a single. He goes to 18, total to 25 for 1. I can't help but look at the weather forecast. That's why I know it's a dangerous thing to do. The weather forecast, and these things vary, so you mustn't take this as read by any way. It's sort of showers until 9 in the morning, then a period of rain pretty much through the rest of the day. Then till later on in the day when it looks as if we may get a break in the weather. But earlier on this week we were looking at that weather forecast, which is actually on the BBC weather on the BBC website, and it actually wasn't that accurate, so we'll have to wait and see as Robinson is in and bowls. Oh, that kept low, really low, and actually Shaquille did really well to keep that out. That really did keep low. That's the sort of delivery that puts all sorts of doubt in the batsman's mind. It kept really low, and Shaquille really had to dig that out.
Tell you what, as a batter, it's a lot nicer knowing they might go under rather than one explode into your helmet or something like that.
I'm sure.
But I guess it's not me trying to diss him being small, but because he is a little bit smaller, he's a lot closer to it anyway, so it's easier for him to play balls like that rather than imagine someone who's a bit taller. It feel like a much more bigger leap trying to get towards the ball if it keeps low.
Robinson in a game bowls, and Shaquille this time is forward. He's only kind of half forward. It's not a confident stride forward. He plays it into the offside field, and there is no run.
It's just amazing looking at this Yorkshire lineup, just seeing that they still have David Milan and Shai Hope to come in. That's two very, very high pedigree international players to come in. So Sussex want to get some wickets early now because they want to get them in as quick as they can so they can face as many overs as the new ball as possible. But it's been a good start from Ollie Robinson. You can see why he's an international cricketer. He's been right on the money.
He has. He's in his fifth over. Runs in towards us, bowls, and again that gets a little low, played by Shaquille confidently enough. Well, I say confidently, he keeps the ball out, plays it away into the offside, there is no run. Ollie Robinson has bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 16. Yorkshire 25 for 1, they need another 176 to win. We've got 33 overs left to be bowled tonight, so the more the overs tick away, the more likely it is we'll be back here tomorrow. It's just a question of Sussex keeping the pressure on, but these two highly experienced cricketers will be looking up at their teammates on the boundary thinking, right, we need to just keep pushing the ones and twos, keep the scoreboard ticking along, but crucially not lose any wickets.
Absolutely.
Ollie Robinson's taken his jab. I just wonder whether the 5 overs and it may be a breather from Ollie. We shall see.
Yeah, McAndrew's going to keep going up here from the sea end. And that one's kept low as well. I did go out and have a look at the pitch, like I said a little bit earlier, and it looks like a good pitch, Adrian. So it looks like there's a few balls that just shoot under, but there's no telling sign as to why, if that makes sense. It's a really hard one to explain why some of these balls are shooting under.
You mentioned who would take over. I can see Finn Hudson-Prentice down at deep backward point is going through a warm-up, and I suspect that 5 over burst may be it for Ollie Robinson for the time being, and we may see a bit of Hudson-Prentice from the Cromwell Road end.
Absolutely, and Finn bowled really well in the game against Durham, so it'd be good to see him down the hill. As McAndrew's into bowl now, and that's played very well through third man, and that's middle through third man. Quite a risky shot with 2 slips in the gully.
Oh, well fielded.
And it's Hudson-Prentice there, isn't it? Deep point. Works all the way around to third man and dives, and they're only going to pick up 2 there. Yeah,
he's very, very quick. I remember Finn telling me last year when we had him on the radio talking about pre-season, and I think the players have been down to the Withdean Athletics track doing some laps, and I think Finn is pretty regularly the winner of the races around the track, and he was very, very quick round the boundary then. And in it's going to be a tight game. Who knows? Those 2 runs could be really important.
Absolutely. Every run is important at the moment, Adrian. 100%. Now McAndrew's going to come in again to bowl. Big drive there from Adam Live, and that's going to be a dot ball. Robinson comes around and picks it up and throws it back into the keeper.
Didn't quite get that, did he? Didn't quite time it.
But he's properly committed to it, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Tried to lean into that one and smoke it, but this is going to be a good battle. You need to get Adam Live early. I've seen so many innings with him through the years where once he gets in, it just seems like he sees the ball so well and he just seems to middle it and gets quite a lot quite quick, so they wanted to get him early. As McAndrew's coming into bowl now, around the wicket. Full-length delivery, and that's a beautiful drive, but straight at Pujara. He's going to be disappointed with that. 2 nice drives in a row, and he's hit it straight at the 2 men inside the ring on the offside.
You made a point earlier on when Cheteshwar Pujara was batting about Pujara's placement, and when you watch Pujara, when he's really motoring, he very rarely hits a fielder. If it's a loose ball, he very, very rarely hits the fielder. It's like he knows exactly where the fielder is. And that's why he's such a class. That's why you play 100 test matches, I guess.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's a class act, isn't he, Pajara? As McAndrew comes into bowl, full length delivery.
Again, he's picked the fielder.
And he's picked. It's like he's going around each fielder, like, you can have a go now. You can pick it up. And yeah, that went through to square leg. He flicked it straight to square leg, who throws it back into the keeper for a dot ball. But I like the fact that McAndrew's pitching the ball.
No,
up.
I agree. I agree completely. He's giving the ball a chance, isn't he? He's bowling for wickets, and I think you've got to do that. He's trying to bring the slips into play.
But there's nothing worse than watching a bowler bowling a little bit defensive, and even though it hits a seam and you get a few plays and misses, you know there's going to be no chance of a wicket. So I like the fact he's pitching up, really trying to get the stumps into play. That's going to be the last ball over here. See if he can attack the stumps here. Pitches it up, and it's cut away to deep point for one, and that's going to be the over. So Adam Lyth moves on to 21, and that's 28 for one off of 10 overs now.
So we've still got 32 overs to be bowled here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leeds, York, Sheffield and Humberside. Adrian Harms and Liam O'Brien here on commentary. And if you're sitting somewhere in the country, or who knows where you're listening around the world, wondering what the weather's like at Hove today, I tell you, we're looking up the ground from the sea end of the ground and I can't see a cloud. It is the most glorious spring day. It is chilly outside for those spectators who are out of the sun. It is chilly, but it is a beautiful day, and we're certainly going to get these remaining 32 overs in. We'll bring Jonathan in to commentary in a couple of moments' time, and Liam will have a breather, but it is going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice who's going to come in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. First innings, Hudson-Prentice bowled very economically, 9 overs, 2 maidens, didn't take any wickets for 28, but he took wickets here against Durham where he came on as a concussion substitute, 4 of them in the second innings. What could he do here? He's coming around the wicket to bowl to Adam Lyth. He's in and bowls, and Lyth plays very late on that down to fine leg, and Henry Crocombe emerges down to our right hand side and takes a single.
I saw him practicing with James Kirtley when he wasn't supposed to be playing against Durham. In the first innings, there was a break in lunch, and he was practicing this exact angle he's bowling now with James Kirtley, trying to come round the wicket and swing it away from the left, coming in without the ball doing too much.
Well, we were just saying a couple of moments ago that if you were to add a couple of wickets to the Yorkshire score, then maybe the back swings back the way. This is really in the balance, but you feel this is a key moment now with David Malan, who batted beautifully in the first innings and looked set for a really. It was a surprise when he was out because he was batting beautifully and timing the ball beautifully. Yorkshire will going to have a little breather for half an hour or so. We're going to be here for a little while yet. So 3 for 2, 168 more runs needed to win. Henry Crocombe warming up just down below us. Georgie, this is nip and tuck, as they say.
Certainly is. Crocombe to Adam Lyth, who drops that into the offside, and there's no run. He's got to start again here, Adam Lyth, and Yorkshire will want their skipper to go on with this time. First innings of the first match against Leicestershire at Headingley, so he's had 2 starts. He was out second ball in the second innings against Leicestershire. That can happen, and he wants to go on here, and he's got an inside edge onto his pad here. I think that was pretty clear. There's a stifled appeal, but I think that's just the way things. There's a bit of needle out there.
Yes.
Clearly Sussex not happy with 1 or 2 of the decisions by the looks of things, you would think. Just almost to a man, they had their hands on their head after that delivery.
I didn't quite understand that sort of. I'm not going to call it a confrontation, perhaps a discussion, an animated discussion, which seemed to involve a lot of the Sussex players, didn't it, with umpire Pratt?
Confirm the weather is as it looks, lovely and sunny, and when the sun's out, as it is, it's still reasonably warm. Just a little bit of spring nip in the air as Lyth pushes this latest delivery to Ollie Robinson. I just went for a wander round and took up a couple of positions, moved on gradually, and as I got between the sight screen at the Cromwell Road end and the dressing rooms, Keith Revis, Matthew's dad, just happened to walk past and looked back and came over to speak to me, and then Ken and Wendy Code, Ben's dad and his stepmom, also had a little chat with the 3 of them. That's a lovely drive, beautiful stuff from Adam Lyth, one of his best shots, and he's got a few good ones and he got right over the top of that, just too much width, and in that little offside arc of Adam Lythe, he's pushed it away for 4 runs through the covers.
Lovely shot. What was the feeling of the Yorkshire folk you spoke to about the state of the game?
Well, they think he's there to win now, but they know that they're going to have to bat well, and I think, as I said before, they went out with 201 to win. It's certainly not a done deal. 37 for 2, I think, underlines that. You wouldn't want to lose a couple more quick ones now, because they would be in trouble. So this is a big partnership for Yorkshire. 2 high-class players on their day. Adam Lythe just working one into the leg side where Haynes is in to do the fielding. As I walked out, he played that shot from off Ollie Robinson's bowling, Adam Lythe, where he cut it for 4. And you just think that when you watch cricket, and you've talked about playing at village level, just league level, for me, and sometimes you see shots that you think you don't see too many of those on the village green on a Sunday afternoon here. No. And he just absolutely pinged it out of the middle. It raced away. It was at the boundary in no time. Class. Here he is backing across Adam Lythe and flicking wide of Haynes. Going to take him on for the single and gets through. 27 to him, and 2 for David Milan. End of the over. Crocombe went for 5 in it, his first over. And Yorkshire are, well, of course, typically they've taken the score down 38 for 2.
I thought in the first innings, actually, David Milan looked in really good touch, but he seemed to get starved of the strike a lot. I don't know whether he's the sort of player who, I guess anybody, Jonathan, when you're at the non-strikers end a lot, but you're in good form, you just want to get on strike, don't you? You just get the feeling that one of these two is absolutely key here for Yorkshire. It's going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice. So 30 overs left to be bowled tonight. 168 needed to win as Hudson-Prentice is in. Down the hill, comes in and bowls to Adam Lythe, who clips this one away down to fine leg, where it's fielded just down below us by Henry Crocombe.
Yeah, you can't rely on the tail, can you? You know, you've got to get your batters scoring runs, and nobody got a half century for Yorkshire in their first innings. They still got up towards just shy of 300. So if they can get 1 or 2 players across even the half century mark, they're going to be chasing 200. They're going to be well on their way with a few chip-ins to getting there. Yeah, that's a fair way off just at this moment in time.
Hudson-Prentice coming in down the hill, bowls to David Milan, and he's caught behind down the leg side. That's a real gimme, and Milan is on his way. That is a massive wicket for Sussex. Finn Hudson-Prentice, David Milan will be really disappointed. It was down the leg side, and he just helped it on its way into the gloves of Ollie Carter. Milan has gone for 2. Hudson-Prentice has picked up the wicket, and all of a sudden Yorkshire are 39 for 3. And Milan will be desperately disappointed with that dismissal.
He will, and rightly so. It was a lazy sort of flick, wasn't it? Just like you see with, as we call it, the leg side strangle ball. Of no major importance, really, is it? It's just leg stump, just outside. And it should either be step across and get out of the way, or just run it down to fine leg, something like that. You might get a 4, you might get a single, but just a little flick at it, and that was enough. And he knew as soon as...
Didn't wait, did he?
No, it was off. Didn't
wait for the decision taken by Ollie Carter. Well. One thing that has happened in this match a lot is that the bowling changes really seem to have worked for both sides. And Finn Hudson-Prentice, who had a desperately difficult season last year with injury, and has had since he's come back to the county, actually, from Derbyshire, is making the most of being in the side, no question about that. So Milan is gone for 2, and Yorkshire now 39 for 2, and 162 more runs. Seems like a lot of runs, but they won't be done yet.
No, Yorkshire supporters won't want to hear me. Well, I've come back in the box and 2 quick wickets have gone.
I have, yeah. You just get the feeling, don't you, that this is going to be one of those games that's going to come down to the wire. You know, we've seen partnerships that have been broken, then all of a sudden You think one side's going to win and it goes the other way. I think it's been a good track. I mean, we had a very good track here for the game against Durham. There's a bit in it for the bowlers if you bend your back. If you want to play your shots, you can play your shots. But I don't know David Milan, but for an international cricketer, I think he'll be really disappointed to get out in that fashion. Just a feather down the leg side. When the delivery came, I was thinking he's going to tuck that down to fine leg for 4 runs, and I was very surprised to see the shot that was played. Anyway, that's been and done. And another quality cricketer coming. And this is why, when you bring in your overseas, I do believe, Jonathan, you bring in your overseas for moments like this, don't you? This is why Shy Hope is at Yorkshire. You're 39 for 3, 201 to win. You want your overseas to come in and play a big knock.
Yeah, you would hope so, wouldn't you? Saud Shakil has missed 5, hasn't he? 3 and 6.
Hudson Prentice in bowls to Hope. Lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Carter. There is no run. Yeah.
First time around, what do we get from Shy Hope? 38. So,
I mean, he looked in good nick, didn't he?
Yeah.
To be fair.
So not a bad return, but again, he's got a really good start there. 38, 57 balls before he was bowled by Jack Carson.
Yeah. So, what a game. Hudson Prentice on his way. Bowls, driven by Hope. Well, he's going to go for 4 runs. Well, it's a good shot by Shy Hope, but there was just an element of risk. It was slightly over-pitched and the slips are all up, but Hope is going to be positive, and that's probably the way to play, to be honest. I mean, he's seen 3 wickets go down, and maybe the feeling is to take the attack to Sussex here. Yeah, maybe that is the way to go.
It was a direct replica of his first innings' first scoring shot, wasn't it?
Yes.
Right across, over the top of it. I thought he played it really well. Along the carpet all the way.
Hudson Prentice. Back to his mark and running down the hill. What a lovely afternoon bowled. Oh, I hope he's beaten. Did that keep a bit low? I think it did. Didn't miss the stumps by very much. And Shy Hope goes down the pitch and does a little bit of gardening. And I wonder whether the Yorkshire boys sitting up on the balcony have seen 1 or 2 perhaps keeping a little low and have thought, crumbs. I mean, and sometimes you could talk yourself out in these sort of situations, can't you? But that did keep a little low, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely did. There's been just a few of those during the match, and you'd expect that not to decrease, would you? In the latter part, it's more likely to happen more often.
Yeah. Hudson Prentice again. Hope waits, the 3 slips go down. He's in and bowled. Hope drives slightly across the line. They think about a singlet, isn't there? There's a bit of confusion as Ollie Robinson came in quickly. It's the end of another over. Can't take your eyes off this, really. Adam Lyth is remaining defiant. The Yorkshire skipper, he's still there on 28. Thank you. Shy Hope is on 4. And Yorkshire have lost 3 wickets in this pursuit of 201 to win this match. We've still got another 29 overs remaining in the day, Jonathan?
Yep.
Thank you.
A lot of cricket to be played.
Yeah.
Crocombe then to Lyth. Adam Lyth, you feel if Yorkshire are to win it, it's got to grab this by the scruff of the neck now and get some good support from his overseas player. He's solidly behind this first Crocombe delivery. Tom Haynes going to give the ball a bit of a polish. Ollie Robinson's walking into view and might be just having a few words with his teammate about to come with the ball. Got a few pigeons around on the outfield. Seems to be later in the day rather than sooner, doesn't it?
Yes.
Maybe they're feeding elsewhere in the early part of the day. Maybe they've heard there's scones, jam and cream on in the press room. Here is Crocombe again, round the wicket. Lyth, lovely drive into the covers, just pushed it. Hudson Prentice fields, they get 1.
Haven't had time for the scones, have we? It's been too interested in the cricket, to be honest. It's been terrific stuff.
Gardening from Shy Hope. 4 off 4 for him so far, that boundary. With that square drive in the previous over off Finn Hudson Prentice, who has 2 for 10 to his name from 2. 3 slips in place. Crocombe goes back over the wicket to the right-handed Hope. Short.
Oh, I thought he bowled him.
Nearly chops on.
Oh,
Well, Ollie Carter's gone to recover that. He's nearly at leg gully by the time he gets his hands on the ball. So he did chop it down quite markedly off the inside edge. One of those where field inside thinking, oh, how unlucky is that? And Hope probably right this moment thinking, phew.
I thought he bowled him, to be honest. Or he played on, I should say, to be strictly correct.
Again, Hope this time with control, just lays his bat on it, runs it down to third man, and very quick between the wickets as well, gets back for what makes it into a comfortable 2. So he's on to 6. 46 for 3. 201 needed at the outset. I make that 155 still required by Yorkshire. We've got 28.2 today, but I would not be thinking about the clock whatsoever. Another forecast is not great tomorrow, and I suppose there's always a possibility of a total washout. Crocombe in, and Hope draws back to pull that, but then doesn't succeed. And here, to throw into the equation anyway, they need 155, there's 28 overs to go today, there's that side of it. Are they going to have enough time to knock them off tonight, or will they not even think about that? For me, I wouldn't have been thinking about that. The state they're in at the moment, they need to just make sure they get across the line. But then flipping that, if they're 8 down tonight and we go off home and then there's no play tomorrow, Sussex might also be
correct.
Worried about the weather situation or the forecast situation for tomorrow. Oh, good attempted Yorker by Crocombe, dug out nicely as well by Hope. Robinson fields, they get 1 to complete that over, with 4 runs having come from it. 2 overs for 9 for Henry Crocombe, and Yorkshire with Hope on 7 and Lythe on 29 are 47 for 3.
I think these two are being very positive, actually, Jonathan. I mean, 2 experienced players. I mean, they'll know clearly that they don't want to give their wickets away, but I think they'll feel the best way of putting pressure back onto Sussex is to be picking up these 1s and 2s, and you see, you see the runs required coming down 5, 10 at a time. I know that sounds simplistic, doesn't it? But I'm sure that's the way that these two are thinking. I think just to pat around is probably not the way to do things. You've got to keep that scoreboard going. What can Hudson Prentice do? Terrific cricket. 3 slips go down. He's in and bowls to Hope, who lets that one go through to keeper Carter, and there is no run. Hudson Prentice, 2 overs, 2 for 10.
Yeah, putting his back into it, getting some reward for it. Forever Dormo says, it's a good job that Sussex v Yorkshire is being played on the south coast. In North Yorkshire, it's been drizzling all day and much of Friday night, and from a very grey sky. If it weren't raining, it'd be bad light stops play up here.
Really? Well, listeners on 5 Sports Extra with us as in comes Hudson Prentice over the wicket, bowls, and forward comes Shy Hope, plays it down the offside of the track, and there is no run. So a glorious day here on the south coast, barely a cloud in the sky. Yorkshire needing 154 more runs to win. Got 27 overs remaining after this one. Adam Lythe, the Yorkshire skipper, is trying to guide his side to victory. He's on 29, Shy Hope is on 7. But already Bean for 3, Shaquille for 6, and Milan for 2, already back in the pavilion. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, Hope lets that one go through, taken by keeper Carter, and there is no run. Been a terrific day's cricket though, Jonathan. Yorkshire really fighting back today. A last wicket partnership of 59 between Ben Code and Mickey Edwards, taking Yorkshire to 298. Ben Code 45 in 32 balls, 2 4s and 5 6s. Jack Carson, the Sussex off-spinner, picking up 5 for 79, career best figures for Jack. And Sussex collapsing in their second innings from 41 without loss to 137 all out. Hudson Prentice in, bowls wide of the off stump, taken again by Carter, and there is no run. Yeah. Don Bess taking 3 for 36, sorry.
Ken Code said that he's sitting with Martin Bean, Finley's dad, just up in the top right-hand corner, somewhere in the ice cream van, I think, by the sound of things. And I did sort of mention that in the Studley Royal Challenge that Finley had still come out on top of his son by 4 runs, despite that exciting 45 he'd hit.
was a terrific knock though, wasn't it? And they were big sixes, 5 huge sixes. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, Hope drives to mid-off, fielded there by Bajara, and there is no run. You can't take your eyes off this for a second. There's been something happening throughout the game. It's a game that's ebbed and flowed, but this morning when we arrived, Yorkshire in a degree of trouble when we began play today. They were 216 for 7. At that stage, still trailing by 145. But that last wicket pairing suddenly reduced the arrears to 63. And Yorkshire really got stuck into the Sussex second innings. But now we're down to this equation of 154 needed with 7 wickets in hand. Hudson Prentice it is, and bowls, and beautifully driven by Hope, and well fielded in the covers by Hallior. My word, that was a good piece of fielding. Lovely looking shot by Shy Hope, driven off the front foot, and all with a sprawling save. It's a maiden over from Finn Hudson Prentice. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 10 for the Sussex all-rounder. Yorkshire 47 for 3, live on 29. Hope is on 7. Listening to live cricket, BBC 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC York, Leeds, Sheffield and Humberside. Adrian Harms and Jonathan Doige with you.
Yes, those little things like that Hallior piece of fielding that you just feed off out there, keeps you up as a fielding side. Man with large hat says, my favourite local radio update story. This, I think, is referring back to when they came across to you very quickly and you had to hurriedly put the cans on and do your piece.
Yes.
My favourite local radio update story comes from back and across from Mark Church, who said he dreaded hearing Urch down the line because it meant the presenter had cued him in with Surrey making good progress in the sunshine at the Oval, watching it is BBC Radio London's Mark. So Adam Lyth turns one in front of square. That's a lovely, lithe, languid sort of shot that he plays. Just straying leg stump and too full there, Henry Crocombe. And he's picked him off, Adam Lyth. 33 off 43, 50 up for Yorkshire. So precisely 150 now needed. 51 for 3 they are.
Good shot. I mean, Sussex need to bring the slips into play, so they need to keep pitching the ball up. But that's the danger, isn't it? The ball's there for the drive. But he just erred, as you say, Jonathan, a bit too much towards leg stump, and they've now had to put a man out on that leg side boundary.
Which is, well, at the same time, both negative and positive. I suppose Crocombe going round the wicket to Lyth and fades one away past his off stump. Negative in the sense that it's a defensive fielding position, and Adam Lyth can comfortably get there and push one into that gap, so he could milk them. But then positive in the sense that it's blocking out the boundaries and disappointing him, I suppose, as well. So which way will it work, the positive or the negative? Or will he be trying to bang one in short and trying the Lyth pull shot? Not with that delivery, it's full and wide. Be well advised to probably avoid the Lyth pull shot, although he did get it wrong against Leicestershire and did get out second ball trying to play it, but he's seen quite a lot of deliveries out there. And as I regularly say, it's a thing of beauty, the Adam Lyth pull shot, when you see him execute it well. Usually it soars somewhere out of the ground. We shall see if he gets the opportunity. Crocombe may test him, who knows. Here we go. Not this delivery, it's full and straight, and Lyth pushes back up the pitch and then just tiptoes away from where he was standing. Didn't want to disturb the pitch in front of him. Yorkshire lad says, Shaquille an expensive failure. Luxton should not have been dropped, and Lyth has to stay in if Yorkshire has any chance of victory. I'm sure that's how you said it, Mark, isn't it? Mighty Mariners said, afternoon all, hoping for a Yorkshire win. The Diamonds are also going along okay as well. We'll have a check-in on the score there in a moment or two, because Crocombe bowling to Lyth here tucks him up slightly, but he played it well into the offside. Michael Lockwood says, not at all confident we can pull off a win from this. We seem too frail in the batting. Can you offer me some hope? Well, I can offer you shy hope, I suppose.
Well, the hope is for Yorkshire that this is still a decent pitch. I mean, I know that the odd one is kept low, but it's essentially a good pitch. Fast outfield.
Crocombe goes short this time to Lyth, but it was the offside of straight, and he's not taken on the pull shot from that. It was pretty sharp, wasn't it? End of the over. So Crocombe now with figures of 3 overs for 13. And Yorkshire 51 for 3, needing 150 runs to win. And Sussex needing 7 wickets.
Sorry, Jonathan. I thought it was a good recovery by Henry Crocombe. The first delivery clipped away for 4 runs, and it's a pressure situation. And sometimes a young bowler can perhaps try to overcompensate, and you can go for another couple of boundaries. But he recovered well there, Henry Crocombe, only 21 years of age. Elsewhere in the second division, it's raining again down at Cardiff. They've had wretched weather down there for their match. We're Glamorgan 153 for 5 in reply to Durham's 471 for 9. Also off for bad light at Taunton, where Somerset 41 without loss, leading Lancashire by 72. Hudson Prentice in, bowls to Hope, who deflects that down the leg side. It's fielded just down in front of us by Henry Crocombe, who's very quickly, and good throw over the top of the stumps as well. The standard of fielding in this game has been really good. There's been some excellent catches taken, not least the one by Tom Clark at second slip that was going like a rocket to dismiss Shaquille. But the standard of the ground fielding, the throwing over the top of the stumps, I know that cricketers worked really hard on that, but it's been terrific. Hope goes to 8. Lancashire to 52 for 3, 149 needed to win.
And welcome back to listeners of 5 Live Sports Extra. Or 5 Sports Extra, I think the correct title these days.
It's a terrific game of cricket here on the south coast, where I think we've got the best of the weather today. A bit of breeze, but if you're out of the breeze, it's beautiful blue skies. And we've still got another 25 overs after this one to be bowled today. Hudson Prentice in, round the wicket, bowls to Adam Lyth, who's forward defensively. The Yorkshire skipper, who's there on 33. Shy Hope with him on 8. But Yorkshire have lost Finlay Bean for 3, Saud Shakil for 6, and David Milan for 2. 2 of those wickets to Finn Hudson Prentice, 1 to Nathan McAndrew. Yorkshire needing 201 to win. 52 for 3. As Hudson Prentice is back to his mark, 3 slips go down. Hudson Prentice around the wicket in and bowls just wide of the off stump, and Adam Lyth be a bit disappointed with that. He looks at his bat because that was a ball that he was looking to cut away backward a point for 4 runs, but he didn't time it. The ball just bounces in front of him and there is no run.
Norman Eastwood says, I remember being told that it was easier or harder to get wickets at Hove depending on whether the tide was in or out. High tide today was at 1:33, so plenty of wickets seem to have fallen whilst the tide was in. Coincidence or what?
Do you know, I don't know is the answer to that question. Someone needs to do some stats on that. Hudson Prentice is in, bowls, and this time Adam Lyth does cut it away, but he's just going to get a single because there's a man stationed at deep backward point who's Henry Crocombe. Throws the ball into Ollie Carter, who has to shield his eyes against the sun as that throws comes in, but it's 1 more to Lyth. He goes to 34. Yorkshire inching their way towards this target, but they've still got a lot of work to do. 148 more needed to win.
Lindsay O'Regan says Don Best tying up one end has been key in this innings, the Sussex innings, which could have looked very different if he'd gone at 5 or 6 and over, and Yorkshire had had to bowl seamers from both ends. More power to his elbow.
2 slips in place for the right-handed Hope, who waits. Hudson Prentice in and bowls down the leg side, and Hope sort of turns as if to say, maybe I should have managed to tuck that one away down towards the fine leg boundary, but he didn't. Taken by Carter. It was well for Sussex. Ollie Carter, we had an email in earlier to say how he was playing cricket at, we know he was playing cricket over in Australia during the winter at Newcastle City Cricket Club, and last night was the awards ceremony, and Ollie picked up 4 awards. I'll read them out in a moment. But Hudson Prentice for the final ball of this over. He's in and bowls, and Hope just dabs that away on the offside and picks up a single through backward point. Ali Orr needs to chase round from cover to field, but Hope goes through for a single, and his skipper Adam Lyth applauds. It's the end of the over. 9 to Hope, 34 to Adam Lyth, and at the end of the over, Yorkshire 54 for 3. They need another 147 to win. Yeah, the awards that Ollie Carter won in the Newcastle City Cricket Club end of year awards over in Sydney were the Players Player Award. I always think that's a good award to win, the Players Player Award. The Wicket Keeping Award, in brackets the most dismissals, the Player of the Year, and the most runs in grade. So well done, Ollie Carter. He also made 96 in one of the matches against Wallsend, who won the first grade competition, but he missed out on his maiden ton for the club. So thank you, Bob and Megan Parkinson, for getting in touch all the way from over in Australia to tell us about Ollie's achievements.
Henry Crocombe again from the CN, bowling here to Hope, but it's wide of off stump and he chooses to watch it go by. Or is it? Has he? Now then, they're appealing for a...
Well, Sussex thought they'd got his man. I mean, it was Ollie Coulter. He rolled the ball at the stumps. He hit the stumps, but Sussex are absolutely convinced that he's out. Now, there has been a bit of needle, as you were saying, in this game. And the Sussex lads are saying he's out.
Remonstration with Neil Pratt, who is the umpire standing at square leg. Hope is indicating that he got back in as far as he's concerned. The umpires are having a chat, not sure what they can do about that if he didn't give the decision straight away.
Well, he can't give him out, can he?
There's no referral to there's no referral to any video evidence here, so he's got to be in.
Well, how can the umpire at the bowler's end have any idea whether or not Shy Hope was out of his ground?
There's definitely an edge to this match.
Oh, hugely. Well, the ball went through to Ollie Carter. He rolled the ball at the stumps. The Sussex players were convinced that Shy Hope was out of his ground. Now, was the umpire not concentrating? Did he? I mean, I don't know why he went to consult with with Bob White. Really, I don't know why he did that.
No idea.
You know, that's he had no idea. Cheteshwar Pujara is clearly very, very unhappy.
Well, we do these things on our broadcast. You've got stuff to do. I watched the ball go by. He took it as if it was just a routine. So I looked down at the email I was about to read, and clearly he had a shy at the stumps.
He did. He rolled the ball at the stumps, yeah. Ollie Carter.
Crocombe into Hope. Well, there was some venom behind that delivery. It was full, and Hope keeps it out. So Gary Longhorn says walking. We were talking about what to walk or not to walk. That was the question earlier. When I started in the mid-80s, he says, you didn't always have umpires. If you had an umpire, you got told very sternly to keep your hands in your pockets by the elder players. Some of the decisions I didn't make would make Dickie Bird cry. But up there with not walking is when you know you're absolutely plumb, but you look up and your umpire stroke mate shakes his head and says, going down, mate. Crocombe in, and Hope pushes into the offside. Just checked on that one, as if it bounced maybe a little bit more than he first thought it might.
Yeah, there's something being said from the slip cordon as well there, and Shy Hope shrugged his shoulders as if to say, well, I was given not out. There's clearly a lot of chat going on out there, Jonathan.
Yeah, and Batter can't do much about it.
No, he can't, absolutely. And, there's nothing he can do.
If he's a not walker, which most players are these days, fair enough. He's got to take it on the chin if he gets a bad one, as Crocombe is in and he slashes this one away to backward point for a single. Hope moving on to 10, 55 for 3. Ken Lashley says, we're pleased we didn't visit our eldest in Bristol last weekend. We've got a history of washed out games. We had 2 tickets for 2 Cricket World Cup games a few years ago, tickets for an ODI affected by COVID, and did get one to One Day International where we saw one innings before the heavens opened.
Oh dear. Well,
so don't invite Ken Lashley, that's the story to them.
No,
if you're going on a day out to the cricket.
Yeah, we're at Bristol next week.
Crocombe in and bowling to Lythe, who doesn't seem to have faced one for a little while, and opens the face, pushes it to point. He goes on, does Ken, this afternoon I've been listening to the comms whilst watching the England women thrash Ireland. That's rugby union, of course, isn't it? As I said before, my youth was misspent at Bramall Lane, winter and summer, so I'll leave you to guess what I'll be watching for the next couple of hours. Just hoping Yorkshire can end the day in a comfortable position to win tomorrow morning, and that we get to see a good game in Chesterle Street in a few weeks' time when Yorkshire are up there. Coming in again to Lythe, takes one on the power, the big appeal. Surprise, surprise, it's gone off down towards fine leg and will be 4 byes. There's a lot of needle going on out there. Lythe on 34, Hope on 10, 59 for 3. And what else have we got? Just catch up if I can in between overs here, Adrian, on a couple more emails. Gary says, overseas, whether they fail or get a few runs, I'm not sure what short-term signings for 3 or 4 games are in the best long-term interest of the club. Have faith in our young batsmen. Good fight back from Yorkshire. And he's enjoying the comms, pleased to say. And Lev, my co-commentator, third voice, Katie Levick, has taken 4 wickets for the Diamonds.
Excellent.
Up at Headingley.
This needle is carrying on. I just saw Cheteshwar Pujara and Tom Alsop speaking to umpire White at square leg. It's been sort of bubbling under the surface here for a while. Liam's just come back into the commentary box, and we'll get Liam O'Brien back on commentary shortly after doing an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. But it's sort of bubbling away under the surface. Jack Carson is warming up for Sussex. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls to Hope. Hope is forward, the ball bounces down in front of him, and there is no run. But 3 overs after this, can find out who that is. It might be Ollie Robinson, actually. Ollie Robinson. Liam thinks Tom... Well, somebody's off because certainly... Either way, Hudson Prentice is coming in with 2 slips. Third man, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg and a fine leg. He bowls and Hope drives without timing to mid-off. He's annoyed with himself. He's shy. Hope, it is the end of the over, and at the end of that over, Yorkshire are 59 for 3. They needed another 142 to win. 23 overs remaining in the day. I'm going to have a break and a cup of tea, and I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Jonathan Doige and Liam O'Brien, who's going to chat to you next, and I'm sure Liam will have a take. I think he was out on the ground when we had that highly controversial decision.
Wickets are tumbling today then here at Hove. 5 on the first day, 12 on day 2, and 16 on day 3. The last 3 of Yorkshire's first innings, all of Sussex's second, and 3 now in Yorkshire's second as well. And to all intents and purposes, I think everybody would nod in agreement and say this looks a good pitch. So some really good bowling by Yorkshire. And 3 wickets for Don Best. The seamers all chipped in.
So, just a final cricket update for the day for the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. On what an exciting finish we've got in prospect here, because Yorkshire are 59 for 3 in their second innings. They need another 142 to win here. Jack Carson coming to bowl into the Sussex attack. 2 wickets for Finn Hudson Prentice, 1 for Nathan McAndrew. This could go either way. There's another 23 overs to be bowled tonight.
And so, Jack Carson coming into the attack, as Adrian said, at the C end. Going to be bowling here to the left-handed Adam Lyth. And Yorkshire here in action against Sussex, Lancashire and Derbyshire. 3 teams they're taking on, so it'll be some good points if they do manage to take them later on in the day, as Adam Lyth cuts a single out into the deep.
Hi guys, can you turn the clean feed on?
And he moves on to 35. 60 for 3. Thanks to Hamsley. He can certainly get rid of a clean feed.
Very
even if he's not quite sure who his team are playing against in this match.
We have Derbyshire, we've had Lancashire, we've had all sorts today. May end up being Sussex versus Sussex at this rate.
So, Carson switches to over the wicket. Shy Hope. Sounds very much like he's had a life, and that was going to rankle if he gets a serious score here. And he's going to pull this one away. It's a loose delivery, a rare loose delivery by Carson, who was very, very neat and tidy in the Yorkshire first innings, and right up to the point where Ben Code walked out and then proceeded to smash him out of the park a few times, but he dragged that one down, and you can't do that against a player of international quality such as Shy Hope. He's on 14 now from 28, 64 for 3. Still a long way to go yet for Yorkshire. I thought they'd want to get at least past the halfway mark before they lose any more. There are no guarantees, as we've seen numerous times today already. Carson in again, that's better, but still just playing with the turn. Just nudges it away backward of square leg and picks up another single. Sensible batting. So 1-4-1 in this over so far. 65 for 3. 22 and a half overs remaining on day 3. It's looking improbable that Yorkshire would rub these off tonight, but you never know. You'd have to say that if that's going to be the case, Sussex would have to start to bowl significantly worse than they have produced in the match so far. There'd have to be a downturn in their performance. But if they bowl as well as they have done, then if Yorkshire do end up knocking these off, you'd think it'd be sometime tomorrow morning. Who knows, Sussex may be good enough to finish it the other way around this evening as Live pats one back to Carson. Of this 20th over of the Yorkshire second innings. Carson again round the wicket. Live just a little lap around the corner. Just guided the ball, used its natural pace, and he's back for a quick 2. Still pretty quick between the wickets, although he's getting towards the latter years of his career. I certainly won't be saying words like twilight, because I'll probably be reminded of that by the Yorkshire opening batter and captain. But I think it's better to say he's certainly in the back half of his career. Well, yeah, a fair way into it. And he drops this into the offside. Final ball of the over with a little bit of control. So 6, 7, 8 runs from that first Carson over. We know that he can be dangerous when he starts to get into a rhythm. Canny young bowler, and already a significant number of wickets taken in this match by him. Yorkshire 67 for 3 then in their second innings, which means if they are going to be good enough to win this game, they have to score a further 134 runs to do so.
And now we have a change of bowling. McAndrew coming in. Now, while we're changing the bowling, do you want my hot take on that decision, Georgie?
Yeah, give us that.
So I was sitting just above the commentary box, which is exactly in line with the pitch. So it's a beautiful, beautiful view. And it's as out as they come. Unfortunately, it's one of those where you'd love to just be able to have a third umpire or something you can go to review. Ollie Carter just catches it, and Shai Hope's been batting out of his crease. So he just throws the ball, trying to just catch him off guard. And Shai Hope goes to go back, doesn't realise he's throwing the ball, so then he walks out of his crease. And the ball's still live. There's no way it's a dead ball. And Shai Hope's had the life of his life. So he's going to count himself a lucky boy. But because I could hear all the players, it's been really chirpy. Sussex players really aren't happy about it. As McAndrew comes into bowls a short ball, and that's pulled for 4 by Shai Hope. An excellent shot. And you can see the Sussex players, every run Shai Hope gets, it's getting more and more frustrating.
Yeah, it's clearly going to rankle, isn't it, when he was, as you're saying, clearly out, and we've had that sort of corroborated, if you like, by Graham Colley's tweet as well, from what he's seen on the stream. So it sounds like Hope has got lucky, and it really is. It's like twisting the knife, isn't it, for Sussex every time he adds to the score that he was on at the time. Absolutely. See if McAndrew can answer back here. Coming down the hill, full length delivery, and that's well blocked from Hope. And that's the ones as players that we were talking about, the do you walk, do you not walk debate earlier on. But that's one as players that you don't understand how it can't be given out, because that's the umpire's, square leg umpire's probably sole job at the moment, is just to see if the batsman's there out of his crease to be given out stumped. So I don't know what. The umpire might just hold his hands up and say, look, I didn't see it, I wasn't watching, and that you probably might say fair enough, but still there's not really an excuse to miss that one. So I'd love to hear his point of view. McAndrew's going to come in to the international Shai Hope. Oh, and that's just seemed beat the outside edge, and well taken from Carter there, and it's going to be a good battle here. Didn't make a note, actually. I'm not sure if you did, of how many Hope had at that point. Was it 11 or 12, something like that? I have it actually on my phone, because I've watched it back a few times, so I didn't want to just come into the commentary box without checking it over on the stream a few times to make sure I'd had a proper opinion on it. So I'll have a quick look and I can check for sure. But then he pulled Carson for 4 the next over, didn't he? And then he just hit that pull shot. So it was around 10 or 11 I think he was on at the time. But it's nice to see McAndrew coming down the hill, see if he can get some bounce out the pitch. He's into bowl now, full length delivery, and that's well driven from Shai Hope. And then that's Pajara at mid-off diving to stop that going past him, and they pick up a quick single. Yeah, so he was on 9 at the time. It was the first ball of the 18th over.
Well, the Sussex players have got to get this out their head now, because he's an international standard player, played loads of test matches, lots of ODIs, very experienced. And Adam Life at the other end, also an ex-test match player as well. So 2 top-level batters that need to get out here. And they've definitely been a lot chirpier. As soon as I got upstairs, obviously you can't hear it too much in the commentary box, but when I was outside, you can really hear the Sussex boys. There's a lot of talk going on, a lot of chat. There's a bit of feistiness, but it's good to watch, isn't it, Doidgy?
Always good to watch when it means something.
Absolutely. And so McAndrew's now into bowl, round the wicket to Live, who flicks it away, and that's well stopped at square leg by Ali Orr, and that's going to be a dot ball.
Yep, still a lot of work for Adam Lyth to do. Not done the job yet. He's gone well here, 37 off 58, but far from job done.
Absolutely.
If you do that thing of adding a couple of wickets to the wickets column, 72 for 5 would look like Yorkshire have been in pretty serious trouble, wouldn't it? So.
Absolutely. And still overs to come from Ollie Robinson. I genuinely think they're managing his workloads a little bit, just as they're trying to gradually get him back into the rhythm of bowling. As McAndrew comes down the hill, and that's flicked away again from Adam Live for a dot ball. McAndrew in his first spell was very straight, coming around the wicket to the left-handers, trying to attack the stumps, and he's doing the same here, and it's a really good battle. And yeah, that's the end of the over. 5 off it. So Yorkshire 72 for 3, Adam Live on 37, and Shy Hope on 20.
So a quick look around the grounds in Division 1. Nottinghamshire made 364, Middlesex 274 all out, and Notts second time around are 89 for 4, leading by 179 at Lords. So that's boiling up into a pretty good game of First Division county cricket. Match delayed by rain at Taunton, where Somerset are 441 and then scored 441. Lancashire eventually bowled out for 554. Somerset 41 without loss second time around, are 72 behind, but they're off there at the moment. We know it's finished already at Northampton, where Hampshire beat Northants by an innings and 270 runs. The other First Division match at Canterbury sees Kent 284 for 5 in response to Essex's 451 for 5 declared. So Kent still 167 behind and 5 down, and who knows, maybe in danger of having to play for their lives to save a draw between now and the end of tomorrow, as we see Hope flick one out square on the leg side for a single. They are actually playing at Worcester, where I think there was nothing yesterday. I think I'm right in saying Gloucestershire 231, Worcestershire 157 all out, and second time around Gloucestershire 164 for 3, a 238 run lead, and still 7 second innings wickets standing. Looking like they're holding all the aces as Lyth gets an inside edge to this latest Carson delivery and picks up a single backward of square leg. They're off for rain at Sophia Gardens in Cardiff, where Durham made 471 for 9 declared, and Glamorgan in response are 153 for 5, 318 behind. But unless they're whipped out quickly, could be heading towards a draw. But Durham, they could certainly have a say there and press for victory on the final day, perhaps. We'll see. Back over the wicket, meanwhile, here for Carson to the right-handed Hope, who pushes into the onside for Orterfield. And there is no run. I think you're up to date with what's been going on elsewhere in the men's game. The Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy. A few scores as well in a moment. Carson, though, about to bowl here, and Hope pushing back past him, and will pick up a single out to Ollie Robinson down below our commentary position. Sunrisers 288 for 7 over at Southampton, and the Vipers were all out for 162, so Sunrisers winning that by 126 runs. South East Stars 334 for 5 they made. Thunder all out for 203. The Stars winning by 131 runs up at Old Trafford. Carson in again, it's wide of Lyth off stump, and he chooses to leave. The Diamonds made 290 for 8, and the Western Storm, as you heard, Katie Levick picked up at least 4 wickets. 165 for 9. They need 126 off 6 overs with their last wicket, so it sounds as though the Diamonds are going to get their RHF Trophy defence off to a good start. Pushed out into the offside, the final ball of the over by Adam Lyth, and there is no run. The result men's and women's circuit.
We've got an interesting debate going on here, Georgie. A few comments. If that was to be given out, would it have been a run out or a stumping? I would have thought it would have been a stumping because they didn't attempt to run. What do you think?
I think you're right.
Sorry, I don't know if your mind, but the feeling the press box talking to the lads is they felt that Hope made a definite play over the round at his bat and then walked forward.
But the ball was already live.
Their feeling was he grounded his bat and they weren't going to the ball was dead.
But if the ball's been thrown, mid-discussion of McAndrew, bowls in and it's blocked. If the ball's been thrown, it's still live. So the batsman, that's like the concept of shouting in when you're running and then leaving your crease, even though the ball's been thrown. I don't think just because you grounded your bat, you're safe because it's already been thrown before he'd grounded the bat, so he'd have to stay in his crease.
They felt he grounded his bat before Carter rolled the ball. It's tricky, isn't it?
As McAndrew comes into bowl here, full length delivery, and that's well flicked from Shy Hope. But mid-wicket gets round very well there, and that is a dot ball.
Top effort from my co-commentator on some occasions, Katie Levick. She's got past 300 career wickets today, which is a brilliant effort. Jordan Thompson, by the way, got to 100 career wickets with his second dismissal of Pujara earlier on as well, so congrats to him. The milestones in this match, and of course Adam Lyth got to 11,000 first-class runs as well.
Cracking effort that. And you can hear Ollie Carter slapping his hands together. He has his big gloves and tries to make as much noise as possible as McAndrew comes down the hill and it's blocked away through point for one.
Thanks to Lee Langford for the heads-up re-lev. Lee Palmer, by the way, says, to me the ball went past the bat to the keeper. Hope taps his bat in the crease to end the ball, as in make it a dead ball, and then walks out of his ground. So he's got that opinion as well.
So I've got it here. Should we watch it? I think... Let me get it here. We're all going to watch as a commentary team. Does Carter throw the ball now before he taps it? Yeah. I think Carter throws the ball before he taps his bat back into the ground. And we're all going to watch it back here. I believe as McAndrew's going to be coming round the wickets, Adam Lyth, pitched up delivery, and that's blocked, and they try and sneak for a single, but that's going to be a dot ball. Now we've got the whole commentary team waiting for this replay to come up again. I like the fact the umpires, before making a decision, did talk to each other. Massively important decision in the game when you have an international standard batter like Shy Hope. But just waiting for the replay just to come up because it's been a little bit of a debate as to. It's such an interesting one. So we're just watching it as Crocombe comes into bowl. Shy Hope leaves it, and I think Carter throws it straight away, so the ball's still live, in my opinion, anyways. As McAndrew comes in round the wicket. Oh, and that's an absolute jaffa. Good length ball, probably middle stump, middle and off line, hits the seam, goes away and just beats the outside edge of Adam Lyth. Georgie, opinions?
Yeah, no, I think I agree with you. I think just the marginally the ball looks like it leaves the keeper's hands on its way towards the stumps before Hope taps his bat in and then lifts his bat out again.
Yeah.
So technically he should be gone.
Yeah. And
if my eyes are not deceiving.
The fielders still have the right to throw the ball down, don't they? It's not as if it's instantly dead. As McAndrew comes into bowl and it's flicked and it's nearly caught at mid-wicket, but it's going to be rolling away for 4 runs. That was close there. Adam Lyth timing it really well, but just slightly aerial. Tom Hayes dives or jumps up to try and catch it, but it just beats him past his left shoulder. That's going to be 4 runs, and that is also going to be the over. So Yorkshire now 80 for 3. That puts Adam Lyth on 42 and Shy Hope on 23. But it's an interesting discussion. There's so many different opinions on the comments, and I've had a few tweets about it as well. Very, very interesting. But I think Shy Hope knows he's been a bit lucky, I think, and it wouldn't be a nice way to get out. But Ollie Carter threw the ball instantly, so there's no discussions of it being sportsmanlike or unsportsmanlike. I think they were just trying to get him out because he was batting outside his crease.
That Adam Lyth shot, I don't think it was quite as close as you'd imagined, actually, looking at the replay of that one. It looked to be a fair distance away from the fielder, but from our angle, it probably looked a little bit closer than it was, but he did hit it aerially. That was the key, so he's going to need to be careful with that and get over the top of it. 42 off 65. Hope 23 off 39. and loads of time obviously left in the match, although there is the threat of bad weather tomorrow. In comes Carson, and just milked for a single to Ollie Robinson long on by Hope. So 81 for 3, meaning Yorkshire need a further 120 with the 7 wickets that they have in hand, and they'll want to, now that these two have both got themselves in, to cash in here, get as many as they can while this partnership are together. Carson again was, as called by Liam, and pushed back up the pitch by Lyth.
This is the pace that Best was bowling at that was really impressive when he was bowling. Nicely flighted.
Just tempting his opponent to step out of his crease. If he can get one by, Carson in again and straight, and Lyth drops that down by his feet.
So do you reckon we'll get a full day in? I think we've got 18 overs left in the day. Light still looks pretty clear to me.
Yeah, you'd be pretty certain we'd get a full day. It's only 10 to 6 last night. Play didn't end until 7:30, and we had full shadows across the field then. And as Lyth props forward and opens the face, runs it out to Ali Orr coming in from point. 1 and 3 dots in the over so far. Carson's gone for 12. It's 2 overs and 4 deliveries. Just gives the ball a little shine on his sweater. Composes himself. Comes in past umpire Rob White. Just drags that down a little bit. There's a big appeal for LBW. It didn't feel like it. It felt like Adam Lyth was playing the right shot to it, as if it was going to fade away down the leg side, but he missed with his little paddle sweep, and it did hit him on his thigh pad, probably, kneeling down.
They are pumped up for this wicket, aren't they, Sussex? That was a loud appeal for it going down leg side that much.
Trying to exert a bit of pressure on the officials. Round about leg stump, this latest delivery. Lyth pushes it out there. Just a little feeling that there is a bit of pressure there as well, because Lyth pushed it and went, and was not far away from the fielder, and Hope was not interested at all and sent him back.
This LBW shot's a lot closer than you think.
Yeah.
Yeah, he comes across his stumps and it's spinning into the stumps as well. It's a lot closer than you think. So it wasn't as bad of a shout as I thought. I thought they were just being ridiculously loud, trying to pressure the umpires, but I've seen them given.
Benite in exile says he clearly banged his bat down. That's Shy Hope. As press people are saying, end of story, unless we're trying to get people out by any means imaginable, question mark.
And now it's going to be McAndrew into bowl at Shy Hope. Coming over the wicket, full length delivery, and that's well blocked. I still stand by the opinion. Ollie Carter, as soon as he caught the ball, went to throw the ball. So the ball is still live. Just because the batsman taps the ball back doesn't mean the ball isn't live. So it's one of those, I think it's over with, get on with it, but it's such an interesting one because the umpire didn't see it, which is what you don't normally get, isn't it? The umpire didn't know what to do in that situation, so that wasn't really a decision. He just didn't know what to do. Very interesting. I've not seen that in a long time. But McAndrew's into bowl again, getting into his spell now. Bowls it, and that is just flicked away casually by Shy Hope for 1. They're trying to push for 2, but Ali Orr chases it in and throws the ball in.
Yeah, Ben Out in Exile's also accusing one of you two of having selective vision and saying the bat tap meant he's now saying, I'm leaving my crease. What happens next is unsporting Mankad style cricket. Well, having seen it again, ideally you'd want to see that just frame by frame, but it did also, when you pointed it out, look to me as though it left Ollie Carter's hand throwing towards the wicket before Hope actually taps his bat down.
Now McAndrew's into bowl, and that's gone down the leg side. Well taken by Ollie Carter. I don't think you can ever question it's unsporting-like, because Shy Hope was batting outside of his crease, so I think Ollie Carter tried to catch him off guard. As soon as he caught the ball, he threw it. So the ball was actually moving when he went to tap it, which is an interesting one. But look, this is a great game. It's not going to get made by this decision. Sussex still have to bowl well, and they still have to take a lot of wickets, and they still need to bowl well at Shy Hope or whoever comes in next. So My personal opinion is it was out, but the umpire should have seen it either way, which would have helped. Now McAndrew's coming into bowl, round the wicket to live, and that's going down the leg side again. Hits the thigh pad, and it sounded a bit fleshy. Those are always the worst ones, when it just misses the thigh pads and hits your thigh. Yeah, he's just rubbed it there. I reckon that's straight on the thigh, and that's going to leave a bruise in the morning, and that's going to be a single.
Alex W says, is the ball not dead when the keeper catches it? We're not looking to run. Not necessarily, is it? And this is something Graham Orange, who commentates with us at the home games for Yorkshire, will point out. He probably won't be listening because he's usually umpiring in the Yorkshire Premier League on a Saturday afternoon. Tell you more in a moment.
Yes, so as McAndrew comes into bowl, pitches it up, and that's really well flicked through mid-wicket by Shy Hope. Time the nuts off that, but it's a long chase from Ali Orr, and it has been given as 4 runs. We can't quite see it in the far corner there because large shadow, but yeah, that's an excellent shot from Shy Hope. Great bit of timing.
Yeah, lovely. Languid little flick. Timed it really well. So Graham tells me, and these are those, we play cricket for years and we don't know all the laws, do we? And I'm guilty of that as well, because so many of them only might occur on a couple of occasions during your entire 30-year cricket playing life or whatever, but you can still appeal for a dismissal. I think I'm right in saying, he told me the other week, up to the point where the bowler starts to run in for the next delivery.
Well, now McAndrew's in for that next delivery, and it's flicked through mid-wicket again, but Ali was a little bit straighter this time. That's going to be 1.
So, for example, if a bowler runs in and wraps somebody on the pad and looks and doesn't appeal, nobody else does, but then, some cheeky slip who's not too far off thinks, do you know what, that was pretty close. I'm going to ask. I said to Graham, what would you do in that instance? And he said, well, most people would just dismiss it because nobody bothered to go up in the first place. But, if it was out, technically, you should give it out if there's an appeal while the ball is not back in play again.
Yeah, it's got to be like the review system a little bit, hasn't it? You get like 10 seconds to appeal or something, or else it will get weird. I can't imagine getting given out like 30 seconds afterwards. I think it actually happened in a Jersey cricket game recently as well, because there's a bit of controversy on Twitter about it.
It's Carson bowling to Hope, was that a drop?
Yeah, well, it hit him in the knee.
Leg?
Yeah.
Ouch.
It carried.
Tom Clark. He's hobbling away. And technically a chance, but it all happened very quickly, and it's one of those that, reactions-wise, it would have been an absolute stormer, and we've already seen him take a really good one at slip in this Yorkshire second innings. Seen some very good catches, in particular by a couple of Sussex fielders in the match. Down on his haunches and waiting, and another good delivery by Carson. Well played also by Hope, very soft hands, guides it round the corner. No run. 88 for 3. Remember, Yorkshire set out in their second innings needing 201 runs to win this match. A situation, an equation that had looked improbable when they walked out in their first innings this morning. Hope steps into this and drives just wide of Tom Haynes at mid-off. He's round to field. They get 1. Up onto 31. Partnership came together at 39 for 3, so they've added 60 now for this 4th wicket, this pair. Said a bit earlier on, if Yorkshire are going to win this, they'd want a couple of players to get half centuries and a few chip-ins. They're getting closer to that now. Adam Lyth in the 40s. Just pushes one back to Carson.
I like this pace that Carson's bowling at. He's trying to go live into playing a drive also, but it's starting to turn a little bit as well, so good little battle.
Here he comes again, leg stump and flicked on its way towards mid-wicket. Hudson Prentice round to field, 1 ball to come in the over and just 1 run from it so far, although it's certainly not about any rush here for Yorkshire. 16 overs and 1 ball left in the day's play, so you'd think we'll be winding up just before the 7 o'clock mark. Carson again round the wicket. Lyth, soft hands over the top of that, pushing into the offside, and there is no run. So 89 for 3 after 26 overs of their second innings. And Jack Carson, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 13.
And now it's going to be the England international, Ollie Robinson, coming in. They need a wicket here, Sussex, and Shai Hope and Adam Lyth have looked pretty comfortable throughout the innings, to be honest with you. So they need a wicket, and they're going to go to their strike man in Ollie Robinson. Now, we had a little debate earlier on at tea, and I put a poll up on my Instagram. We had scones, as I would say, for tea. They were absolutely lovely, and I put a poll on my Instagram because Dorji convinced it's scone. So I sent it out to my followers, and the results are in, and it's 50-50 exactly. A 50-50 split, which is incredible. So, yeah.
50% of people are clearly wrong.
And then the other 50% thinks it's gone. As Robinson comes down the hill here, over to Shai Hope. Oh, and that hits the seam straight away and beats the outside edge. That's a really good start from Ollie Robinson, and this will be a big spell for him. And good international practice, bowling against a player of this calibre.
Get him in shape for the Ashes.
Absolutely. But you seem genuinely disappointed that it's 50-50. Are you dead set that it's scone?
To be perfectly honest, Liam, I'm not bothered.
Okay, all right.
In
That's
the least what the poll says, because I know I'm right.
At least you back yourself. Now Robinson's coming down the hill. Into bowl now, full length delivery, and that's beating the outside edge again. And Ollie Carter throws the ball. Shai Hope is in the stumps, in this crease this time, but there's nothing wrong with that. You're allowed to throw the ball, and Shai Hope was in his crease this time, so it's going to be not out.
Happy birthday, by the way, to a regular Yorkshire supporter and listener to our coverage, Ben Crossland. Birthday today.
Happy birthday, Ben. Do you know how old? Or not mentioned?
He did have a big birthday a couple of years ago. No, I can't remember. I don't want to guess and get it wrong. Sorry, Ben.
Robinson in again to bowl now. Good length delivery. Blocked away with soft hands by Hope, down to third man, and that's going to be a single, bringing Adam Lyth back on strike.
90 for 3. And just a couple of wickets at this stage. Sussex will believe strongly all over again. Yorkshire will be fighting hard. They've just at the moment managed to quell that succession of wickets earlier in the piece. 3 wickets inside the first 12 overs and 2 balls of this Yorkshire second innings.
And he's going to be coming round the wicket with a deep square leg and a deep fine leg. So maybe some of the short stuff as Robinson comes into bowl, and that's just easily played through third man out the middle of the bat by Adam Lyth. That moves him on to 46, and you were saying it earlier, he plays that shot with such ease, doesn't he? Always seems to middle it.
Yeah, it's not smart, is it, really, by Ollie Robinson, and he'll know that. He'll be kicking himself, really, for giving Adam Lyth the width. He's just moved the man, Henry Crocombe, who was square, a sort of deep backward point. He's moved him a little more down into the third man area, not precisely where the ball went, but the sort of area where he could probably get across and cut it off. But yeah, a lovely little dab by Adam Lyth, late cut.
Now Robinson comes in again round the wicket, full length delivery and well blocked away from Adam Lyth, who's looked pretty comfortable the whole innings, hasn't he? He's been doing a little bit with the ball early on, and he looked untroubled.
Yeah, look, he is still an absolutely class act when he plays well. Seen that on probably fewer occasions in recent years than we did earlier in his career. He's not as consistent as he was, but you've still got to take it off to the guy. He's going out there against the new ball, innings after innings, and it's the toughest job in the game, isn't it?
Yeah, opening is a different level completely as Robinson comes in round the wicket, and I've got my words jumbled there, but it's completely different to anything that you can explain. And I've had my brother, for example, say it's so easy batting at the top of the order, gets a new ball, the ball's harder, it goes further, and I'm like, no, it's different. And he did it. He came in once at the end of the season and realised how hard it is.
Why do you think David Milan's batting at 4? You know, it shouldn't be a place further down the order. Last year, he quipped on the record at Gloucestershire after he got runs in both innings. I think we talked to him about his batting position, and somebody suggested sort of 5 or 6, and he said, I'd love to bat 5 or 6 in every match, you know. Shine usually gone off the new ball. Ball's getting a bit softer. Openers have probably done their spells, and the change bowlers are on. And for all those reasons, you know, it's generally speaking would be easy, wouldn't it? New hard ball, fresh bowlers. Your best seam bowlers are taking the new ball. It's a tough old gig at the top of the order, and Adam Lythe's got 11,000 first-class runs to his name, doing just that. And he's been consistent in being at the top. He did get left out. Last game of the season before last, he was dropped, but got a reprieve because Gary Ballance was unable to play, and he got 150. As the first ball of the over by Jack Carson. He's not so far away from the top of off stump. Shy Hope trying to cut it and missing.
Just trying to cut the ball away, wasn't he there? Shy Hope. There's a big gap between slip and there's no one else behind square on that offside. So obviously he's playing against the spin though, Doige. So
yeah, Carson in again. Hope this time a little bit more circumspect in dropping that at the feet of Clark, who's still under the lid at short leg. Harms is on he's on tenterhooks at the moment, standing on edge. 94 for 3. Carson off spin over the wicket, nicely played by Hope, who's punched it into.
Oh dear, that's dreadful by Pujara.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? The skipper with a little bit of a wild throw, nobody behind the stumps. It's cost his side just the one run.
Yeah, it was fortunate that there was nobody backing up, but it was a really wild throw from Pujara at mid-off.
So 2 to Hope. I'm going to join you on the soles of my feet. Yeah. 34 now to Hope from 53.
The sun is just there's just some cloud drifting across Hove, and the sun is getting the light's getting a little milky here, isn't it? But we have got the benefit of the lights if we need them.
Carson to Hope. Just drops it at the feet of Clark at short leg again. No run. Got a substitute fielder here.
Daniel Ibrahim is on the field, so we'll wait and see who's gone off for Sussex. Wait and see who we can't see.
Carson again going back is Hope, turning it square on the onside, and there's no run. Is it Ollie Robinson?
I'm not sure.
Because he's often been fielding down here, hasn't he?
I'm not sure I can see Ollie Robinson, which is interesting because he's only bowled the one over. I wonder if he's perhaps gone off to change his boots or something.
Possibly so.
I can't see him re-emerging down the steps of the pavilion.
Carson again running away from us. Hope a little more forcefully this time towards Pujara at that wide-ish mid-on, come straight mid-wicket. Last ball of the over, and it was a dot. So 2 off Carson's over, 5 overs, no maidens, none for 15. Yorkshire 96 for 3, needing a further 105 runs for victory.
14 overs left tonight here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex and the Yorkshire stations, York, Sheffield, Leeds and Humberside. I just wonder, Doige, you can't play a game of cricket by a weather forecast. We've discussed this continually throughout the day, but the weather forecast here for tomorrow, as indeed it is for the London Marathon, is poor. And I wonder whether if Yorkshire were to get, say, to within 50 of victory with 6 overs to go, do they have a thrash or... I don't know. I mean, it's...
These are all these rules that we talk about time and again, have been uncertain about.
Of course.
What time they were finishing at yesterday. Can they claim somebody was asking me, can they claim an extra half hour today? Yeah. If they feel like they can get a result.
Yes, I'm not sure about that. I mean, we've got 14 overs left in the day, but the light is good. I said it's a little milky. There's still lots and lots of blue sky around. We do have the benefit of the floodlights here at Hove, but it's going to be Henry Crocombe. Now, this is interesting because Ollie Robinson bowled an over and he's gone off the field. So we don't want to read too much into that, but it's a fact. So we hope that everything's okay with Ollie. Jofra Archer, I see back in IPL action today, Jonathan, which is good news for everybody. But it is Henry Crocombe coming running in around the wicket to bowl to Adam Lythe, who pushes his way into the offside through backward point, picks up a single, does Adam Lythe. He goes to 47, and Yorkshire to 97 for 3. Very briefly elsewhere around the country in the County Championship Division 1, Kent 310 for 6 in reply to Essex 451 for 5. Big century there for Zach Crawley. Crawley. Notts in a little bit of trouble at Lords in their second innings, 113 for 4, leading Middlesex by 203. Northamptonshire already beaten by Hampshire convincingly by an innings and 270 runs earlier today. And they finished for the day at Taunton, where Somerset 41 without loss trail Lancashire by 72. Crocombe on his way over the wicket bowls, and Hope flicks this one nonchalantly through mid-wicket, picks up a single. He goes to 35, the total to 98 for 3. The runs required to win down to 103. In the second division, Gloucestershire going nicely in their second innings, 172 for 3 at New Road. Chris Dent on 66. Leading there by 246. And at Glamorgan, again, it's been heavily affected by the weather. Glamorgan 153 for 5, but they finished for the day there as well. Crocombe around the wicket, he's in and bowls, and played into the offside by Live. Picks up a single, it's a misfield by Ali Orr.
Just a bit of pressure.
Yes, there is. These two have run very well, actually, haven't they? They've picked their spots. They picked up the 1s and 2s. 99 for 3 runs required, 102. We should mention, as we're on 5 Sports Extra national station, that in terms of the football today, bringing you up to date with those scores. In the FA Cup semi-final, Manchester City are leading Sheffield United by 2-0. In the Premier League, a win for Liverpool today. They beat Nottingham Forest 3-2. As in comes Crocombe over the wicket bowls and tucked by Hope, using all his experience down to fine leg, fielded by Daniel Ibrahim. And that single brings up the 100 for Yorkshire. 100 for 3. Hope goes on to 36. Runs required for Yorkshire, 101. We've still got, looking at the scoreboard, 13 overs remaining after this one. So you'd think normally that we'll be coming back tomorrow, but
yeah, you'd think probably still around about 40 or 50, something like that, just by naturally pushing the ball around. It's still going to be needed.
Crocombe. The sun has disappeared from view. A bit of a cloud rolls in. Crocombe in bowls to Live, who drills that down the ground, picks up at least one. Chetishwar Pujara is in hot pursuit. They're going to come back from a second. Tom Haynes beats Pujara to the ball, and that's a half century for Adam Lyth, and you can hear the applause through our effects microphone, and that's from the Yorkshire players who are up on the balcony. We spoke a little earlier about a captain's innings and leading from the front, and Adam Lyth is doing exactly that. 50 off 81 balls in 127 minutes, including 7 fours. That's been a classy innings and a real captain's innings, if ever there was one, Jonathan.
It has. And, you know, it really does mean something to Adam Lyth as well. He's a homegrown player. It's his one and only county. And he still loves his job. And you can tell, just an understated celebration there, but there was plenty of cheer from the balcony.
Crocombe in again, bowls to Lyth down the leg side, taken by Carter. No run. It is the end of the over. Henry Crocombe has bowled 5 overs, no maidens, 0 for 15. What will be reassuring to Yorkshire is that the runs required is now down below 3 figures. 99 needed to win. Just to run through those Premier League scores for our listeners on 5 Sports Extra. Fulham 2, Leeds 1, Brentford 1, Aston Villa 1. Crystal Palace and Everton drew 0-0 at Selhurst Park. An important win for Leicester, who beat Wolves 2-1. As they Liverpool beating Nottingham Forest by 3-2. You can see all the results, all the tables, how it affects things if you go to the BBC website and get an update on everything that's happening football-wise.
Meanwhile, the Hope dismissal or non-dismissal rumbles on. Robert Heath says no way was Hope out. He let the ball go by, then tapped his bat into the crease to indicate in bold letters, and then wandered off down the wicket to do some gardening. Carson bowling here to Hope, who's down the pitch here this time as well, flicking it to Pujara, who makes a good diving stop. Gary Longhorn says Hope not out. Liam is a very good commentator, but to have Haynes diving was just pure fantasy. Gary says wicket, Sussex need to stop throwing hissy fits. Allsop yesterday and the run out now. Get on with the game. You did say it goes quiet normally on a weekend, but that's certainly prompted some debate as Hope is playing this backward of square leg and there's no run. Malcolm Palmer says, hi JD, the only reason the umpire didn't see it was that he was considering it a dead ball. Too much time passed before the wicket was broken. It just didn't look like a normal dismissal. That's my view. Storm all out for 145, says Bill Kelso. The Diamonds have won. Well done to the girls back up north. As Carson is in and driven down the ground by Shy Hope for a single to Daniel Ibrahim, coming in off the long-on boundary in front of our commentary position. Robert Heath says, spirit of dismissal. The key is the question asked on air. Would it be a stumping or a run-out? The Sussex correspondent keeps saying that the keeper threw the ball at the stumps because Hope was batting out of his crease, i.e. it was an attempted stumping, and at least in the spirit of the game, Hope's grounding of his bat basically got him back into his crease, and so no stumping could then occur, says Robert Heath. Carson round the wicket to the left-handed Lyth, who is able to just meet that and convert it into a single backward of square leg. Yorkshire just ticking off run by run at the moment.
Yeah, two really experienced players here, Jonathan, aren't they? And they're picking up the runs, and it's frustrating for Sussex, but they're working. They're playing this exactly right, aren't they? No need to panic. I just wonder whether we may get a thrash with a few overs to go. We'll see, because we're anticipating a bit of bad weather tomorrow.
Over the wicket to Hope, who drills the ball back to him. Bandmade Fan says, enjoying the commentary today whilst working, hoping Yorkshire can get their first win of the season. Lyth and Hope looking good. Only idiots and southern softies call a scone a scone. But it's just one of those, it's always one of those debates, isn't it, that comes up, north v south, scone v scone. Hope pushing up to Ibrahim at long on, and we'll pick up another single. Lily says, dare I say it, Adam Lyth and Shy Hope are batting well. Well, you have done now. She's hoping, of course, for a Yorkshire win. End of the over, and they are on 105 for 3, so 96 now needed by Yorkshire, with Lyth 51 and Hope 38.
And a debate between the umpires, and I suspect that might be that the floodlights are going to come on. A lot of cloud has drifted in. It's coming in from the west up the English Channel, so I wouldn't be a bit surprised. And I was saying confidently we'd get these overs in. I'm not quite so sure.
Thanks to our Yorkshire website correspondent Graham Hardcastle, sitting at the far end of the press room next to us. I was just checking with him whether Yorkshire could claim, or either side could claim, an extra half hour if they feel they could win this game today, and yes, they can.
Thank you. That's really interesting, Graham. Thank you for that. Henry Crocombe running in down the hill, comes into bowl to Hope, who hammers this away through the offside. That's a super shot and an excellent piece of fielding, but it's touched the rope. That was an excellent effort by Nathan Ricandrew. It was belted away by Shy Hope. It was short outside the off stump. He hammered the ball away through point, and despite McAndrew's best efforts, it's 4 more to Shy Hope. He goes to 42, and Yorkshire within 92 of victory. Crocombe with a slip and a gully runs towards us over the wicket and bowls, and Hope just runs this down through Packwell Point. They picked up one. I think they'll come back for a second because McAndrew has a long way to chase around the boundary, and it's a comfortable 2 for Shy Hope. He goes to 44, and Yorkshire to 111 for 3. 90 runs needed to win. If you're just joining us here on 5 Sports Extra, it's been a quite extraordinary day's cricket here at Hove, with Yorkshire beginning the day trailing by 145, losing with 3 wickets in hand this morning. They lost 2 of those, but a last wicket stand of 59 between Ben Code, who made 45 in just 32 balls with 5 sixes. Crocombe in bowls to Hope, who's forward, plays back down to Crocombe. There is no run. He added a vital 59 with Mickey Edwards, the Australian, for the last wicket. It enabled Yorkshire to reach 298 and only trailing by 63. Sussex extended that lead. They were 41 without loss when Alistair Orr, the Sussex opener, was run out backing up. The 3rd time in 5 innings that's happened to Ali Orr. And that began to collapse for Sussex as Crocombe is in and bowls, and Hope turns this to mid-on, fielded by Pujara. And there is no run. And Sussex lost 10 for 96, bowled out for 137. Dom Best taking 3 for 36. So Yorkshire needing 201 to win. And we're in trouble when David Milan was out at 39 for 3. Bean made 3, Shaquille 6, Milan just the 2. In comes Crocombe, bowls to Shy Hope. It's pulled away by Shy Hope, and that's going to be 4 runs. Too short from Henry Crocombe, and Shy Hope is far too good a player to miss out on that. Pulls the ball backward of square for 4 runs. He goes to 48, and Yorkshire to 115 for 3. 86 more needed to win. and a game that's ebbed and flowed throughout. It's been such a good game of cricket, Jonathan. You just wouldn't, even at this stage, want to say, well, Yorkshire are definitely going to win, because it's just been that sort of a game that all of a sudden a couple of wickets go down and the game is back in the melting pot. But certainly these two experienced campaigners seem to be steering Yorkshire towards victory. Crocombe running down the hill from the Cromwell Road. It's getting very gloomy. Comes in and bowls to Hope, who drives onto the onside, fielded by Pujara. And there is no run. End of Henry Crocombe's over, an over that cost 10 runs. 115 for 3. Lyth on 51, Hope on 48. These two coming together when Milan was out, when the score was on 39. So what's that, 61, 66, partnership 76 between these two. I think one of the keys to it, Doidge, has been how well they've run between the wickets, and when things were a little sticky, they were picking up the ones and twos.
Yeah, they've picked up a lot of singles. They've put the pressure, I wouldn't exaggerate this, but it's just been 2 or 3 of those singles where they've asked the question of the fielder and the batter has won that little argument, as it were. Just cranking up the pressure a little bit. We saw one Ali Orr couldn't reel in just a couple of hours ago. He's now just taken a position up in front of our commentary position at mid-off.
Ollie Robinson is back on the field. I can see him fielding there at backward point. So whatever Ollie went off for, it looks like he's okay. And we should just mention, we're on national radio here, that Manchester City are now 3 up in the semi-final. Hat-trick for Riyad Mahrez.
And Lyth opens the face and runs that down through backward point. He's going to pick up a couple here. Good running again between the wickets. McAndrew was round doing the covering from out in the deep, but had a long way to run. And they got back for a second. Adam Lyth will be hoping that Manchester City are not as good when they play against Arsenal at the Etihad next week, because he's a big Arsenal fan. Andrew sweeping square on the offside. There's a slip in place. Pujara at cover or at mid-off. 3 fielders in line on the leg side, all saving one. Ollie Robinson is back at a square leg as that one's pushed out into the offside for Pujara to field. There's also a sweeper on the leg side. He's at deep backward square leg. Plus Clark under the helmet at short leg. Floodlights are on.
And the cloud is building up away to our west there, George. I was very confident we'd get through, but I'm beginning to have my doubts now.
Carson, meanwhile, bowling here to Lyth, who's forward and pushing into the offside. So, to make a note of these things, 6:21, the floodlights on in the 32nd over. 117 for 3. Carson, who's bowled a spell of 6.5 overs so far, unbroken from this C end, and his latest delivery is full and live. Up to the task of blocking it. Adam Lyth walking away, clear his head before the next delivery. 53 off 87 for the Yorkshire captain, as he has been in the 2 matches so far. Not the official Yorkshire captain. Good delivery. Carson turning away from the outside edge. Lyth shows us he probably should have shouldered arms to that, but he did actually have a little push at it. Shan Masood is, of course, the officially appointed Yorkshire captain, but he's on Pakistan duty at the moment and won't be playing until, I believe, the Durham match up at the Riverside during May. Carson just drags this down slightly, and that allows Lyth to create some space and just push it out to McAndrew, who's coming in of the point boundary, and they get a single. So Lyth 54, Hope 48, Yorkshire 118 for 3. 10 overs remaining today, and Yorkshire needing 83 runs to win the match, but can claim half an hour if they feel like they're within reach of getting those.
Yes, the cloud is rolling in pretty quickly from the west here at Hove. The floodlights, as Jonathan said, was on. There's a lot of debate. If you're just joining us, there was a very contentious issue when Shy Hope was only on 9 and Yorkshire were 54 for 3 when Ollie Carter, the Sussex wicketkeeper, took the ball and rolled it at the stumps, and a debate as to whether Shy Hope actually grounded his bat, and that's still causing emails to come in. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can contact us at bbcwestyorkshiresport@gmail.com. sportsmail.com. Graham Peters has been in touch with an umpire's view, which I'll read, as Finn Hudson-Prentice is coming into the Sussex attack from the Cromwell Road end. Excellent figures, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 13. And Sussex really need a wicket here. Lythe is just waiting because Pujara is still adjusting his field, which is 2 slips, a deep backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and 2 men set back on the leg side. As in comes Hudson-Prentice, bowls, and Lythe is solidly behind this, and with a high right elbow punches the ball to Pujara at mid-off. There is no run.
David Coleman says, I've just got back in from a dramatic finish at Valley Parade where the official Bantams conceded a late equaliser in the 8th minute of extra time. Then there's the drama at Hove, and after the Leicestershire finish as well, my poor heart is suffering, as your namesake would say. Quarry Boggle.
In comes Hudson-Prentice. Around the wicket, bowls to Lythe, and Lythe plays this to mid-wicket. There is no run. So Graham says the issue is whether or not the striker's end umpire considered the ball to have been dead. It is possible that a striker's end umpire would see the striker ground their bat and then start to mentally unwind in the expectation that the ball was dead. If the ball struck the stumps after the umpire considered the ball to be dead, then he would call not out. So thank you, Graham. So there's all sorts of opinions flying around as to whether Shy Hope was out or not, but thank you for that one, Graham, as Hudson-Prentice is in. Pitches that around middle and off and draws forward Lythe. He punches to mid-off, fielded by Pujara, and there is no run. Richard's been in touch. Richard Rossi says, how long before we introduce a VAR-style system into cricket? Oh, crumbs. The third umpire could easily direct the on-field umpires to a groundside screen to a replay, provided that the stream isn't glitching, of course. Yes, we had 1 or 2 issues here. Richard, that was blatantly a wicket, says Richard in Malvern. So frustrating. In comes Hudson-Prentice, bowls, and Lythe is forward, plays to mid-wicket, fielded by Haynes. There is no run. Good over by Hudson-Prentice, 4 dot balls so far. 83 needed to win, and as Jonathan has been saying, who decides that? It's the umpires to decide, is it, if they feel that there is enough light and the conditions are such that a result could be achieved tonight. Is that the umpire's decision? Because I guess Sussex at this stage, with an inclement forecast tomorrow, might think actually we'd quite happily leave the field.
And I don't know if the umpires have to offer the potential for the extra half hour to one of the teams.
Hudson-Prentice is in and bowls and driven again by Lythe, but only as far as Pujara at mid-off, and there is no run. Certainly the forecast in this part of the world tomorrow is not great. Certainly would seem to be rain for a good part of the day, but maybe brightening up later. But who knows? It's you can't really play your cricket by the weather. That being said, I think we've been saying for a long time, if Yorkshire got anywhere close to this, they might just fancy a thrash for 3 or 4 overs to see where the game takes them. But then they could lose wickets, and then the game is back on again. Hudson-Prentice again is in and bowls to Adam Lythe, who drills this down the ground. A tumbling stop by Cheteshwar Pujara at mid-off, but Lythe goes through for a single. He goes to 56, and Yorkshire to 119 for 3. It means they need 82 to win.
I think you can't afford to get ahead of yourself, can you? You've got to respect the opposition. They've largely bowled very well in this match, have Sussex, and probably over the full course of the match so far, they've bowled at least as well as Yorkshire have. So Yorkshire wouldn't want to start to get too far ahead of themselves, too cocky, and start to think that they've just got to, be out there and this is going to fall their way. 2-3 quick wickets, as we've seen. They've been falling in clumps in this match. If you looked at the scoreboard saying 120 for 6, needing 82 to win, floodlights on, and a bit of weather around tomorrow, I think the favourites to win this match will be changing. So, got to be very careful and just play cricket. Lythe pushes forward, and there's no run to the first ball of this Carson over.
Wise words.
I just think that's all he can do, isn't it? Carson in again. Lythe pushing down the pitch, no run. We've seen, Harmsy, we've seen plenty of cricket. Loads of our listeners have seen plenty of cricket, listeners and viewers, and those in the ground have. And I often think there's just far too much, easily predicting the result of a game when you look at a scorecard. This morning it would have been easy to predict something completely different to this. as Lyde cuts one away back at a point, and McAndrew is round to sweep and field, they get a single. But that is not cricket. One of the reasons we love cricket is because of its unpredictability. So who knows? Tomorrow the forecast, the weather may turn out to be totally different to what's forecast.
Indeed.
These guys are not meteorologists, I don't think. Maybe one or two of them might be qualified in that respect, but they can play cricket, and they can only play in the conditions that they've got at any given time. If they give the wickets away tonight by trying to get these runs this evening, and then they get even half an hour tomorrow of decent weather, but they lose the match, they'll be absolutely ruin that stupidity, won't they? As Hope plays one at the feet of Tom Clark.
And I think actually, looking at the way Hope and Lythe are playing here, I think they're doing exactly that, aren't they?
You would hope they're just playing sensible cricket, play each ball on its merits as Hope pushes back to Carson, and there's no run. And it would, if they get washed out tomorrow and they haven't got these runs today, it would start to annoy me if they were going to get criticised for just playing cricket today. Carson in, Hope goes back, and dug one out there that might not quite have bounced as much as he first thought. He's on the brink of another half century. Got one up at Headingley in his first game. This, of course, the last of his 3 matches for Yorkshire. His last innings in Yorkshire colours. 120 for 3.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio York, Leeds, Sheffield and Humberside. Adrian Harms and Jonathan Doidge with you. Liam O'Brien back with us in a couple of moments' time. Just trying to keep you up to date with all the events around the country here. And people listening on 5 Sports Extra, just reiterating the score in the FA Cup semi-final. Manchester City beating Sheffield United by 3-0. A hat-trick there for Riyad Mahrez. And elsewhere in the Premier League today, victories for Liverpool, who beat Nottingham Forest at Anfield. In comes Hudson Prentice bowls to Lythe, who chops that one down towards third bat, and they've taken one. I think they'll want to go back for a second here. Yes, they do. Good running by Adam Lythe, who scampers back to the striker's end and picked up his 56th run. Good running between the wickets there. 122 for 3, 79 needed to win.
On the forecast front, you messaged me earlier in the week and said, for example, that day 1 looked really good, and days 2, 3 and 4 we might be affected by the weather.
Yes.
Day 1 ended up being affected by the weather. Day 2 slightly, and an hour and a bit. But we've had plenty of cricket in the match, really, and today the forecast was supposedly cloudy all day. We've had plenty of sunshine, so...
Yeah, you can never tell. Floodlights are on here at Hove. Most of the crowd there's still a decent gathering of spectators up at the far end of the ground. Taken, there is no run.
And a 15th first-class half-century to go with 9.
Going to go off to India come the autumn to represent England, so we wish him well in that. And he's going to join you for commentary for a few overs, and we'll have to see whether we get any extra time here, because that could well be possible. Commentary for a few overs, and we'll have to see whether we get any extra time here, because that could well be possible.
Philip Wolford has tweeted. You can do the same on @Jonathan Doidge or @Adrian Harms. Liam will give you his again in a moment or two, I'm sure. But Philip says he's had a good afternoon in the sun watching Castleford Cricket Club beat Scarborough by 7 wickets. They'll be in the Premier League up there in Yorkshire. Need a win from Yorkshire and Castleford and LUFC. Need a win from Yorkshire as Castleford, Tigers Rugby League and Leeds United aren't going too well. That's right there. As Carson's first delivery to Lythe in this over is pushed out square on the offside. There's no run. Sean in Round says there's no argument about a run out. Hope is still there. Umpires are always right. Always. Sussex argument is hopeless or not.
Excuse the pun there.
It's obvious. Lythe has just cut that away backward of point. Ollie Robinson round. They picked up another single. So Yorkshire just running things around here. They've kept it pretty calm since that fury over the non-dismissal of Shy Hope, the man who's on strike. That was going to be, I think I suggested a while back, didn't it? It's probably going to need about 50. So if they decided to tuck the bats under the arm at that point and come back tomorrow without any further loss, then they would be in a strong position.
Could they claim an extra half an hour? I don't know how it works. So
yeah, they can.
The feeling next door is that they can definitely claim it, but they've shown no real intent.
Okay. Robinson comes into bowl now, and now hits the edge on. He's dropped him at first slip. Oh, great start from Ollie Robinson. They made a change in the bowling, and that slip. Oh, I'm just watching here. That's Allsop at slip. Yeah, so it's caught the outside edge of Shy Hope, and Allsop's put him down. And kind of silence across the Sussex guys as Ollie Robinson walks off in disgust. And just watching that back, it's a really good ball, and it did carry, didn't it, Doyd? You're joking from this point of view.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll be disappointed with that one. That's the exact chance they needed, Sussex, to spring a bit of life and get some of their batters in under the floodlights. But now it's coming around the wicket to Adam Live. Into bowl now. Oh, and nearly catches the outside edge there as well. So Ollie Robinson, the way he bowls, he hits the seam so hard that he seems to get a bit of life out the ball, a bit of extra bounce and a bit of extra seam movement. And it's no wonder he's an England international, because he's very consistent where he places the ball and then gets a little bit of life out the ball as well. A bit like they always talked about Mohammad Asif before Pakistan being able to do that. As soon as he'd land the ball, it just seemed to get an extra kick off the pitch and move around and get a bit of extra bounce, and reminds me a bit of Ollie Robinson as he's into bowl now around the wicket, and that's well left from Adam Life.
Yeah, just too wide of off stump to tempt him, but just a warning there, just to keep Yorkshire's minds in check, the pair of them out there. Not saying they're not already switched on, because clearly they have been, but just that little nick. And Allsop, he dropped it, and his immediate reaction to it was to look up to Ollie Carter as if to say, I thought that was probably yours, that's why I didn't go for it with total conviction.
Yeah, absolutely. It looked like first slips from here, though, as Ollie Robinson comes into bowl, and that's really well driven by Adam Live. He's a class act. He's looked so good, even when I was above the commentary box. Everything came out in the middle of his bat. He's looked very good.
Yeah, tricky one, that field at first slip many times. You know, sometimes it's hard, isn't it? Because you're watching the ball. We knew he'd got a nick. We knew he'd dropped the catch. But you're not clearly also watching Ollie Carter's movements. Did he move as if he might go for that? If somebody does that to you as a keeper when you're at first slip, then sometimes you don't commit yourself. You just hold back.
Absolutely. As Robinson comes round the wicket. And I've spoken to a few people that field at first slip, and they do stand a bit wider to start with, but they always talk about it being easier to track. So because he's further back than Ollie Carter, he had his hands there. I think it's one on Allsop, where I think he's dropped it and then tried to deflect the blame. I don't think Carter really made an effort to go, because it looked like it went straight to first slip. It's just one of those where Allsop's got very good hands, so it's one of those where you just feel a little bit unlucky, but they really need that wicket, Sussex, as Robinson comes into bowl, and you hope it just beats the man, but for some reason it just goes straight to him every time. That's the over, 129 for 3. I thought the umpires were having a little chat there, but they had a little look at each other, gave each other the nod, and there's 5 overs scheduled left in the day.
Yeah, Crocombe positioned well, and I suppose you say, to Ollie Robinson bowling to his field. So 72 runs needed, 5 overs remaining in the day, and the potential for claiming an extra half hour. Whether or not they'll bother, you're probably feeling maybe not at this stage, but who knows, if Adam Lyth suddenly clouts 3 or 4 boundaries here. And I'd been saying earlier on, if Yorkshire can get a couple of players over the 50 mark in this second innings and a few chip-ins, they'd be somewhere near winning it. Well, they've got those 2 players over 50, one of them being Adam Lyth, who's just cut a single out to the sweeping McAndrew. And 130 for 3 then the score, Lyth on to 62. They have 71 runs to find to win their first match of the season, their first match for over a year it would be in Championship cricket. They won the first match of last season at Bristol against Gloucester, and then no more after that. As Hope drops this into the pitch just beside him, and it's cleaned up by Ollie Carter. Carson giving the ball a good rub on his shirt, and we have some passing aviation at the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Carson in again, and Hope drops this down towards the feet of Clark. He's already put one down. I say that and don't mean it to sound harsh, because it wasn't a dolly by any stretch of the imagination, but it would go down as a chance. And he's been in the game quite a bit with deliveries that have been turned down at his feet. Who knows, he may get another chance before the end of the day's play. Hope, flicking one off his legs, won't get a chance from this one because he got it away in front of square, and McAndrew fields, and they get another easy single. 2 off the over so far, 70 now needed.
But it's encouraging signs as a Yorkshire fan. These two are looking very good, and it's only April, so maybe they found their form for the season.
Carson into Lythe, who pushes into the offside no run. Adam Lythe started 2021 in tremendous fashion with hundreds and big scores to his name in the first, this usual crop of first half dozen games or so of the season. So he can do it early doors, and he's flicked it off his legs here for a single on Finn Hudson Prentice is round to field backward of square leg. They've got 1, so 3 off the over. Carson 10 overs, no maidens, none for 27. And something about, he's still bowled fairly tidily. He's only gone for 23 off 7, but not quite had that, not quite asked as many questions, I don't think, of either of these batters in this spell so far on day 3. 4 overs to go.
They just had a little look at the light there, I think, just to see if it's still good enough to play. And
yeah, it's definitely got quite a lot worse now, hasn't it?
Absolutely. I still think it's fine to play, and to our right in the commentary, there's one of the guys in the press box with the window open. It's still bright enough, I think, to carry on playing. You can just see it there because it's less tinted, but probably starting to push it. I can't imagine they'll do the extra half an hour if the light's starting to fade as well. As Robinson comes in over the wickets, Adam Lythe pitches the ball up, and that's flicked mid-wicket for a dot ball. But Ollie Robinson's getting some life out of this pitch. It looked like that one seemed a little bit, but the ball is 38 overs old. That was pretty much what it took for Sussex to get bowled out in that second innings. So it's a pretty old ball now.
Yeah, there's a thing in sport, isn't there, doing what the opposition would least like you to do. Would Sussex at this stage least like Yorkshire to bat on for an extra half hour? Even if they don't win it, they could obviously get a lot closer to doing so and need less time tomorrow.
Robinson into bowl now, and that's well played from Adam Lythe. The thing is, tomorrow, even with the forecast, there is, by the looks of the forecast, still gaps where if Yorkshire don't need that many to win and they can get on the pitch, they'll be able to go after it. So Sussex will just want to get off this pitch as soon as they can, I think, to leave Yorkshire as many runs as possible for tomorrow. That's how I see it anyways.
Yeah, so therefore, would Adam Lythe want to stay out there while he's got 2 players who are in? Well, at this moment in time, he's got 2 players who are in. That could change this next ball.
Yeah, I'd love to see a bit of intent. Even it doesn't have to be reckless, but just a bit of intent here. Robinson into bowl, and as I say that, he cuts that away through point, and that's going to be 4 runs from Adam Lythe, and that's been his shot today. It's been absolutely ruthless. He's not missed out on that once, I don't think, and he's in top form at the moment.
Yeah, really good player, and particularly square both sides of the wicket, also through extra cover. Just gave him a little bit too much room, and that was perfect length for him to unleash that shot, and he hammered it away, didn't he?
Clearly it's light enough at the moment because he saw that very well and clattered that through the offside. And McAndrew just next to us at the commentary box is warming up as well, so I imagine he's going to get a spell. As Robinson's in again, and that's well left from Adam Lythe.
65 to win. 20 deliveries remaining as it stands today.
So you said we're approaching 100 partnerships.
Yep, 39 they came together. 97 then between this pair for the 4th wicket.
Robinson coming in over the wicket from the Cromwell Road end. Into bowl, and that is cut away from Adam Lythe. He didn't quite get hold of it, but he's pushing for 2. Goes out to deep point, and he picks up 2 quite comfortably, as I think Henry Crocombe there at deep point fumbles it, and they come through.
Nicely played, as you say, didn't quite totally get hold of it, but still executed it pretty well.
And we still have comments debating this Shy Hope run out, but you guys need to forget it. He's batted very well since and looked like a class act, and he's been a joy to watch. And Sussex have put him down, so they've had the chance to get him out since, and unfortunately not been able to take it. So I've really enjoyed watching Hope bat today. He's shown why he's such a sought-after player, as Robinson comes into bowl, and that's blocked by Adam Knife. They look to push a single, but Ali was very quick on that and calls him back for no run. And I believe that is the over. So that's 6 off the over from Robinson. He's bowled 8 overs, 1 maiden for 29 runs with no wicket, and Yorkshire 138 for 3.
Yep, 63 to win. 3 overs remaining on day 3, unless they decide to carry on. And it is, talking of carrying on, is it going to be Jack Carson, or are we going to see a change? We are going to see a change. It's going to be McAndrew on at this C end of the ground. Can he come on and make a difference, take a late wicket with 3 left in the day?
They're looking at the light again here, and I quite like this move from Sussex, bringing on a seamer. So they're like, go on, if it's too dark, we'll go off, but we're going to bring on seam. I like that.
Yeah, so you can see what's in the mind of Pujara. He wants them off the field now and make Yorkshire have to get more tomorrow when there is weather potentially around. Who knows, might affect things, might get Sussex over the line for a win, might force a draw because there's not enough time to get the runs. All sorts of permutations still possible. 1 slip and a gully in place. McAndrew in from this C end, then right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Hope, who turns that into the leg side. Ali Orr in to do the fielding.
It'd be interesting to see if that thing does the rounds on Twitter today. See if people start discussing whether they think it's out or not out, because it's had such an interesting debate online already. And there's so many different opinions of when people think the ball's dead as well, which is quite an interesting conversation in itself, I think. But
yeah, very much.
It's out, 100% out.
McAndrew, look in the scorebook, I think some people will be saying to you. McAndrew is in, and Hope drops that out to gully. And there is, again, no run. No hurry from Yorkshire here. McAndrew, taken a wicket already in this Yorkshire second innings, the first one to fall, in fact. And he took Finlay Bean's middle stump out, bowling for 3. Saad Shakil, another flop from him in his 2 innings so far. He's made 3 and 6 for Yorkshire. Caught at second slip, cracking catch as well by Tom Clark off Finn Hudson-Prentice. That was when Yorkshire were on 31. McAndrew bowling to Hope, who brings the bat down and just about meets it okay, pushing it into the offside, but could have been a leading edge on another day. David Milan then, sort of a lazy flick really, and just nicked it down the leg side to Ollie Carter off Hudson-Prentice for just the 2 off 4 deliveries. It was not so long after that, probably 15 minutes or so later, that the Shy Hope not out has caused all the controversy was given. McAndrew in again, ball that doesn't look like it keeps, doesn't look like it bounces as high as maybe it might have appeared, because Hope jabs down on it, pushes back up the pitch. Yeah, fairly gloomy here, but we are, as you rightly said, Liam, behind a little bit of smoked glass, and when you look through the press room next door with the window open, it does look, definitely looks brighter. Absolutely.
And then just quick one on Shy Hope as well. Obviously they've got, is this their last game they have, Shy Hope?
It is.
And then who do they have after? Shan Masood, is he coming?
Shan Masood coming in May. McAndrew in, and Hope punching back down the pitch to the bowler in his follow through, no run. So no game next week for Yorkshire. They then play Glamorgan at Headingley, and they will have neither Shan Masood nor Shy Hope in that match. Saad Shakil obviously is still playing, so somebody you would think a batter will be coming back into the side. Matthew Revis been left out of this one. James Wharton as well, who made his first class half century against Leicestershire. Possible that he might come back in. Will Frane's been scoring runs in the 2s. Could be him.
Will Bairstow be available?
As that is pushed back up the pitch, and there is no run. Johnny Bairstow, good point actually, because we talked about that earlier in the match. Yeah, the theory was that he might play this week in the second team, didn't. But then there's a further theory that he might play next week in the second team when the first don't have a game. There's a second team match at Headingley. and with a view then to, possibly playing against Glamorgan at Headingley for the first team in a fortnight. But they are now leaving the field of play with 2 overs remaining in the day. And Yorkshire still in need of 63 runs to win this match. They're 138 for 3. Adam Lyth on 69. Shai Hope on 53.
That was a good day's cricket.
That is going to be the end of play by the sound of things for day 3. 5 minutes before 7 o'clock and 40 overs into Yorkshire's second innings. They've put themselves in a strong position here. I don't think there's any doubt about that now. Lyth on 69 and Hope 53. They've got to start again tomorrow morning, obviously. And there is going to be, by the sound of things, some weather around. Will there be enough time to finish the match?